These are some of our favorite Good to Evil videos about animated movies and cartoons that came out in 2024. I'm having a bad day is what I would be saying if Despicable Me 4 wasn't finally here. Now that we've got even more baddies and goodies to discuss, today we're ranking all the characters from Despicable Me 1 through 4, from good to evil. So first up, spoilers ahead, but it doesn't take an evil genius to figure that out. So let's get started as usual with the most noble and pure-hearted characters. These are the good. And the gold medal of good, surprising absolutely nobody, goes to the series' most adorable character, Agnes. The youngest of Gru's girls, a lover of all things fluffy, sweet, unicorn-related, or even unicorn-adjacent.
Don't let me!
Agnes is the closest any character in the series comes to being pure of heart. Her placement is already pretty much justified by the fact that she's an innocent child, but then there's her generosity to consider. She's always there for her family, and we see her acting as an eager helper to Gru whenever she can be.
Are you really gonna save the world?
In the second movie, she helps console him after he finds out Lucy is leaving for Australia.
Was there anything you could do?
And in the third, she sells her belongings when Gru loses his job, including that ever so fluffy unicorn plush she got in the first movie. Agnes is truly too pure for this world and needs to be protected at all costs. That said, she really should start training Lucky indoors. Lucky doesn't really have all that much screen time, and that's fair enough. What with all the supervillains, family drama, and sentient Twinkies, there isn't always room for this little unicorn goat dude to shine.
Found a unicorn!
But Lucky is a loyal companion to Agnes, to the point where even their brief separation in the fourth movie isn't enough to take away their special bond. He may not be stopping supervillains, but Lucky is a good boy, and sometimes that's all you need to be. Taking our bronze medal of good is the man who gave his own medal away, the biker from Minions: Rise of Gru. He isn't exactly the most quintessential character, but we had to give this absolute legend a mention. A true good Samaritan. He stopped to check on Otto during a bike ride through the desert, and had no qualms with giving him the medallion he was looking for. On top of being generous and sincerely concerned for the little guy's well-being, he offers him a ride and the two basically become besties in less than 24 hours.
Frisco! Disco! It's your lucky day, kid. I'm headed up the coast. I could drop you off on the way.
He's one of those people who's kind not because it benefits him, but because he just really genuinely wants to be. Landing just outside of our top 3 is the oldest of Gru's girls, Margot. At 12 years old, she's taken on the role as the group's older sister her whole life, and thankfully, she's quite good at it. We see her best moments in how she interacts with Agnes, often protecting her from Edith's scary stories or comforting her when she's sad or scared.
Okay, don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. We're gonna be really happy here.
As for her dynamics outside of the family, Margot is generally polite, but she's not a pushover. When she knocks on your door to sell cookies, you can tell her you're an automated message all you want, but you can't make her believe it. The worst you can expect from Margot is an occasional act of rebellion, which usually just means talking or dancing with a boy behind Gru's back. Next, we have the leading lady of the Gru family, Lucy Wilde Gru. Like Gru, she's intensely protective of her family, although she isn't perfect.
Go take a bite of his cheese, young lady, right now.
Like when she forced Margot to take a piece of cheese from Nico's plate, which unintentionally got her engaged to him.
Hello, my schmoopsie-poo. Whoa, hey.
She'll always stick up for her girls and take care of their messes. She's a mama bear in the purest form. Later in the third movie, she even saves the girls from falling to their doom, with quick thinking, acrobatics, and a whole lot of bubblegum. Unlike Gru, however, we have to give her some bonus points for her lack of a villain arc. She's been working at the AVL for presumably years and takes great joy in her job of saving people and taking down bad guys. In the fourth movie, though, she does have one unsavory moment when her new identity turns her into a hairstylist. She ends up making a client go bald and setting the whole place on fire in one day.
What? Shouldn't be smoking.
While we understand her nerves, the fact that she didn't bother to check on said client to see if she was okay is a bit messed up. It might be surprising to see us get to the minions so early, but some of them have earned a more honorable spot than others, like Otto. He admittedly isn't the smartest guy around, but Otto makes up for it with sheer heart and determination. He made the grave mistake of giving the medallion to Brad to trade for a pet rock, which put Gru and the other minions in serious danger. For all his mistakes though, he does everything in his power and then some to retrieve the medallion and fix the mess he made. His clumsiness earns him the Darwin Medal for sure, but his heart earns him a spot in the good section to even it out. And of course, we can't ignore the spin-off movie's main minions, Kevin, Stuart, and Bob. One a leader, one a musician, one adorable. But all of them are heroes to their people. While the minions in general have to lose some points for their lifelong ambition to serve whatever despicable villains they can find, these three gain those points right back for their intentions. When the minions become depressed over not having a master, Kevin leads the trio to search for a villain fit to lead them and give their lives purpose again. While they wreak havoc, as all minions do, they end up saving their tribe through their efforts. Kevin was willing to blow himself up to save his minion brethren from Scarlet. Bob gives Scarlet the very crown the Queen rewarded him with as a consolation prize, which was seriously sweet given how much she'd done to the minions. And as for Stuart, he was there. No matter what, he was always there for his minion buddies, and isn't that what matters most at the end of the day? But as great as those minions are, it's time for the real star of the show, Gru. While he had one of the most iconic redemption arcs of the 21st century, Felonious Gru had a rough start, morally speaking. From popping kids' balloons to eating ice cream in front of people trying to lose weight, there were few lows this mastermind wouldn't sink to, and although his crimes were usually a thinly veiled attempt to get his mother's approval, they could still be pretty bad.
When you hear about it, you're going to be very proud. Good luck with that.
Arguably, his worst was adopting 3 little orphan girls to use them as part of his plan to steal the moon. Thankfully though, Gru showed that beneath that evil facade was a good heart. Once his girls stole his heart, he was willing to drop everything to save them from Vector, even returning the moon to its rightful place after he'd stolen it. From then on out, Gru is an absolute legend as both a dad and a hero.
How come you're so fat?
Because my house is made of candy.
He puts dangerous criminals like Balthazar Brad and El Macho away with the AVL, and will go to any lengths to protect his family from harm. He can be overprotective, sure, especially in regards to Margot and her attempts to talk to boys, but he's still always a source of encouragement and comfort, whether it's freezing 2-timing dates and trying their delightful food.
Good soup. I love the combination of gummy bears and meat.
Or saving their lives on multiple occasions. Gru always put the happiness of his girls, and now his boy, first and foremost. And the 4th movie gives him even more brownie points for how patient he is with Gru Jr. Seriously, that baby was absolutely out to get him for the first half of the film, and Gru is still nothing but an absolute angel to him. And that's how you know he's a great dad. We've got one more group of minions to talk about before we leave the good category, the Mega Minions. Man, they will never run out of ways to keep cranking out minion merch, will they? As if the minions weren't unpredictable and dangerous enough, this movie decided to have them act as the objects of the AVL's experimentation to give them superhuman powers.
It's time to get you out for some real-world training. And if you do well out there, you'll be the AVL's new secret weapon.
This includes hardening, flying, stretching, super strength, and laser beams strong enough to cut through to the other side of the Earth in seconds and hit a satellite in space without even starting to fade. Like, seriously, this guy is actually a legitimate threat. He could destroy the planet by accident.
I'm quite sure I won't regret this.
But these 5 were more than happy to use their powers to save people, or at least try to save them. They also gave Maxime Lamal the absolute beating of his lifetime at the end of the movie, which was one of the most cathartic scenes in the whole franchise. But let's talk about Gru's first biological child, Gru Jr. Honestly, we were pretty unsure where this little guy would end up. At the start of the movie, he's shown to absolutely dislike Gru, and it's never really explained why, since Gru is as loving and caring as can be with him. He startles him by popping balloons, which causes him to ruin his relaxation time and also nearly causes a car crash. That said, all of that is null in a moral sense when you consider that he's a baby. He's not doing this stuff maliciously, as we see later on when he and Gru pull off a heist together and actually bond.
Okay.
He ends up saving Gru's life from Maxime in the final battle, literally only able to overcome the latter's influence by sheer love for his dad. Every endearing anti-hero needs his endearing anti-hero son. And fittingly, at the bottom end of the good section, we have Silas Ramsbottom. As the leader of the Anti-Villain League, he does a lot of good work. At times, he can seem cold and distant, but he's surprisingly loyal to his employees. He's a decent boss who genuinely cares about his employees, and does what he can to get them out of danger, including relocating Gru's family to the town of Mayflower when Maxime threatens to kill them after escaping prison. When he finds out that Gru has been compromised, he immediately sends the Mega Minions out to rescue him, showcasing his loyalty once again.
Assemble the Mega Minions!
But ironically, the Mega Minions are also the main reason he isn't any higher. He performed the experiment that turned these 5 into the Mega Minions, without knowing if they would even survive. Guess it's better than performing those experiments on humans, sure, but it's still sort of messed up. Not really much better than animal experimentation at that point. But with how many criminals there were even in the good section, you can imagine how many more there are in the gray area. The last of Gru's kids, Edith, is actually first up in this category. And she's an interesting case. She's by far the least moral of the girls, and with more interest in violence and other dark subject matter than anything else.
We're gonna have to make a little trouble later.
What? I already have.
She's a mischief maker through and through, whether it's commissioning the minions to prank unsuspecting butlers or scaring Agnes with her prayers, thanking the good Lord for the blessing of, bedbugs. There's definitely a case to place her lower, but we have to give her some credit for a few things. For one, while she is a troublemaker, she isn't a criminal or anything. I don't think she is, at least.
Somebody broke that.
Nor does she seem to want to hurt anyone. And while she's not as caring as Margot, Edith is actually a surprisingly decent big sister. She teases Agnes a lot, sure, but she's also more than willing to stick by her for hours to wait for a unicorn to show up. And in the 4th movie, she beats up a karate instructor for making Agnes upset. Edith has a heart and plenty of time to grow up into someone who shows more of it. Moving on to another morally gray kid, Poppy Prescott, one of the many characters introduced in the 4th movie. Poppy is Chet Cunningham's new neighbor. She recognizes Gru as, Gru, an alumni from his old school with a French name that translates to no good high school. She blackmails Gru with his identity as a former supervillain to perform a heist that she thinks will look good on a record, which is a pretty rough start for her placement here.
You're of respecting your elders?
I don't respect boomers. I just mock them.
But thankfully, she shows off more of her good side than anything else.
Perfect!
She's good with kids and animals, shown by her care for her cat and her interactions with Gru Jr. But her best deed by far was warning Gru when she discovered Principal Ubelschlecht was paying his family an unwilling visit, even going as far as to help him catch up to Maxime and save Gru Jr. So enjoy that evil high school career while you can, Poppy. We all know you're gonna have a pretty sweet redemption arc one day. From one wannabe supervillain to another, Drew Gru is the proof that while the apple doesn't always fall far from the tree, that doesn't mean it never does. Drew was envied greatly by his long-lost twin for all the great stuff he had. He's rich, he's got a mansion, their mother preferred him, and most importantly, he's got a sick head of hair. But Drew isn't perfect. While he performed some reckless crimes like petty candy theft, he was never able to live up to their legendary supervillain father's expectations, which led him to overcompensate by trying to join Gru on his own missions.
Hey, you want to take her out for a spin just for some fun?
For his choice of a criminal lifestyle and general tendency to wreak havoc, Drew does lose some points. But at the end of the day, he proved he was a decent guy by dropping his anger towards Gru to help him rescue the girls from Balthazar Brad.
We're after the diamond, not the bubble gum.
Oh, got it!
Drew might be a criminal, albeit a pretty mediocre one, but he's also good with kids and never seems to want to genuinely hurt anyone. While we've already mentioned their kid, a quick mention of Perry and Patsy Prescott is in order. As the Gru family's temporary neighbors, they come off as a little bit snooty and standoffish. They don't necessarily do anything wrong, but we have to bring up the fact that Patsy tells a story off screen that ends up with her and her husband, quote, no longer being allowed on the island of Oahu. But now it's time to get into the more villain-adjacent characters like Wild Knuckles, former leader of the Vicious Six. Look, I know it feels wrong to place him this low, but the fact is that Wild Knuckles spent his entire life committing notorious crimes as the leader of the Vicious Six. After they betrayed him, he vowed revenge and was willing to kidnap and torture Gru, a child, mind you, to get it.
Welcome to my newest torture device, the Disco Inferno.
The only thing saving him from a lower spot was, of course, that he did redeem himself in the end. He ended up defeating the remaining Vicious Six members, not to get revenge, but to actually protect Gru, and was even willing to die in the process. He became sort of a criminal father figure to Gru, and while he was still committing crimes, at least he was showing love and care to a kid who never really had much of it to begin with.
We make a good team. We do?
But let's talk about one of Gru's elderly allies, Dr. Nefario. What's an evil supervillain without his faithful inventor? Nefario is one of those characters whose morals really depend on what perspective you look at him from. On one hand, he's a great asset to Gru's career. In Rise of Gru, he's the one who helps connect Gru and the Vicious Six.
If you ever get famous, remember who gave you your first gadget.
And in the first movie, he faithfully supports his endeavors by building gadgets and keeping any and all distractions from villainy away. But on the other hand, this does mean that Nefario had no problem going behind Gru's back and sabotaging the family he was trying to build. What keeps him in the gray area, despite his insistence on being an evil, or at least not good, scientist, is his loyalty to Gru. While he wavers a lot, like leaving him in the second movie temporarily to work for El Macho, he ends up proving his loyalty by rejoining Gru in the end. In the fourth movie, he even restores Gru Jr. to normal after he's mutated by Maxime's cockroachification ray. Nefario isn't a good guy by any means, but he is a good friend, and he's willing to place his loved ones above villainy every time. From one loyal companion to another, Gru's dog-like thing, Kyle, is next. There isn't really much to say about him. He's a pretty ill-behaved dog, given how he initially tried to attack Agnes when she first arrived, and generally acts hostile towards most people he encounters. That said, he does show some level of loyalty to Gru and his family, and it seems like he's warmed up to Agnes later on, even going as far as to play a dragon at her fairy princess-themed birthday party. On the topic of loyalty, it's finally time to talk about the Minions. While the spin-off trio, Otto and the Mega Minions, got some points for their general goodwill towards Minion kind and beyond, we have to talk about the absolute menaces the Minions are. We could talk about their whole purpose being to serve the most evil master they can find, from dinosaurs to cavemen, but that's just how they're made. You can't fault them for an act of God, right?
It's an act of God. Ain't no account for no act of God.
We could wonder all day what criminal activities they've gotten up to over the decades, but all we know is that they like serving supervillains, and they like bananas. So we're gonna give them the gluttony medal. But despite their loyalty and genuine love for their masters, the reason they're this low is because of how they treat each other. The Minions, they just absolutely throttle each other. It can be as innocent as a prank, or as severe as them actually dogpiling one of their own and beating the living crap out of them. Take the fourth movie, for instance. One Minion gets stuck in a vending machine, and the Minions not only refuse to help him, but at the end of the movie, it's revealed that they never even went back for him. They literally left this guy to rot in a vending machine for eternity because it was funny. And finally, rounding out the gray area, we have Herb Overkill, one half of the main villain duo of the first Minions movie. Herb is his wife's opposite in many ways. He's nowhere near as ruthless as Scarlet, first of all, mainly acting as her inventor and second in command. He's more than willing to torture anyone who crosses her, which simultaneously showcases some devotion to his wife and some disdain for literally everyone else. They actually have a loving relationship, which earns him one of our more respectable Lust Sinner medals. In addition to his love for Scarlet, it's worth mentioning that Herb himself isn't really that bad. When torturing the Minions proves futile, he decides instead to befriend and play with them,
Prepare for torture, which I do.
showing that he's more than capable of being friendly when he's left to his own devices. But now we're getting into those with truly despicable traits. This is the bad to evil category, or if you prefer, the despicable them. He's nowhere near a supervillain, but we have to mention Antonio. El Macho's son is a twig with black hair and a decent fashion sense. In other words, he's the most dashing man Margot has seen in her entire life, which is why, after inviting her to his party as a date, It really hurt to see him two-time her by dancing with another girl. Gru's mother, Marlena Gru, is up next. When you're such a hateful mother that you're the entire reason your son is a supervillain in the first place, there's really no other category we could even think about placing you in. Throughout Gru's life, he's worked to impress his mother with his ambitions and dreams, to which every time she's answered him with cold, callous insults. When Gru tells her he wants to go to the moon, she tells him
NASA isn't sending the monkeys anymore.
She also openly favored her other son, Drew, who she didn't even tell Gru existed until he was a middle-aged man with a family and a mortgage. And the final character who isn't in full-on supervillain territory, Miss Hattie, is up next. She's the owner of the orphanage in the first movie, and despite working as a caretaker for kids who have nobody else to turn to, still manages to be one of the scummiest characters in the entire franchise. She uses the girls as child laborers to sell her cookies, giving them daily quotas and shouting at them when they fail to reach them, even placing them in boxes of shame when they disappoint her. This may be a hot take, but we're giving her the Greed Sinner medal. Using child labor to sell your cookies is a whole new level of greed. Her cruelty extends beyond that, though. She's also verbally abusive to her girls, even telling Edith directly,
You're never gonna get adopted, Edith. You know that, don't you?
She's proven wrong when Dr. Gru pays a visit, who she suddenly feels no need running a background check on once he compliments her. She almost seems worse than the supervillains in certain ways. I mean, at least they're honest about how evil they are, unlike her. Every villain needs resources to do their dirty work, and that's where Mr. Perkins comes in. As the Bank of Evil's president, he loans out funds to support villains in their various schemes, which means that he's also an accomplice to every villain he's ever worked with. You could argue that the man's just trying to run a business, but it is an evil one. I mean, it says so right in the name. He's also the father of Vector, and while he isn't an outstanding dad by any means, he at least supports Vector in his villainous endeavors.
Don't worry, the moon is as good as ours.
And as of the ending scene of Despicable Me 4, they're both in prison for presumably life, so they have plenty of time to bond. But now it's time to move into the main villains of the franchise, starting with the least evil of the group, El Macho. A notorious supervillain with manliness to spare. It's said that he died riding a shark strapped with dynamite into an active volcano, but it turns out he just faked it for views. While they were busy viewing this, he worked on making PX-41, a serum that turned ordinary creatures like minions into mindless zombies of destruction.
It's time for me to make a spectacular return to evil.
He planned to use this to take over the world, even inviting Gru to join him. What a nice, generous guy. Oh, actually, he's trying to take over the world. The closest thing he has to any redeeming qualities is the fact that he at least seems to be a decent father to his son Antonio. Next up is one of the newest villains, Valentina. Acting as one of the secondary antagonists of Despicable Me 4, she doesn't seem to be nearly as malicious as her boyfriend. That doesn't take away from her acting as an accomplice everywhere he goes, though. Whether he's planning mass murder, kidnapping, or legitimate crimes against humanity, Valentina is right there in the passenger seat. I guess if nothing else, she's a decent girlfriend who tries to be supportive of her man, but that only saves her from falling so low. Rolling right into our next spot is Principal Jubel Schlecht. Starting with the obvious, she's the head honcho of a notorious supervillain school. She's trained countless villains in varying degrees of evil, most notably her favorite student, Maxime Lamel. After Gru and his team steal the school mascot, she wastes no time in telling him exactly where Gru's family is located, knowingly placing him and his family in grave danger. She also took no issue with terrorizing the girls and even attempting to kill their mom in front of them. This lady is seriously messed up, but we can't deny that she's doing her job well. Her students really outdo her in terms of villainy. We've now entered the bottom 5, and it begins with the villain who started it all, Vector. The man who commits crimes with both direction and magnitude, Vector has the confidence of a god and, to an extent, the criminal capabilities to back it up. Vector is absolutely ruthless, with a security system with an arsenal fit to rival the US military, and enough evil in his heart to use it without any hesitation. And speaking of no hesitation, Vector doesn't mind using his kids in his schemes. When Gru steals the moon, Vector kidnaps the girls and holds them hostage until Gru gives him the moon, showing that he was fully willing to murder 3 children to achieve his goals. He didn't learn his lesson either. In the short film Mooned, Vector is offered a ride from a friendly minion, but he refuses it, which results in him getting stranded even further into space on Mars.
This is totally what I planned! Ha!
He did somehow make it back home, given that he's now in prison in the ending scene of Despicable Me 4, and he seems to be enjoying himself. I guess if we had to say anything overtly good about him, it's probably that he at least tries to make the color orange look good, which is truly a heroic achievement. But from one side of the color wheel to the other, we have a character who's been a bad boy. Balthazar Bratt lands just outside of our podium of evil. And honestly, we do kind of feel for him. Child stardom isn't easy, especially when Hollywood decides to cancel your show the second you start being a little less cute. Desperate to hold on to his fame, Bratt went crazy and decided to become the mini supervillain character he played on TV.
I've been a bad boy.
First things first, the Pride Center medal has to go to this guy easily. From merchandise of himself to robots shaped like himself, Brad is obsessed with being seen and loved by everyone around him. But more than that, he wants revenge on Hollywood for casting him aside. So he plans to reenact one of his iconic TV episodes by setting the whole city up into space. As if this weren't bad enough already, he becomes even more sinister by kidnapping Gru's girls to distract him from stopping his plan. Brat lives up to his name. His childhood trauma might earn him some sympathy points, but it doesn't make up for how surprisingly threatening he was. Now, we hate to give these guys a medal of any kind, but the bronze medal of evil goes to the Vicious Six, obviously excluding Wild Knuckles. Bellbottom, Svengeance, Jean-Claude, Nunchuck, and Stronghold. These 5 are among the most notorious supervillains the world has ever seen, with a reputation that really makes you wonder who's making merchandise of all these wanted criminals. But that question can wait. For now, all you need to know is that they're not just villains, they're traitorous villains. Despite Wild Knuckles going in solo to steal the medallion and leading the group for years, they're all perfectly fine with betraying him and leaving him to die so they can bring in a fresh face to the team. When Gru shows up, they thank him for his dedication by kidnapping him and holding him hostage, showing that, like the previous 2, they have no problem involving literal children in their schemes. They also tried to straight up crucify Gru on a giant clock tower, which is just a whole new level of screwed up. You guys should sit down for this one because Scarlet Overkill has officially been demoted from her status as Despicable Me's most evil villain. Don't go thinking we've softened up on her though. Sure, she grew up impoverished, but that doesn't excuse her lifelong ambition to steal the Queen's crown and become the ruler of England, and eventually the whole world.
You have no idea who you are messing with. I am the greatest supervillain of all time!
She's undoubtedly committed some unspeakable crimes to get there, given how she's lauded as the most dangerous supervillain in the world, and openly threatens to kill the minions if they fail her. Thankfully, the minions don't fail her, instead getting the crown by a freak accident, giving it to her once confronted. She thanks them, naturally, by sentencing them to be tortured in a dungeon by Herb for their perceived betrayal for eternity. To hold a grudge against a malicious traitor is one thing, but to hold a grudge against someone you just thought was betraying you, that's a mindset worthy of the Wrath Sinner Medal. That said, she does love her husband at least. Heck, even in prison, they're still dancing together and having a great time. And she did seem sincerely grateful when Bob gave her his miniature crown. Scarlet is just about pure evil, but we can't help but feel bad. Her head is clearly not in the right place, and hasn't been for years. It doesn't justify anything she does, but it's proof that she isn't outright soulless, at least. The gold medal of evil has to go to none other than the newest Despicable Me villain, Maxime Lamel. And this guy, oh boy, this guy honestly surprised us. More so than any villain before him, Maxime absolutely hates Gru. This is not just due to Gru placing him under arrest with the AVL, but due to Gru stealing a song for the talent show in 9th grade. It's been literal decades, and Maxime still holds an intense grudge over this, to the point where he manages to break out of jail after threatening to kill Gru and his whole family. Gru is relocated as a result, leaving Maxime and Valentina to hunt him down to enact his evil plan, kidnapping Gru Jr. and taking him as his own son. Yes, really. Many of the villains in this section have involved kids in their schemes, but 1, none of them were as young as Gru Jr., and 2, none of them planned to do this from the beginning. Maxime's entire plan is to kidnap an infant child, and once he does, he hits him with the cockroachification ray, turning Gru Jr. into a mutant cockroach human hybrid to help kill his own father. That's some Joker level pettiness and malice right there. But while that would at least make it reasonable to place him at the top of our list, We have one more scene that justifies his placement even more. In one scene, he has to stop by a gas station, and while there, growing frustrated by the card reader not working, he hits an innocent gas station attendant with the cockroach ray. Now you'd think, okay, he's just turning this dude into a cockroach hybrid to work as a servant. But you'd be wrong. He just shoots the guy, laughs about it, and then leaves. There was no benefit to his plan here at all. No pettiness or sabotage, no justification at all. Maxime just ruined a man's life and mutilated his body and mind for literally no reason. If you ask us, the trampling he got at the end of the movie was too light of a punishment. He has all of the worst characteristics of the villains before him and then some, making him an easy choice for the most evil character in the Despicable Me franchise. DreamWorks Animation's The Wild Robot may be brand new, but I'm pretty confident it's one of the best of DreamWorks' entire lineup. We're talking Shrek 2 levels of quality here, folks. And with a cast full of pretentious beavers, copyright-infringing falcons, and friendly robot serfs, there's plenty of goodness to go around. So we ranked all the Wild Robot characters from good to most good.
You do not belong here. This is a wilderness.
And I am a wild robot.
So today we'll be starting off with the least good. Characters who are good, but selfish. And we kick the list off with the closest this movie has to a kinda, sorta villain. Vantra is up first. As the main antagonist of the movie, it makes sense that she's in the lowest spot on our list. Granted, we can't exactly call her evil since she's more of a morally neutral character. Like, she literally calls herself one. Not a lot of wiggle room there. Still, discredit where it's due, for a morally neutral character, Vantra really toes the line. While she's a robot created to serve her company wholeheartedly, sort of akin to Otto from WALL-E, she's also disturbingly ruthless in pursuit of her goals. Most notably, when she's trying to detain Roz, she sends out other robots to attack her and the forest animals.
Are those your parents?
And when they're defeated, uses their corpses as bombs that end up causing a pretty devastating forest fire. Complete disregard for natural life and the environment as a whole earns her the lowest spot on our list, but again, she is just doing what she's programmed to do. Something tells me there's something much more sinister behind all that programming, but let's save that discussion for the sequel this movie is gonna get eventually, hopefully. Next, we have the first organic life forms on our list, the other geese. Man, poor Bright Bill. You spend the first act of the movie rooting for him to learn how to swim so he can connect with the rest of his species, only for them to immediately turn on him for no reason other than him being raised by the monster, who literally never did anything to them.
Suddenly, I'm thinking I should maybe just stay with you guys this winter.
Nope. Their meaningless bias earns them the Wrath Cinder Medal, and their second to last place spot is earned by their sheer insensitivity. Like, even if Roz was a monster, why is that a reason to hate on Bright Bill for being raised by her? To make matters worse, these birds know that Roz killed Bright Bill's family, albeit accidentally. So their response is to bully him for it? I really wish I could just put these guys in the bad category, but they do eventually warm up to Bright Bill and even help the rest of the forest animals protect their home from universal dynamics. You know, after Bright Bill saves all their butts. And closing out the lower category of do-gooders, we have the raccoons. True to the stereotype, these little bandits earn themselves the Greed Cinder Medal. They see something shiny and remotely interesting, they want it, and they'll take it. Even if it means harassing Roz to take some of her appendages for what seems like nothing but sheer fun. Like the geese, they're mainly motivated by selfishness and fear, which at least isn't as bad as them wanting to cause anybody harm. And also like them, they ultimately come around to help protect the forest when they're needed. Which brings us to our middle category, which is made up of flawed but heroic characters. And sneaking into this category against all odds is Fink, Roz's BFF, best fox friend. Of course, that's not to say things were smooth sailing for these two right from the get-go. Fink makes a pretty poor first impression by attempting to steal Bright Bill's unhatched egg from Roz. He then doubles down on that crummy reputation by calling himself a gooseling expert and offering his services to help find food for the little guy.
Easy, I can teach him the way my mom taught me.
Unfortunately, his expertly crafted approaches largely fail, but he's kind enough to eat all that excess gooseling food for himself. Which is actually pretty darn generous of him, especially for a fox. And wait a second, Gluttony Cinder Medal. That's not an easy track record to bounce back from, but Fink is actually a pretty decent guy. Most of his worst attributes are due to his rough upbringing and lack of friends. Once he becomes friends with Roz, he slowly becomes a better person, ultimately helping to save the rest of the forest critters from a freezing storm and rallying them together to unite to protect each other in their home. The power of friendship really does change people for the better, especially if you're a fox in a DreamWorks movie, apparently. Oh damn. No, really, nice damn, Paddler. Paddler is another character who turns out to be a much nicer of a guy than he's given credit for, similar to Fink.
Do everyone a favor and expire downstream.
Even if, unlike Fink, his most prominent sin is pride, for which we'll be giving him the Pride Sinner Medal. This is one beaver who takes a lot of pride in his dam work, and his other projects too, like trying day after day to gnaw the biggest tree in the forest down to the point of timber. The other animals make fun of him for this constantly, but he stays determined, which I guess you could paint as a good or bad trait. You might assume him to be a stuck-up shut-in at first, and he at least kinda is that, but he's also compassionate. When Roz breaks his leg helping Bright Bill learn how to fly, he makes her a new one out of wood. He's also willing to help the other animals knock down the giant tree as a means of helping put out the aforementioned forest fire, albeit only after some apologies from the others for insulting him all those years. After the fact, he's even kind enough to make hand-whittled sculptures of himself and his friends. I mean, sure, he makes himself the biggest one, but that's the privilege of being an artist. For our next entry, we choose the bear, even if we wouldn't have in the first act of the movie. The bear is, well, he's a bear. A bear voiced by Mark Hamill, but a bear nonetheless. And that leads to him being aggressive towards any meager creature who comes his way.
I know predators, and those are predators.
Despite being the biggest and strongest critter in the forest, though, the bear isn't a bad guy. When it comes down to it, he uses his strength for good. From being the first to agree to a truce with the other animals during the snowstorm, to being the first to reassure Fink that he'll still have friends once Roz is gone. Of course, it is worth noting that he has hunted plenty of prey in the past, and while animals having survival instincts is far from unreasonable, we still can't call him as pure as some of the other characters. Nearing the top of this category, we have Pinktail, the mother of 7, almost 6 briefly, baby possums. Right off the bat, Pinktail's mothering skills earns her a lot of points. When Roz tries to pawn Bright Bill off on her, it's Pinktail who returns him safe and sound to his unofficial mother. She even indirectly gives her a task to raise him, ensuring the little guy won't be abandoned.
Taking care of him is your task now. Task acquired.
Given how much she undoubtedly has to deal with on a day-to-day basis, the fact that her heart still has room to care for other people's kids alongside her own says a lot about how great she is. Of course, there's also the fact that she expressed slight disappointment upon seeing that one of her 7 children didn't just straight up die.
It's okay, Mom. I'm alive.
Like, I get that motherhood is exhausting, but being relieved by your kid's death is pretty screwed up. Despite that, she seems to have a good heart, but she may just need a babysitter. But let's round out this category with the otters. While they don't do much remarkable throughout the film, aside from the baby otter getting the other animals' attention for Fink's pro-Roz speech, they're notable for being the first animals Roz sees when she wakes up. While the majority of the forest population immediately ostracizes and or attacks her, these little otters are pretty chummy with her, until she suddenly wakes up, startling them in the process. And I mean, come on, just look at these little guys. The penguins have officially received their rivals in terms of cute and cuddly. And this brings us to our final category. It's time to discuss our top 5, where we have the pure good characters. At number 5, it's finally time to talk about that iconic android with a heart of gold and a home of grass. That's right, it's time to talk about Rummage. What? Who'd you think I meant? Don't tell me you forgot about Rummage, the character who was so determined to give us a taste of that sweet, sweet world building, that she was revived from robot death just to do it. Not just that, upon waking up, she offers Roz an ear to listen to her woes, and upon realizing that she's defective, aka able to experience emotions, straight up gives her a part of her body so she can be taken back to where she belongs. I mean, sure, when you say it like that, it sounds kinda messed up, but still, as far as emotionless robots go, Rummage was an MVP in her own right. I hope she's enjoying her rest. When Roz needed someone to help Bright Bill learn how to fly, she used Thunderbolts, and it was super effective. I mean, granted, this guy had way less screen time than I would have expected, but from what we see of him, this mighty falcon helped the infamously unpopular Bright Bill learn how to fly so he wouldn't miss out on migration. He even helps him to feel more confident about his short wings, showing that he's both an altruist and a body positivity guru. All of that is on top of Thunderbolt apparently asking for nothing in return for training Bright Bill. That is, except for not being sued by Pikachu. I can only imagine the legal battle that would ensue if Thunderbolts were a mouse. But I digress. Let's soar into our podium of good, starting with the bronze medalist, Bright Bill. Bright Bill is an adorable runt of a gooseling taken in by Roz as a baby. Or I guess as a fetus in an egg, if you want to be technical. My point is, Bright Bill imprinted on Roz right away, and spends most of the movie following the innocent, naive kid archetype to a T. Of course, this can get him into a fair bit of trouble, most notably when he accidentally gets the Rosum units to attack his fellow geese after mistaking one of them for his adoptive mom. But that does nothing to take away from his good traits. In the same scene, for instance, he ends up using his just learned flight skills, along with his lack of fear of the Rosums, to lead the other geese to safety. There's also the tiny detail that despite Roz accidentally killing his whole family before he was born, Bright Bill forgave her way quicker than most people would, which I'd say is pretty darn admirable. And speaking of which, my next task is to tell you who gets the Silver Medal of Good, and that's none other than Rosum 7134. But you can just call her Roz, of course. Despite initially being an emotionless robot, Roz adopts a baby gooseling and slowly has to override her own programming to deal with the crushing obligation/blessing that is motherhood.
How would you rate my performance?
On top of being literally factory made to help others however she can, and being prevented from causing any harm to them, Roz prioritizes helping her friends above all else. During a snowstorm, she rescues all of her animal friends with the help of Fink, ensuring everyone is safe and warm in her shelter, and nearly dying in the process. That's a common pattern with Roz, actually. She constantly risks her neck to help others, particularly Bright Bill, who she's fully ready to die for on at least 2 different occasions throughout the movie. In the end, she makes the tough decision to allow Universal Dynamics to take her prisoner, so that the forest animals will never have to see their home burnt and destroyed in pursuit of her again. It's a bittersweet ending, but above all else, it shows that Roz is always going to place others' well-being far, far above her own, and that is truly the essence of a hero. But while a case could be made that Roz is one of the most heroic protagonists in DreamWorks history, this movie has one character we consider even more noble. The Gold Medal of Good has to go to Longneck. In his very first appearance, Longneck earned a lot of good points right off the bat. When he meets Roz, he compliments her boy's flight skills, showing that he's on good terms with both Roz and Bright Bill, and the only goose who tries to be civil with either of them. But what really makes him a top tier pick is the way he goes out. Remember the plan I mentioned earlier where Bright Bill led the other geese away from the Rosums to safety? Yeah, the thing is, those robots were firing a lot of lasers, and as such, the geese needed a shield. That shield just so happened to be the very same tall old British goose who came up with the idea in the first place. Even down to the little detail of him getting killed in the crossfire to buy his young trainee some time. Longneck was willing to sacrifice his own life for the good of his whole species, so they could escape and have a better life. Not to mention where they were all unified under the very same bird they used to look down on. Longneck will be missed, but we're giving him the Gold Medal of Good fitting for such a long, noble spinal cord. For the most part, Pixar has a surprisingly good track record when it comes to sequels. Okay, mostly good track record. And we're happy to say that we think that Inside Out 2 is a great one. So with another existential crisis complete, today we're ranking all of the characters in Inside Out 1 and 2 from good to most heroic. Spoilers ahead.
I plan for the future. Oh, I can show you. You're gonna love this.
Now, given the core message of these movies is just every emotion is important, there aren't any characters we'd describe as outright bad or evil. So today we're going to start with the least upstanding citizens to the most pure-hearted standing with the gray area. And we could come up with any number of reasons why we're giving the lowest spot on our list to anxiety, but come on, she is the literal personification of a mental illness. And we were already ready to place her in the evil category for that alone, and I'm sure anyone else in the audience who's had to deal with one of these little orange ragdolls of their own would agree. But maybe we can show some grace. Anxiety acts as the main antagonist of Inside Out 2, and her whole goal is basically to rebuild Riley's personality from the ground up, so that she can fit in with the cool kids. Like Fear, her main motivation is her, well, fear, but in her own words, the main difference is that Anxiety fears what she can't see.
And my job is to protect her from the scary stuff she can't see.
This results in her essentially gaining a tyrannical rule over Riley's mind, forcing others to think up anything that could possibly go wrong, and being willing to capture anyone who gets in her way. Now, to her very limited credit, Anxiety does have good intentions. Add that to the list of sentences I thought I would never say. She genuinely does want Riley to be happy, to have good friends, to make the hockey team, and live a good life as a whole. It's just that her way of going about this is, well, it's atrocious, really. She uses her talent for overthinking to remake Riley's personality from the ground up, causing her to betray herself constantly for the sake of fitting in. When she realizes what she's been doing to poor Riley all along, she is genuinely horrified by it and decides to relinquish control. While she never truly fades, she and Joy cooperate to make sure that she never goes quite so overboard again. Not only is taking a break a really good piece of advice for anxious people in general, but it proves that Anxiety, the character, not the illness, isn't actually evil. She just gets overwhelmed very easily. Still, her misdeeds are enough to place her at the lowest spot on our list by a long shot. And I think we speak for everyone with Anxiety when we say, we still don't trust you. You might mean well, but we still don't trust you. No offense. Taking the second lowest spot, let's give a quick shout out to the construction workers in Riley's mind. These little blue guys are seen throughout both movies, but most notably in the second film where they infiltrate Riley's mind for their demo day, which is their way of breaking her mind down so they can expand it as she slowly enters adulthood. If you've ever wondered why puberty is such a long, painful process, this isn't that kind of channel, but Inside Out 2 has a fun explanation. These guys show up one day, start smashing your mind, and then leave without finishing their work for presumably years. This might be the only case where giving construction workers the sloth sinner medal makes any sense. They're not bad, they're just doing their job, but they still lack the consideration to give Riley's regular emotions any heads up.
Wow, those guys are jerks.
Not to mention how reckless they are, as one almost chainsawed Fear and his teddy bear in half. Rounding out the bottom three is Jangles. In Riley's mind, Jangles is a monstrous clown creature who lives to terrorize her however he can. In reality, he's just a children's birthday party entertainer who accidentally scared Riley when she was very young, thus leaving her with chronic fear.
Did you say birthday?
He's not an intentionally evil character by any means, and unlike Anxiety, he doesn't run the risk of ruining Riley's life. So we'll give him just a slightly more respectable spot, even though personally, I hate clowns. Next is Riley's deep dark secret. And no, this isn't a manifestation of Riley's fear of the dark, nor is it a cameo of Dark from Orion in the Dark. Rather, this guy represents a secret so heinous that Riley's subconscious has decided to hide it away behind a vault. The secret in question might have gained him an even lower spot, but the post-credits scene reveals that apparently this memory is that of Riley burning a hole in a rug. And if that's your worst secret you have to hide, never change, Riley. While it's sure to cause her a lot of jealousy, we have to give the next new emotion, Envy, a relatively low spot on our list. First of all, yeah, Envy is going to take the Envy Sinner medal. I don't think we really need to explain that one. But now on to morality. And honestly, in that regard, Envy might even be more overtly questionable than Anxiety. Nobody likes jealousy, and like Anxiety, Envy causes people to do a lot of selfish things. In Riley's case, it leads her to abandon her friends in favor of the Firehawks in the hopes that she won't be alone when her old friends go to a different high school. Envy could definitely be doing a lot worse, but she worries more about social status than anything else, and unlike Disgust, this is less for the sake of protecting Riley and more for the sake of making sure she has all her wants. Her constant thirst for popularity and inclusion makes her a great right-hand helper to Anxiety, leading to her being more involved in her schemes than the other emotions. Now it's time to get to the first character who exists outside of Riley's mind, Coach Roberts. She's not a prominent character by any means, but she's notable for being the one to invite Riley and her friends to the Firehawks training camp. She's also notable for shouting at Riley and friends for not settling down after she told them to in the locker room, causing the whole team to have their phones confiscated. To be fair, she is their coach, so that's just kind of part of her job. She seems like a decent, respectable person in a general sense, but she's also one of those teachers who will punish everyone for the misdeeds of just one student. Don't sweat the small stuff, coach. You could learn a thing or two from Ennui. I guess Ennui is a nice guy. He's that one cousin at family gatherings who just hangs out on his phone until he's spoken to, since there's nobody there near his age. While his stoicism is sometimes used to push Riley further away from her friends and her sense of self as a whole, he is one of the least troublesome of Riley's new emotions, which makes a lot of sense given that his whole character is just the embodiment of boredom and impartiality. And for those reasons, we'd say he's the perfect character to round out the gray area. So now we move into the more overtly good guys of the series, and as you likely would expect, there's definitely more of them. These characters are the good. And kicking this category off is the fourth of Riley's new emotions, embarrassment. And unfortunately for everyone, he's here to stay, so get ready to spend long nights thinking about that one moment from middle school. I'm just kidding. There's definitely more than one. Anyway, embarrassment is more than just a big, shy dude built like Charlie from Smiling Friends. He's much more, in fact. Embarrassment might serve to help Anxiety and the others in their goal to remake Riley into a more overthinking, inauthentic person, but he's shown frequently to disapprove of her methods. Several times throughout the movie, he goes against Anxiety. Most notably, he refuses to expose that Sadness is hiding in the control room while the others go on their journey. While he can't do it openly for fear of being suppressed by Anxiety, and does end up helping to capture Sadness, Embarrassment still does all he can to thwart Anxiety's plans from behind the scenes, which makes him the most decent of the newcomers. And I mean, come on, just look at how he carries little Envy in the palm of his hand. If that's not adorable big brother energy, I don't know what is. But enough of the rookies, where would we be without the OGs like Disgust? One of Riley's original 5 emotions, Disgust functions the most similarly to fear by keeping Riley from doing things that are dangerous to her. Except those things are less overtly dangerous, and more so things that would make her feel unhappy or unsafe.
We've got a stairway coming up.
For instance, she'll keep Riley from putting on someone else's mouth guard, or at least from keeping it on. The reason we rank her as the lowest of Riley's original emotions is a role in Riley making her first friend. Her hesitation to help Grace due to her being a social outcast shows a bit of an ego on her, but she does earn points for being a sympathetic friend to the other emotions and placing Riley's well-being above all else at the end of the day. It might be a surprise seeing him this high up, but Anger gets to show off a lot more of his good side in the sequel. Don't get the wrong idea, he's still the same short-tempered little red box we all know and love. His outbursts and occasional use of force are enough to give him the Wrath Sinner medal as expected, but when Joy starts to get stressed out during the search for Riley's old self, it's surprisingly Anger to calm her down and encourage her not to give up. He also proves himself to be surprisingly resourceful and creative.
Can somebody pinch me?
Thank you!
When the forklift Joy is trying to use won't work, Anger comes up with the idea to use a giant vacuum in reverse to propel them up the wall they're trying to climb. And later on, he calls on the legendary Pouchy to help them out of a bind. But speaking of Pouchy, believe it or not, he's kind of the main reason Anger isn't any higher. I know you were in a rush, man, but how do I put this delicately? You know how you shoved your entire fist into a person's mouth to try and dig out helpful items for your adventure? That's assault, brother. Thankfully, they seem to have made amends by the end of the movie, showing that as angry as Anger is, he's willing to bury the hatchet with the people he's wronged. Moving on to Anxiety's less intense, more helpful counterpart, Fear. Fear's fatal flaw is pretty obvious. He's admittedly kind of a coward at times due to his fears, which are many. Rather than being a chronic overthinker like Anxiety though, he's focused on things that are concrete and overtly dangerous.
Oh, I'm so jumpy, my nerves are shot!
Ew, I don't want to hear about your nerves.
Meaning that he's much more consistently effective at protecting Riley from pain and danger without the need to try and psychologically terrorize her with various hypotheticals. It's also worth noting that Fear is prepared for a disaster inside Riley's mind, like using a parachute he just happened to be wearing to keep the emotions from falling to their deaths. His paranoia is really his worst character trait, and even that's never intended to be a bad thing. Heck, it's usually not even detrimental to Riley or anything. Though in the sequel, he does say at one point that he believes he can fix anxiety, and while we're not sure that's a moral problem, there's definitely something to be said about that. I'm just not sure what. Side note, on the topic of the parachute thing, can emotions die in this universe? What happens if they do? Is it like a lobotomy or something? This is actually the Pixar world I have the most questions about. But for now, let's just finish answering the questions of who's got the best morals, with Joy landing just outside of our top 10. Joy was more or less the protagonist of the first film, and in a sense, also the antagonist. Her insistence on bottling sadness up and keeping her from affecting Riley in any way shows a bit of a control freak nature and a really condescending view of her friend.
It's just really the opposite of what we're going for here.
A point of view that gives her the pride sinner medal. Thankfully though, by the end of the movie, she learns to accept the fact that all of Riley's emotions have important roles to play in her life, and in the second movie, this lesson seems to have stuck. Joy is a lot nicer and more inclusive to sadness, allowing her just as many memories as anyone else. But this is where the new manifestation of Joy's toxic optimism comes into play. Her tendency to throw all of Riley's negative memories away into what is essentially a landfill, leaving her with a sense of perfectionism that makes way for anxiety. And I mean, wow, this movie is way too real. While, like in the first movie, Joy was nothing but well-intentioned here, she did end up affecting her mental state in a negative way. But when anxiety comes around to affect it in a much more negative way, Joy is the one to reach out to her and encourage her to let go. After the storm clears up, Joy reveals that she's become a sort of counselor to anxiety, keeping her from worrying about future events so that Riley can focus on enjoying the present moment. Joy has grown a lot since the first movie, and by her own admission in the second, it's easy for her to get overwhelmed by having to be positive all the time. By embracing sadness as a friend, it's almost like Joy has embraced her own negative emotions and is using them to help the others, which shows that she's not only worthy of being the unofficial captain of Riley's mind, but a much better friend than she was before. Still, we're gonna rank Sadness a bit higher. Sadness acts as the first movie's deuteragonist and teaches perhaps one of the greatest lessons in Pixar history.
It's okay to feel sad sometimes.
And okay it is indeed. Sadness, in a sense, is a much needed source of comfort to those around her. We see this in the first film when she comforts Bing Bong after his rocket is dumped by simply listening to him and giving him a hug when it's needed. And once Joy finally accepts that sadness is a part of life, she's able to do her work to help Riley feel sad for a bit so she can be happy afterwards. In the sequel, after Riley finds out that her friends are going to another high school, it's Sadness who allows her to get in a quick cry session so that she can move on with her day. Out of all the emotions, Sadness is the least aggressive, the least prideful, and at the same time is just as eager to help Riley as the others. But where would any of the emotions be without the girl they belong to, Riley Anderson? This hockey-loving, braces-wearing, anxiety-fueled teenager is back in action with even more screen time. And man, it was painful. Riley's desperation to fit in make her incredibly relatable to the audience. While we see that Riley is a sweet kid, from helping up fallen members of the other hockey team to being a caring person in general, we also see that she's not perfect. Her worst deed, and the one that pretty much lingers over the whole movie, is her tendency to flake on her friends for the sake of getting in good with Valentina Ortiz. She's willing to betray herself and her friendships for the sake of getting close with them, and this ultimately culminates in her knocking Grace down in a hockey-fueled rage. In one of the most stressful scenes in Pixar history, poor Riley has a panic attack as she struggles to cope with her emotions and just how complex they're becoming. The guilt of having hurt her best friend now toppling that already unsteady tower. Ultimately, she does apologize to her friends and they all make amends, and we have to give her a lot of credit for that. Moving on to Bluefy, Riley's favorite childhood cartoon that she still secretly loves. A parody of Blue's Clues, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, and probably 5 other preschool shows. Bluefy is an adorable pink dog who's always looking to help in indirect ways. He's more than happy to help the emotions escape being bottled up if they return the favor by freeing him from Riley's mind prison. That said, he might not be all there, honestly. But sane or not, Bluefy is a good pal who's always there to offer his services in support of his friends. But speaking of friends, this movie has both old friends and new friends, including Val Ortiz. She takes Riley under her wing, sincerely wanting to include her with the team and make her feel welcome. They have a sort of sisterly relationship going on, despite Riley's constant overthinking and anxiety. Val is always genuinely nice to her, even when Riley accidentally gets the group in trouble in the locker room. Val is a sweet girl and doesn't really have a lot of bad traits to speak of. She's the kind of friend everyone hopes to meet in high school. Next is Lance Blade. A character from an in-universe fighting game, Lance is a strong man who desires to do good, but darkness is just outside the gate of his lonely heart.
Don't you remember his power move?
While he may be a bit of an edgelord, he's the nice kind, willing to use his legendary special move to break his buddies out, and even willing to sacrifice himself to take down the entire police force. But as important as crushes can be, friends like Bree and Grace are much more so. These two are always happy to hang out with Riley. They even offer to stick on the same team as her at the training camp so they can all spend extra time together before they end up at separate schools. They're also remarkably forgiving. Despite Riley giving them a cold shoulder for most of the movie and almost straight up concussing Grace, they're quick to forgive her. Grace especially deserves extra points for the fact that she was concerned for Riley's distress, even though she'd literally just shoulder bashed her like she was playing Wario Land. Now, before we get to the top 3, there is one more emotion to talk about real quick: nostalgia. While she only appears in a couple of scenes, like literally 2, nostalgia answers the question that mankind has been pondering for ages. Remember the time? Nostalgia literally exists to occasionally remind Riley and her emotions of her happiest, most cherished memories. Only every so often does she come out of her little room, but when she does, it's always pleasant, even if she hasn't quite been invited yet. Still, you have to wonder what she was doing during the whole anxiety hurricane thing. Our bronze medal of good has to go to Pouchy. Whenever someone in Riley's mind needs help, they just need to call Pouchy, and he'll show up with several items that might help. It's admittedly kind of weird that dynamite always seems to be one of said items, and makes you wonder if Pouchy's motives are as pure as he'd have you think. But that doesn't change the fact that he's more than happy to help literally anyone who asks him. And like we mentioned earlier, he becomes good friends with Anger, despite him practically assaulting him. Pouchy is a true altruist, but there are 2 characters who we would give the slight upper hand. Actually, there's technically 3 more, because the silver medal of good has to go to both of Riley's parents. Pixar's parents are usually pretty good, but Riley's stands out even among the others. Despite their struggles, they always do their best to put on a brave face for Riley, cheering her on at hockey games and always showing interest in both how she's doing and what she's doing. Given just how supportive they are of her, constantly hyping her up at games and pretending that burnt chicken looks delightful, there's never any doubt just how loved Riley is. They're also incredibly patient, even when Riley loses her temper with her mom for seemingly no reason. She doesn't get upset with her, instead understanding that the onset of puberty is nigh, and therefore the emotions are high. As far as fictional parents go, Riley is blessed with some of the best. But finally, the character who takes home the gold medal of good is Bing Bong. Bing Bong was Riley's imaginary bestie in her early childhood. We've already mentioned that Bing Bong loves Riley enough to be genuinely devastated when he finds out that she's slowly but surely forgetting about him. That doesn't take away from him being the most loving character in both films though. Bing Bong literally exists to make Riley happy, and he's more than willing to help Joy and Sadness get back to headquarters as a result. On that note, you know how we joked earlier about the whole "do emotions die" thing? Well, we very well might have found out the answer were it not for Bing Bong. He was willing to sacrifice himself so that Joy and Sadness could reach headquarters, only asking in return that they take her to the moon for him.
Take her to the moon for me, okay?
Without Bing Bong's sacrifice, Joy and Sadness might have never made it back to headquarters, and thus Riley would have, I don't know, but something would have happened. All we know for sure is that his noble sacrifice proves that Bing Bong truly was Riley's friend who likes to play. But more than that, he was Riley's friend who liked her to be happy. That kind of self-sacrificial, albeit imaginary friendship is enough to send him on a rocket to our top spot. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go cry out some candy. It's time to let the awesomeness begin. because Kung Fu Panda is back in theaters, baby. With the latest installment, it's once again time to use our morality scale to break down the good, the bad, and the furry? I'm Kyle with WickedBinge, and this is Kung Fu Panda 4 characters, good to evil. As usual, let's start with our best, brightest, and most heroic, and kick things off with the good section. Without a doubt, our gold medal of good has to go to the Kung Fu Panda himself, Po. Even after 4 films and a handful of side stories, Po still remains his lovable and heroic self, protecting others and doing what he can to save the world.
Attention, mysterious figure! The Dragon Warrior is here to perform justice!
This time around, Po has to deal with letting go of his Dragon Warrior title in order to fully become the Valley's next spiritual leader. For this, we have to give him the Pride Medal, as while Po may not be extremely egotistical, him putting so much stock in his Dragon Master title is what ends up inadvertently leading to the chameleon nearly winning in the end. While he's reluctant to give up this role, we aren't going to dock him too many points, as once he realizes how badly he messed up by holding onto his role, he immediately takes it upon himself to try and fix things, even if it means potentially getting himself killed. He's also a great influence on his new protege, Zen, being kind to her and eventually giving her the motivation to leave the chameleon and try to be a hero instead of just a tricky thief. He may be a bit silly at times, but the panda's got a stomach full of dumplings and a heart of gold. And moving on to our silver medal of good, we have Po's adopted dad, Mr. Ping. Once again, Mr. Ping is definitely the MVP both in terms of Kung Fu Panda characters and DreamWorks dads in general. While he may be a bit more neurotic in this installment, being extra worried for his son given how powerful people claim the chameleon to be, he's still just as supportive as ever, after Po's staff is stolen, while Ping agrees that, yeah, it's a pretty big screw-up. He also takes the time to comfort Po and tell him how changes don't always have to be a bad or scary thing.
Why do you think I always change the menu at the restaurant?
Sometimes they can be good or simply keep life feeling exciting. With the main example of this that Ping brings up is when he became a father, which is really sweet. Afterwards, while we don't see him or Lee do much of the fighting, they still play a part in assuring that their makeshift army of thieves is able to take down a good chunk of the chameleon's army. Right behind him is Po's other dad and our bronze medal of good winner, Li Shan. While Mr. Ping may wear his nervous nature on his sleeve, Lee at times tries to keep calm, all while trying to keep his new business partner and co-parent calm as well. However, even Lee can't hide his protective dad side forever, and when he and Ping go out to try and find Po, it's often Ping who has to act as the fake muscle in order to keep them both out of danger.
Hold me, Ping!
He can be a bit clumsy about it, but hey, he's trying his best. Still, we unfortunately have to give him the Darwin Medal, since a few of these attempts at being tough and warrior-like are done in a pretty dumb way, like how he ends up giving himself splinters or knocking out a few of his own teeth. And much like Mr. Ping, Lee is still just as much of a loving and supportive dad as he was in the last movie, trying to be there for his son whenever he needs him. Heck, just the fact that he was willing to permanently leave the hidden panda village says a lot about how badly he wants to be in Po's life, without taking his son away from the home he's grown up in and sworn to protect. It's great having protective yet supportive parents, but sometimes we need that not-so-gentle push, and that's where Master Shifu, the final member of the good tier, comes in. Shifu is the one insisting that Po must find a protege and move on to the final step of his training for the sake of the Valley of Peace. While he still obviously respects Po and is just trying to encourage him to do the right thing for both himself and the Valley.
Oogway chose you as his successor, and now you must choose yours.
Shifu is also more than a little pushy and often gets frustrated with Po's reluctance. He also isn't afraid to show his shock and mild disapproval at the end of the film when he learns that Po chose Zen to be the next Dragon Warrior. Though, despite his mixed emotions at Po's choice, he ultimately lets it be, once again showing the respect he has for a student, even if he doesn't always understand him. As such, we're sure he'll warm up to Zen eventually too. And that wraps up our good section, which brings us into more neutral territory. These characters fall somewhere in between good and bad. Welcome to the gray area. And starting out this tier is Po's new protege, Zen. While she may be a bit rough around the edges at the start, we see her try to steal several priceless kung fu artifacts from the Jade Palace.
Oh no! He's got a walking stick. What are you gonna do, stroll me to death?
Later on, we again see her lack of morals during the scene in Granny Boar's cliffside restaurant, where she hustles Granny and several others, and then tries to steal a bunch of coin bags during her and Poe's fight with the restaurant's array of rough customers. But of course, Zen's worst moment is when it's revealed that she had been tricking Poe the whole time, leading him into a position where she could get his staff for the chameleon. We should note, however, that Zen immediately regrets this due to the friendship she and Poe have built up by that point. After she discovers Poe is still alive, she puts her all into trying to stop Poe from facing the chameleon again, not wanting him to be killed, and then chooses to fight by his side during the climax.
You sound surprised. Is it surprising?
Though a tad predictable, it's still a really nice arc to see play out. And you understand that Zen was never a truly bad character. She was just trying to survive and was taught by really bad influences. We can't overlook her crimes, but we are willing to give her a chance and are excited to see how she comes into her own as the Valley of Peace's newest hero in training. Now, we wanted to take a brief moment to talk about the minor but still helpful character of Captain Fish. Captain Fish is, well, a fish. He mostly stays in the mouth of his pelican mom, and though he mostly tries to stay out of trouble, for a steep price he'll offer you a ride to Juniper City on his boat. He does try to charge Poe triple for the ride, but eventually just settles for double, which we suppose is something, I guess. He's pretty surly, much like most sea captains you see in movies, but he still does his job well and gets Poe and Zen to Juniper City without any issue, even if he admittedly isn't the best at docking his boat. Later on, we see him try to tell Mr. Ping and Lee that he has seen Poe, and likely would have offered them a bit of extra information. Too bad they were unable to understand him, but I guess it's the thought that counts. It's always great when you get a full redemption arc, but sometimes even a small showing of respect can go a long way. With that in mind, our surprising next entry is Tai Lung. Okay, yeah, the trailers and posters kinda made it seem like Tai Lung was gonna play a much bigger role in the movie. In reality, we only see him in the movie's climax, and even then, he's stuck in a cage most of the time. Credit to Tai Lung, while we're sure he wouldn't care that much about putting others in danger, he does still refuse to willingly give the chameleon his kung fu skills, forcing her to take it from him. Shortly after, he makes a point of telling Poe that Oogway chose poorly and that Poe really screwed up this time. Still, he thankfully isn't able to discourage Poe too much, so this is more just him being a jerk than him being an active antagonist. But beyond Tai Lung just not doing much in general, what allows him to get a decent spot in the gray tier is the moment after the final fight, where he actually gives Poe his respect. He's even the one to lead the others in the grand bow towards Poe. Additionally, Tai Lung is also the one to keep a hold of the chameleon and drag her to the spirit realm. All in all, he may not be the nicest guy around, but he's definitely no longer as much of a villain, at least not in this instance. Now, keeping with our not-so-bad criminals, up next is Han. He's a pangolin who leads an underground group of thieves and was the one to take Zen in when she was a young fox. Naturally, this made her decision to leave the group behind and work for the chameleon all the more of a betrayal, to the point where Han and his crew want to beat Zen up when she returns to their hideout. Still, the fact that Han is willing to cut Zen some slack and allow her and Poe to stay until the coast is clear shows that he may still have a soft side for her. Then again, each time he chooses to help Poe and Zen, he specifically does so under the guise that if he does good now, he can do something more bad and violent later.
Or slow and painful.
With the rest of his crew having a similar mindset. Still, while he may not have the most pure motivations when it comes to helping out, making it very clear that he's only helping take out the chameleon because it would be beneficial for him and the rest of the thieves, he still plays a major role in the fight against the chameleon's army, and we do feel that that counts for something. Now, just barely keeping out of the bad tier is our final entry in the gray, the Bunny Triplets. We actually had a hard time deciding whether or not these guys qualified for the bad section. To call them chaotic and completely rabid is practically an understatement. In every scene with these three, they're gleefully hurting others, either through their pranks or through their own sharp teeth and claws. They attack without warning and then laugh about it afterwards, emphasizing how much they see violence and crime as just a fun game. In all honesty, all of this would probably easily earn them a spot in the bad section under different circumstances. Still, these guys are just little kids, so there's an argument to be made that they could eventually grow out of all this. What's more, much like Zen and Han, they also help just enough in the climax of the movie that we're able to cut them just a bit of slack, even if we can't completely overlook their rabidness. Still, maybe someone should get these guys into a school or something. Maybe that one prison/daycare that Poe briefly mentioned. as they could probably use some additional structure as well as some more positive influences. We finally arrived at the true bad guys of the bunch. These characters are the bad and the evil. Taking our silver medal of evil is another minor character, Granny Boar. She's the manager of the Happy Bunny restaurant, and let's just say she's not exactly world's greatest boss material. Not only is she the only antagonist we meet who doesn't come back in the climax to help in the fight against the chameleon, but she's also just a really terrible person in general. She treats her bunny waitstaff terribly, to the point of forcing one to sit in a pot of broth as he stirs it, making it clear that she could very easily turn him into that day's special if he angers her enough. Given how she forces these bunnies to do all the work without giving them proper compensation or even some basic appreciation, we have to give her the sloth medal alongside the silver medal for evil. She also allows her customers to treat her waitstaff poorly, allowing them to throw knives at the bunnies and steal their tips. And when Mr. Ping tries to stand up to her later on, she just threatens to throw him into the broth pot too.
Keep stirring!
Given the name of the restaurant, it could also be speculated that Granny Boar just stole it from the original bunny owners. Looking at all this, it's really no wonder her staff started cheering when she and the restaurant eventually fell off the cliff and into the ocean. Finally, our gold medal of evil has to go to the franchise's latest big bad, the Chameleon. Once seen as too small and not a good fit to learn Kung Fu, the Chameleon uses her sorcery and intelligence in the hopes of eventually gaining enough power to where no one could ever underestimate her again.
Who's that?
The most powerful shape-shifting sorceress, the Chameleon.
In a way, the Chameleon is described as a sort of mirror to Poe in that both characters were underestimated by society for their bodies, but then went on to gain high status. But as Poe says, she had to steal her newfound skills. Furthermore, for all the changing she does on her outside, she still refuses to change on the inside.
I'm the chameleon. I do nothing but change.
Caring so much about vengeance and petty revenge that she doesn't bother trying to find any other path that could potentially make her happy. But even before she starts stealing kung fu skills from old villains and masters, the Chameleon is already portrayed as a tyrant with a stranglehold on Juniper City, demanding tribute and keeping citizens and thieves alike from making a decent living. These two majorly evil deeds combined earns her our Greed Medal, as well as our Envy Medal, as her desire to be a kung fu master very much comes from her being jealous of those who not only had the skills, but also had the opportunity to train in kung fu. We should also mention the relationship with Zen, which very much has those Mother Gothel vibes in that she only ever helped Zen because she saw herself in Zen and, as such, figured she'd be useful to have around. She may have given Zen food and shelter, but she also treated her pretty terribly, and later made it clear just how willing she'd be to toss Zen aside if she were to ever stop being the thief she knew Zen to be. For all these reasons, she's easily the most evil character in this fourth installment, though in all honesty, she still can't quite hold a candle to some of the franchise's other villains. But good attempt though.
Come on, we gotta go.
It's time to show everyone we're more than meets the eye. Transformers 1 is here, and so is the origin story of these iconic action figures / characters. And today we're ranking the cast of Transformers 1 from good to evil. Without further ado, let's speed on over to the most admirable and noble characters, and work our way down to the most evil. These characters are the good. And honestly, this may not even be fair, but we just have to give the gold medal of good to Primus, who is basically the god of the Transformers universe.
Holy Primus.
Within the first couple minutes of the film, we see a retelling of their home planet's origin, wanting to protect its people and give them a safe home. Primus did the only thing you could do in that situation and turned himself into a planet. We've all been there before, right? Such a noble sacrifice basically makes him worthy of the top spot by default, even if he doesn't really do much directly in the film. But what really gets him boosted up to the top is his protection of the Matrix of Leadership. When Sentinel Prime, who, spoilers, we'll be getting to a lot later on this list, betrays his fellow Primes to try and take the Matrix for himself, Primus decides that it would literally be better to straight up Thanos the Matrix out of existence than to let someone like Sentinel have hold of its power. Everything Primus did was for the good of all the Cybertron, which makes him a pretty easy choice for the gold medal of good. Not too much lower, however, we have the chosen wielder of the Matrix, Orion Pax, later known as Optimus Prime. At first, Orion Pax might seem like the most reckless of the main duo, and while that is true, it actually plays into him being a much more heroic person. He does take a lot of risks throughout the movie, from entering himself in D16 into the Icon race without the latter's consent.
It's time to show him we are more than meets the eye.
To ultimately leading the gang on a dangerous quest to find the matrix of leadership, thus ending the Minorbot's endless loop of mining for Energon. But with all that said, Orion still works harder than pretty much anyone else to create positive social change, never losing hope no matter how bleak a situation seems. His best trait, though, is definitely his protectiveness. You can see throughout the entire movie that Pax is constantly putting others above himself, from rescuing Jazz from an exploding cave against his captain's orders, to single-handedly, literally, protecting B-127 from getting killed by that gigantic sentry ship.
Oh, thank you.
It all culminates in the final act scene where he takes a blast to protect Sentinel from being executed by D-16, nearly killing himself for the sake of saving one of the absolute scummiest characters in the film. If there's any deed that makes you worthy of becoming Robot Jesus himself, it's that. Taking the bronze medal of evil is a character you might have forgotten, but personally, we here at WickedBinge will never forget Steve and the sacrifices he made for robot kind. When B-16 and Orion are sent down to sub-level 50 as a punishment, they meet B-127 and his friends, including Steve, whose accidental death at the hands of Orion reveals that he was holding a long-lost message from Alpha Trion. Without Steve, you might say they would have never found the matrix of leadership. That's truly an impressive record for him, although his inability to even be alive earns him the Sloth Sinner medal pretty easily. Following Steve is his longtime friend and one-time accidental killer, B-127, also known as Bumblebee/Badassatron.
Which is actually pronounced Badassatron.
In all honesty, even without being too familiar with Transformers myself, I always knew this guy was my favorite. He's just such a lovable goof. For his general clumsiness and recklessness, we give him the Darwin Sinner medal. But don't be fooled by that, because he is truly a ride-or-die companion. He wastes no time befriending Orion and D-16, helping them escape to the surface to find the matrix of leadership, all of that for a couple people he just met. He also befriends Alita pretty quickly, which is even more impressive given just how mean she can be. Really, B is very much a donkey from Shrek-coded character.
Really?
The worst he'll do is make a rash decision here and there, or maybe talk a little too much. It never comes with any ill intentions, though. If we had to say anything bad about him, it's that he does take a little too much pleasure in his new knife hands.
Wait, no, it was already like that, right?
Yeah, that's right. It was already like, yeah.
But, come on. Can you really blame him? And rounding out the undeniable good guys, we have Alpha Trion. Trion here is the one who left that essential message to Steve, the MVP of the movie, so for that alone, he naturally earns quite a few brownie points. When Orion and the gang revive him, he directly reveals the truth about Sentinel to them, which kickstarts the second act of the movie and ultimately helps them restore peace to Cybertron. It also keeps them from having to mine for all of eternity, which I'm sure was a nice perk. He's also the one who gave them their transformation cogs, turning them into the more marketable, recognizable versions of themselves. Add to the fact that he's a legit war hero, and you've got a character perfect to round out our good section. But it's time to venture into the more questionable characters. This is the moral gray area. And this might be a divisive entry, but we've decided to give former captain, now commander, Alita 1, a spot in the gray section. This isn't to say that she's some corrupt character or anything, though. It's just that she's more self-serving than others. For one, her best idea of a pep talk is telling Orion that she's better than him in literally every aspect except for hope. That mindset alone earns her the Pride Sinner medal, for one thing. And it adds on to the fact that her whole motivation for everything she does throughout the movie is to get promoted. She's even willing to let Jazz die in a collapsing mine rather than get herself fired, which is a pretty scummy choice. But I guess you could potentially argue that's more like Cybertron's sin rather than hers. She's a very punch first, ask questions later kind of character, which is actually how she gets Soundwave and his allies to join the battle against Sentinel. Still, Alita is ultimately on the side of good. She stays by Optimus Prime's side like Bumblebee after Megatron is banished, and proves herself to be a worthy ally who wants to make a better future for the people around her. She's more of a neutral character, but despite her flaws, Alita is definitely a decent person overall. Moving on to Starscream. leader of the Vigilantes trying to take down Sentinel Prime from the shadows. Knowing what we know now about Sentinel, that might sound like a good thing to do, but then there's Starscream's methods to take into account. After capturing Orion Pax and friends, Starscream literally offers to either slowly, torturously kill them, or to quickly kill them in exchange for information about Sentinel Prime. So yeah, being cool with torture under most circumstances is basically a surefire ticket to get yourself to the gray area. But if nothing else, he did work to inspire a lot of other robots who'd been affected by Sentinel's greed. It's gonna take a lot more screen time to really understand this dude's morals, but he is really one of those characters who could lean either way in the end. And although with much less screen time, we have to give Soundwave and Shockwave a quick mention. Seemingly two of Starscream's most powerful baddies, they ultimately helped to save their leader and friends from Sentinel. That's a pretty good deed, sure, but we can't ignore that it was mostly done out of fear that Alita would hit them again. They definitely seem like the type to just team up with whoever seems most likely to win, which makes their loyalty doubtful at best. But they technically helped out, and they aren't exactly scheming for world domination or anything, so I guess that's kinda good. I'm really digging for scrap metal here, guys. Finally, we get to our last category. We now enter the bad and evil section, and first up is the only one in the category who isn't a full-on villain, Darkwing. There is a lot of corruption going on in Cybertron, and that paves the way for plenty of bullies like Darkwing to gain high positions of power. Darkwing is the kind of guy who will take literally any opportunity to punish people beneath him as brutally as possible. From firing Alita for one single mistake that wasn't even her fault, mind you, to sending multiple Autobots down to sub-level 50 to basically engage in slave labor, which, considering how most of the minor bots were already engaging in slave labor, basically means he was downgrading them to advanced slave labor. The only reason he isn't any lower is the simple fact that despite being a jerk with no redeeming qualities, he's not a full-on villain. I don't doubt that he would be if given the chance, but hopefully getting smashed by an arcade machine taught him a valuable lesson. Landing just outside the bottom three, we have D16, tragically known later as Megatron, the series' most iconic villain. But to his credit, Megatron is the final villain on the list who has anything adjacent to an empathetic origin story. He was initially Orion's best friend and the voice of reason in their relationship, and the two would stick together through anything and everything.
Lovely.
Once it was revealed that Sentinel Prime was a traitor, however, Megatron, understandably I might add, grew delusional with his entire life, realizing everything he did was for the sake of a gluttonous, power-hungry monster. This led D16 down a slow but steady road towards villainy, a road we call Violence Road, and a road that earns him the Wrath Cinder Medal. D16 resorts to violence as quickly as possible with antagonists, more than willing to crush anyone and everyone who gets in his way. Even accidentally shooting his own best friend, nearly killing him instantly, doesn't snap him out of it. And as Megatron is fully willing to let Optimus fall to his death, he reveals that he's already made up his mind about how he wants to use his power. It's a tragic story of corruption and a classic example of that old phrase, hurt people, hurt people. Unfortunately, Megatron went from understanding that as people who've been hurt will hurt others, to, God, I love hurting people who hurt me. And that's led to him inching closer to the very thing he wanted to take down. The Bronze Medal of Evil goes to Sentinel's right-hand lady, Arachnid. Compared to her commander, we don't really get a lot of info about Arachnid. But one thing is for sure, she takes pleasure in serving Sentinel without hesitation, which automatically makes her almost as bad as him, especially considering she's aware of everything he's doing. To name just one of those many things, he bows down to the Transformers' arch-nemesis, the Quintessence. They actually have even less information surrounding them than Arachnid, but the little we do have is enough to place them even lower. These guys get the Gluttony Cinder Medal for their sole motivation being to absorb as much energon as they can from the Autobots. Sure, it's a debt for the power they granted Sentinel Prime, so you could argue it's more of a business thing, but it's kind of like arguing that the guys that were going to shank Aladdin for stealing bread were in the right, just because it was technically legal. But finally, without a shadow of a doubt, the Gold Medal of Evil has to go to Sentinel Prime. Honestly, if there was ever a character who just screamed twist villain, it was Sentinel Prime. At first, I expected him to be secretly enslaving the minor bots to fund his luxurious lifestyle while they thought they were genuinely helping. But it turns out I was mistaken. Sentinel Prime's power was actually a loan from the Quintessence, for which he's being forced to pay back ludicrous amounts of energon in return. Naturally, not wanting to use his own power and effort to do this, he decided to take the transformation cogs of countless Transformers, forcing them to work in the mines all their lives as he lived like a king on the surface. The Greed Center Medal will look great next to all the other shiny stuff in this guy's home. Not that he'll be able to enjoy it much after being brutally ripped in half. But honestly, while Megatron was definitely a villain at that point, I can't say I feel any semblance of pity for Sentinel. This guy literally handicapped countless people, forcing them to work to fund his own greedy, power-hungry lifestyle. Also, he wouldn't have to lift a finger for himself. On top of all that, he betrayed his own fellow Primes and murdered them in cold blood, making the situation even worse for the Autobots. Today, the truth is whatever we say it is, and that truth is that Sentinel Prime is the most despicably evil character in this movie. Honestly, Megatron's gonna have to work overtime to outdo him.
Have you ever asked yourself, what if Garfield were voiced by Chris Pratt and he also had daddy issues? No? Well, me neither, but you know, well, the movie was still fun anyway, so that means it's time for us to rank the Garfield movie's characters from good to evil. Like usual, we'll be starting with the most pure-hearted characters and working our way down. Grab some frozen lasagna with a promotional picture of Garfield on it because we're going to dive right into it with the good. The gold medal of good was a little tough to decide, but we decided it should go to Garfield's adoptive owner, John Arbuckle. While John unfortunately doesn't have nearly as much screen time as you might expect him to from the trailers, the time we do get with him paints him as a truly pure-hearted man. We first see him eating alone in a fancy restaurant, clearly feeling lonely, yet even then, he's genuinely happy to see other families enjoying themselves, showing that he's a compassionate guy. Rather than envying others' lives, John is genuinely glad to see them happy. But most importantly to the movie, he's also an amazing pet owner. He invites baby Garfield to eat with him and doesn't hesitate to buy a family-sized lasagna for him, even after Garfield rapidly ate his own food. He can't bring himself to not take Garfield home with him, and the two become best friends with each other from then on. And the same generous care he lavishes on Garfield, from home-cooked meals to credit card access, is extended to Odie as well, and then later to Vic, who from John's perspective just showed up one day and decided not to leave. That's not to mention his dedication to finding Garfield and Odie when they've gone missing, staying on hold with a computer for days to get any info he can. John is a national treasure and an ideal pet owner who's worthy of our top spot. The silver medal of good goes to one of the most iconic good boys in animation, Odie. Like in the Garfield comics, Odie makes up for his lack of dialogue with his adorable, playful personality and his dedication to help his family and friends however he can. Garfield literally claims that Odie is his unpaid intern, and while there's not really evidence of Garfield bullying Odie like he does in the comics, that's still a questionable assertion, but nonetheless, Odie seemingly doesn't mind it at all. He's always happy to help Garfield with everything from adventures to meal prep and relaxation, constantly putting himself in harm's way for the sake of helping his buddy. In a sense, Odie also acts as Garfield's conscience. Near the end of the movie, when Garfield and Vic go their separate ways, it's Odie whose look of disapproval convinces Garfield to go after him and invite him in. Odie is a hero through and through, to such an extent that he's the only one of the main three automatically concludes is ready for their mission to break into Lactose Farms. The only negative thing we could say about Odie is that he seemed pretty amused watching Garfield and Vic bicker throughout the first act of the movie, but he's still not really losing points for that because, let's be honest, who doesn't love a little drama? Side note, we thought Odie would be a perfect fit for the Darwin medal, but then there was one particular scene where he calculated the exact amount of milk the gang needed to steal in order to pay off Vic's debt.
1,675 quarts of milk, exactly right, Odie.
This is completely unrelated to morality, but I want to make sure the world stays aware that Odie is a mathematical genius, and he has been hiding that from us since the 80s, for which we will give him the Sloth Center medal, if nothing else, but we'll also give him some treats to even it out. Our bronze medalist of good might be surprised, but we have to give it to Garfield's father, Vic. While Garfield and the audience initially thought that Vic had abandoned Garfield as a young kitten, by the halfway point of the movie, the truth comes out that Vic never meant to leave Garfield behind. On the contrary, he was sneaking away to try and get food from a restaurant's trash can. But thanks to this guy, who apparently doesn't know that you can use phones inside too, he had to wait a long time, and by the time he got just enough food for his boy, Garfield was already with his new owner/adoptive dad, John. While Vic was devastated, he decided to keep his distance and watch over Garfield from afar, seeing that Garfield was able to eat plenty and live comfortably with John. Vic is willing to do what it takes to protect and provide for his son, even when it makes him look like the bad guy. In addition to rescuing Garfield and Odie when they're kidnapped by Jinx, he saves them again later in the film by letting Garfield and Odie get captured by the Pound so John would rescue them and they wouldn't get caught up in what he concluded was Jinx conning them.
Oh, Odie, you think he'd see that coming?
He's also remarkably patient with Garfield, despite the undeniable pain he's been through. The only reason he isn't number one, considering all this, is the fact that he did work for an organized crime group, but also, he's a cat, they gotta eat, and even if they have a concept of laws in this universe, we're not gonna count it against the guy to commit a little robbery here and there if it means getting his next meal. Up next, we have a dual entry for the mascots of Lactose Farms, Otto and Ethel. These lovebird bovines, love bovines, if you will, are the mascots of Lactose Farms, who were tragically separated because of, we don't really know know, actually. I don't think they explain it. In any case, these two clearly love each other, to the point where Otto is willing to help 3 complete strangers break into the farm to free her. Their dedication to each other earns them a more respectable than usual Lust Sinner medal. While they both seem like kind characters, we definitely see more of Otto, who offers his services to help prepare Vic and Garfield for their mission. His cynicism can lead to him being a little cold and callous sometimes, but that doesn't make him any less kind-hearted deep down. It's time to close out the good category, so without further ado, the main man himself, Garfield, is up next. The lasagna-loving cat is as lazy, gluttonous, and self-indulgent as ever. It'll be a miracle if John ever puts a dent in all the debt this cat has undoubtedly built up with all his constant food delivery orders. Garfield's affinity for food earns him the Gluttony Sinner medal, without a doubt. But like in the comics, behind Garfield's big gut and bigger attitude lies a pretty big heart, too.
We're gonna need the big scale!
Does she need to announce it to the whole office?
Despite treating Odie as an unpaid intern, he's still generally nice to him. We don't see him kick him off tables here like he does in the comics, and the two seem to have a genuinely wholesome friendship. That friendship extends to John, who we see Garfield tuck in after a long day of work, something he tells Odie not to let anyone know he did. In addition to treating John and Odie well, he's willing to forgive Vic once he learns the truth about why he abandoned him. After he and Odie are safely back home, they go back to save him from Jinx and her crew, earning him some serious hero points. Garfield might be lazy and gluttonous, but he's also a genuinely caring guy, and he's more than earned his spot as an absolute icon. Now it's time to move into the more questionable characters. This is the gray area. Kicking off this category is Vic's crew, one of whom is a cat voiced by Snoop Dogg, in case you weren't already convinced you were witnessing peak cinema here. Like Vic, these cats are technically criminals, given their status as jailbreakers, or would they be pound breakers, and their tendency to steal food. Like Vic, however, we're not taking too much away from them for that, since they're stray cats just trying to survive. That said, it would have been nice for them to be more understanding of Vic wanting to be there for his son, rather than writing him off as a flaker for spending so much time prioritizing Garfield. Thankfully, they do show up at the end of the movie for Garfield's birthday party, so it's probably safe to say they've made amends and are still on good terms, despite their now different lifestyles. Next up is Lactose Farms' purveyor of justice in a very specific vacuum, Margie Malone. As the head of security at Lactose Farms, Margie takes her job very seriously. To an extent, this is a good thing. Margie is intelligent enough to use an app to find out exactly what Jinx is saying during her phone call, despite the language and species barrier. She's ultimately willing to make a deal to apprehend the offender, setting Ethel free at last in exchange for a captured Jinx. It might seem on the surface level that Margie is just doing her job, but her short fuse warrants a more middle-of-the-road placement regardless. She takes a little too much pleasure in fighting animals for our comfort. Even in Otto's memory of her dragging him away from Ethel, she looks to be having the time of her life. This makes her not only his nemesis, but his enemy, and that's not to mention how often she shouts at her poor employees. She's not a bad person, but she could definitely benefit from some anger management classes. Speaking of which, a quick mention of Jinx's first henchman, Cooper, is in order. Cooper was the bird who managed to track down Garfield and Odie in order to kidnap them, and thus kicking off Jinx's plan to lure in Vic. He's the least violent of the 3 henchmen, and he even encourages Jinx to control her temper and remember her anger management therapy. Man, he's not the best guy morally, but he seems like a pretty good friend. I'm sure Jinx will at least be totally appreciative of him, and she just ate him alive. Okay, well, but still, though, credit for caring about his boss and being the only one of her henchmen to really push back against her plan. But to close out the gray area, we have the more memorable of the henchmen, Nolan and Ronald. These unconventional canines might seem like ravenous monsters at first. They are extremely violent when they play, and while the only thing we see them massacre are a couple of display dummies, we can't say with certainty they haven't done that to other people. They do a lot of really horrible things under the command of their boss, Jinx, from kidnapping Garfield and Odie to low-key threatening to kill them if they don't help Vic repay his debt to Jinx. However, during the final battle, these two actually find redemption. When they realize that Garfield and Vic have mended their relationship and have been healed by Jinx's misdeeds, they refuse to kill them, instead turning on Jinx and her evil plan, using Roland's glorious folds as a makeshift paraglider to get the gang away safely. They did a lot of bad things, but in the end, they realized they were being used and chose to befriend decent people and save their lives. And since they show up at the aforementioned birthday party at the end of the movie, it's safe to say that friendship was a good decision. But now, without further ado, it's time to talk about the characters who are worse than a Monday. Okay, maybe not that bad, but the bad to evil are still no picnic to deal with. We only have 2 truly villainous characters to discuss, and the silver medal of evil goes to the answering machine. Okay, we're sort of joking with this one, but come on, if you've ever been on hold for any reason, you felt every bit of John's pain when he was desperately waiting on the computer to finally tell him an associate was ready to speak. As if being an automated customer service system isn't evil enough, at one point this menace asks John what kind of pets he has, only to immediately remind him that this won't help, but that they're only asking him this so he'll get the false sense of them being engaged with him.
There are 1,346 people ahead of you.
What could be more evil than that? Well, look, come on, you know who's number one. It's gotta be Jinx, Vic's former friend and ally turned vengeful psychopath. Now, upon seeing just how angry Jinx is at Vic, you'd think, okay, she deserves the Wrath Sinner medal regardless, but I wonder what horrible things he did to her to deserve this. Well, get this, Jinx was a part of Vic's crew, and when she got caught during a heist, Vic left her behind. At least that's how she'd tell the story. For an unbiased summary, Vic tried to chase after the car holding her, but couldn't catch up because, you know, it's a car. But apparently that wasn't enough to satisfy Jinx, so she resorted to kidnapping Garfield and Odie with the help of her henchmen so that she could lure Vic in, threatening the trio if they didn't pay her over 1,000 quarts of milk to make up for how long she'd been in the pound. Now, not only is Jinx endangering the lives of Vic and two other people who didn't even have a role in the incident, but it turns out that she just wanted to frame Vic so he would get put in the pound, and when it doesn't go to plan, she just decides to straight up murder him.
It was never about the milk.
Tack on the fact that she verbally abuses her henchmen and even literally eats one of them, and you have one irredeemable feline. Seriously, how does she only get community service?
With season 2 just on the horizon, today we're taking a look at Smiling Friends and ranking every character from good to evil. Spoilers ahead, and like usual, we'll be starting with the most noble character and working our way down to the most evil. These characters are the good, and the winner of our gold medal of good truly needs no introduction. It's Smormu, the 5th Smiling Friend. The Smiling Friends are always there to help people smile, but that raises the question, what happens when they need to smile? Smormu is the much sought after answer to that question. He's elected as the 5th Smiling Friend in episode 3, and by the end of that very same episode, he's already on the job, dancing and singing to cheer Pim up after a job gone wrong. For him, at least. Smormu was truly a kind soul who devoted himself to cheering up the people around him. Such impeccable musical talent could have easily been used to enslave all of us, but he only wanted to put smiles on the faces of the world's people. Our only mark against him was that he tragically died by the end credits. Why did you leave us, Smormu? But at least he's up there in heaven, alongside Gilbert Gottfried himself. Yes, really, and no, that wasn't a typo. There's no shortage of cartoons that have depicted God in very different ways, and Smiling Friends was one of the best. This is due in no small part to it being the first and only show to have given God one of the legendary Gilbert Gottfried's final performances before his passing. Here's to hoping God liked his performance, because we know we did. In the Christmas special, Charlie dies and doesn't come back. God gives Charlie a second chance after his untimely death by sending him on an adventure through hell, which actually isn't quite as bad as it sounds, to face his problems. When Charlie manages to make the devil smile in exchange for a return to the living world, God rescues him from being tortured by Satan when he threatens to not hold up his end of the deal.
I hope you learn from this cool experience.
It would have been nice to give him some clothes before waking him up, but you know what? Raising him from the dead was more than enough to make up for that. Our bronze medal of good has to go to Jennifer. Thanks to Pim's almost impressively poor eyesight, he mistakes a lady named Jennifer for Shrimp's girlfriend, Shrimpina.
I have never met this woman in my entire life.
And she may not be her, but she's nice, she works at a coffee shop, and she's into gamers with zero social skills. In 4th place, we have the first member of the main cast, Pim. Of all the Smiling Friends, Pim is the kindest and most outwardly caring of the bunch. He's devoted to never giving up on a client, even when it seems impossible, and takes that sense of optimism everywhere he goes. He's always ready to help, whether it's gathering firewood from a mysterious forest or dedicating himself to a client anyone else would see as a lost cause.
Hey there, little guy. What's got you upset?
Pim is also willing to make sacrifices for the sake of others. When he falls in love with a woman named Jennifer, he's tempted to go on a date with her instead of setting up one with Shrimp like he promised. But while he comes close, the sight of Shrimp crying at the bar with Charlie is enough to get him to do the right thing. This sense of compassion and positivity is at the heart of Pim's character, and really makes him a very SpongeBob-esque protagonist. Just a nice, cheery guy who wants people to be happy. Unfortunately, Pim's best characteristics are also his biggest weaknesses in terms of character. At times, he can grow critical of others who aren't as positive as him, which does reveal that he has a little bit of an ego. Pim can be very inconsistent on getting his way, and he's easily at his worst in the episode Enchanted Forest. Here, he's eager to help the princess of the Enchanted Forest smile again, and maybe do a few side quests here and there like he always dreamed of. But he ends up overwhelmed with bitterness and jealousy when Charlie becomes a hero and takes on all the side quests Pym wanted to do, and his subsequent violent outburst earns him the Envy Sinner Medal. But despite these faults, Pym will always apologize and do his best to right any wrongs he commits. At the end of the day, he's a loyal friend and an altruistic guy who just wants to create as much happiness as he can.
Hello, sir. Why the long face?
It is still weird that he kissed his dad on the mouth, though. Now it's time for our other main character, Charlie. Charlie is by far the more cynical of the main pair, given his more realistic approach to his work as a smiling friend. We have to give him a lot of credit, as we do all of the main cast, for all of his good deeds done through working for them. Charlie works hard to put smiles on the faces of even his worst clients. Like, seriously, nobody would blame you for bailing on the dude who literally ripped your nose off your face. That is dedication. But as for why he's a bit lower than some of his buddies, well, while Charlie's cynicism is sympathetic to an extent, he can sometimes cross the line into borderline callous territory.
I actually thought it was pretty good. I liked it.
Most notably in his work with Desmond in the first episode. Calling someone a lost cause while on the job probably isn't the best way to handle things.
Pip, did you want to show Desmond anything else, or are we good?
Regardless, Charlie's always trying, and he has genuine compassion for the people around him, even comforting Shrimp when he's brokenhearted about losing Shrimpina. Plus, again, we can't put a guy who devotes his life to making people smile at a charity as anything short of a good guy. True to his name in every sense of the word, Shrimp is a shrimp in both the literal and metaphorical sense.
Cooked shrimp.
That doesn't mean he's any less of a decent guy, though. Although his depression at losing his girlfriend turns him into even more of a shut-in than he already was. He is a nice dude who just sincerely wants to win his ex-girlfriend's heart back. He may have lost that battle, but honestly, going from a shrimp to a full-on human lady as a partner is a pretty good upgrade. In the realm of minor characters, we can't forget about 3D Squelton. 3D Squelton is a simple man. He loves balloons, he hates lies, and he's constantly feeling the weight of despair by how much evil is in the world.
3D Squelton just doesn't see a point in living anymore. What's the point? Oh, boo-hoo-hoo!
Relatable on all accounts, really. But let's talk about the strangest character, Gleb. This little green dude is a poet whose words transcend space and time itself. Gleb really just likes to do his own thing, whether that's trying out to be the new Mr. Frog or planning to do some lady watching in Brazil. Nonetheless, Gleb is a friendly guy who's never out to hurt anyone. We may not be sure at all what his job is here, but we're glad that he's doing it. That said, we have to rank him a bit lower, for the fact that he is a bit less loyal to the Smiling Friends as an organization than Charlie and Pym, as shown by the fact that he briefly joined the Frowning Friends alongside Alan.
Alan? Gleb? They have a better 401k. Sorry.
Now, money is one thing, but choosing domestic terrorism over charity is not cool. And at the tail end of our good section, we have the last smiling friend, Alan. While at first glance he might seem a bit callous, Alan is far from a bad guy. On the contrary, sure, he's less outwardly friendly than Pym, Gleb, and even Charlie, which makes him seem less than approachable at first. But Alan's still working hard at the company to bring people smiles and help wherever he can.
Yeah, bye.
Whatever.
He seems to be more of a logistics guy, making sure everything in the fridge is accounted for, and that the strange creatures in the walls aren't taking his cheese. But he's not opposed to helping out with the Smiling Friends clients, especially if it benefits him. That said, we place him at the bottom of the good section for his role in the Season 2 premiere, which featured the legendary Gwimbly. Here, he sprays a homeless Gwimbly with dirty water from a hose for not leaving their property, and later he kicks a tiny critter in the face for startling him. While neither was necessarily malicious, these actions did prove that Alan isn't exactly the most patient guy around. Nonetheless, he's a nice enough guy so long as you aren't foolish enough to take his precious cheese from the fridge. But now, we move on to the more questionable smiles in town. This is the gray area, possibly the hardest character to rank in terms of morality. First up in this tier is Mr. Boss. The eccentric owner of the company, Mr. Boss might seem like some sort of horrific cryptid at first, and frankly, that's not entirely out of the realm of possibility, given how oogly goo he seemed at the end of Gwimbly's episode.
Yep, guess I'm oogly goo.
But as far as cartoon bosses go, Mr. Boss is still easily one of the nicest. He gives his employees plenty of vacation time and even helps organize events for Halloween and Christmas. All of the boss's employees care about him, and it's not hard to see why. He genuinely cares for them as individuals and not just employees, and has a reputation as a decent enough guy. Seeing as how even Charlie was shocked in the season 2 premiere when Pim mentioned him screaming at him. That's not to mention his kindness in breastfeeding the little critter on his desk in the first episode, which is just a really weird sentence that this show causes me to speak. So why is he in the gray area? It's a fair question, and it comes down to his methods of, we'll say, problem solving.
You know what you must do.
He has no problem with cannibalizing the forest demon over what he and the other partygoers perceived as blackface. And in the Frowning Friends episode, he was casually completely willing to murder Grimm point blank with a shotgun, not even seeing it as a big deal.
Relax, man. I was just gonna shoot you in the head and kill you.
He's not a bad guy by any means. Again, he's remarkably nice from what we've seen from him so far. But Mr. Boss definitely has just enough instability and issues to warrant a more questionable place on our list. Next, let's talk about the legendary Gwimbly. This once beloved, and still beloved by Pim, gaming icon left his unappreciated company long ago to go for a solo career.
Yeah, well, I'll always be the iconic mascot of this damn stupid company.
And that confidence awards him the Pride Center Medal. But as you may know, pride often comes before destruction. Sadly, Gwimbly fell out of popularity long ago, becoming so desperate for money that he resorted to fan-requested dances and videos to keep his head above water. He's a decent enough guy in that he's not really out to hurt anybody. The guy's just trying to survive in an economy that prefers DLCs and microtransactions to kooky platforming icons. And let's not ignore that he was nice enough to do his iconic victory dance not once, but twice for free. Sadly though, we still have to place him in the gray area for his temper. He did threaten to murder his former boss and CEO for not giving him another shot at gaming fame. I mean, the CEO was a major jerk, but still not sure a threat of Gwimbly gun violence was the best way to go. Gwimbly is less of a morally questionable gray area entrant and more of a morally neutral one, and he's willing to say what most people won't. America has an effing fentanyl crisis. R.I.P. Mr. Millipede. And while we're in that neck of the woods, let's talk about the new and improved mascot of insane game-breaking games, Troglor. There's not much to be said about him, save for the fact that he has no problems following his boss and father's orders, even if they involve killing people. He's not a model citizen, but he was willing to trade violence for more violence, but this time in a Smash clone starring himself and his new best bud, Gwimbly. And speaking of that game, Smormu DLC when? That would be sure to cheer up even the saddest of clients, even Desmond. Just look at him. This guy is the physical manifestation of despair, nihilism, and depression. Charlie, despite pitying him, sees him as more or less a lost cause, and while it's far from the nicest way of putting things, we don't entirely blame him for seeing it that way. All of Pim's efforts to help Desmond ultimately end up in vain, and it's not until he kills Blimbly that he realizes his life still holds purpose. Desmond doesn't rank low because he's a bad guy for feeling this way. He's the furthest thing from bad or even immoral. But we place him here because the fact that killing something was what finally gave his life a sense of hope and purpose is a little questionable.
You, my friend, may have a blibbly infestation.
Even if it was one of those pesky bliblies. But at least with him around, Alan won't have to worry about his cheese getting stolen again anytime soon. Or about getting crucified. Man, he healed quick from that. Although they don't play anything close to a big role, Pim's family still deserves a mention. Most of them are only seen during a family dinner with Charlie and Desmond in the first episode, at which point they're shown to be pretty argumentative. Pim's sister, Amy, even tells Pim point blank that she absolutely hates him. The Wrath Medal is shared with all of these guys for their constant infighting, which frankly will probably make said fighting even worse. But fighting aside, we don't know enough about these guys on their own to call their morals particularly good or bad.
Tell me to shut up!
The one who we can give a little credit to both ways is his father, who's guilty of the same anger the rest of the family has, but also is shown via a flashback to be a protective father to his son. And rounding out the gray area is the legendary fast food tycoon, Simon S. Salty. Fast food in general is a business with at least some questionable moral implications. Good old Salty here is a great example. His food was so unhealthy that it was linked to at least 14 deaths. He seems to resent the media for painting his food as the problem, but to his credit, he did try to clean up his menu towards the end of his life, which put him on the wrong end of his mascot, sadly. It's a shame, really. Before being double murdered by all of his mascots in succession, he died after eating what he said would be his last burger before a healthy change of diet.
My final burger. After today, I'm gonna start eating healthy.
Seems like he was on his way to a better moral compass and... Oh, wait, didn't he chain up the Century Egg mascot in his basement? That's, yeah, he's fairly placed here. But if nothing else, that slight desire for self-improvement is enough to keep him out of our final category. These guys are the bad and the evil. First up, we have the first episode's antagonists, the Bliblies. These pesky little guys live in the walls of their victims, stealing cheese and whatever else they want. They're highly aggressive when antagonized on any level. Even Alan, who wasn't trying to hurt them at all, was straight up crucified for trying to take his cheese back. We thought it would make sense to put them much higher given the sheer amount of destruction and violence they're capable of, but then we considered the fact that not only do Bliblies seem to have subhuman intelligence, but they don't seem to want to hurt anyone so long as they don't try to get back the food they stole fair and square. As such, they're definitely bad, but they're the least bad of the series' antagonists so far. Next, we have the first of the Frowning Friends, Gnarly. The Frowning Friends are, as the boss puts it, competition for the Smiling Friends, and as their name suggests, their goal is basically the opposite. Instead of giving smiles to people who ask for them, they take smiles away from others by dashing their hopes and dreams into pieces.
So what do you guys even do? Shut up, man.
Gnarly is only this low because he's the less evil of the two, which brings us to Pym's evil counterpart, Grim. He's every bit as determined to spread hopelessness and depression as Gnarly, but with the added bonus of wanting to eradicate all Puerto Rican people from the planet.
What did he say? What?
A statement he quickly retracts so as not to lose the people's favor. While the Frowning Friends are awful, we don't drop them any lower because of the fact that, by Grimm's own admission, they're only telling the truth, even when it hurts. What they're doing is still definitely malicious, but if nothing else, they aren't exactly being deceptive about it. There's also their realization that happiness feels good in their final moments. If they had lived longer, maybe we would have seen a redemption arc. But there just wasn't enough time left in the episode for that, sadly. But let's talk about the Forest Demon. This guy's entire role in the Halloween special is terrorizing Pym for trespassing in his forest. And can we just say, man, he did a good job. This guy is scary. We'd really like to place him lower, but if nothing else, he did deny the whole blackface Halloween costume allegation.
No, you don't understand. I'm literally a forest demon from across the bridge. This isn't a costume.
Showing that while he is a murderous demon, he's not racist. So good for him. Next up, we have Mr. Frog's former boss, Rex. Sure, his list of crimes is nowhere near as long or severe as his clients, but Rex makes up for it by having basically no sympathetic qualities.
Okay.
Yes?
Get out. Now.
He coldly insulted the actors trying out for Mr. Frog's replacement and pretty much showed no appreciation to either Mr. Frog or his temporary replacement, Glep, even threatening the latter to get him to follow his own directions for the show. Tack on his physical and verbal abuse of his employees, and you've got a real scumbag who definitely doesn't deserve to be running things. Though, admittedly, we're not sure if being eaten alive was quite a proportional response. We've already talked about Salty, so now let's talk about his would-be killers, the mascot. Charlie said it best: none of these mascots should be walking the streets by any means, even if Salty technically died from a heart attack. These guys all had their reasons to hypothetically murder Salty, but reasons aren't the same as justifications. And even if they were, the moment they were able to flee from the premises, they all got back to various crimes. So there's no indication that these guys were even stable to begin with, really. They may look endearing, but these guys are all total psychopaths with no regard for human life. Well, except for Grease. He seems nice, so I hope he's doing well. We've now made it to the bottom 5, so say hello to Mr. Frog. While it may seem harsh to place everyone's favorite celebrity in the bad category,
I'm Mr. Frog. This is my show. I eat the bug.
we have to consider that even though he isn't necessarily malicious, Mr. Frog is genuinely one of the most dangerous characters in the whole show. By his own admission, he didn't feel sorry for eating an interviewer alive, so we're gonna give him the gluttony medal and call that self-explanatory. And his combination of drug abuse and violent, impulsive tendencies make Mr. Frog one of the most dangerous, albeit hilarious characters. He attempts to strangle a fan for basically no reason, and even when he goes on live TV to finally apologize for his behavior, the way he wins his audience back is by eating his former boss. Mr. Frog might be occasionally friendly and always hilarious, but this amoral amphibian is one of the last characters you want to be alone with. Now, surprisingly, Satan is actually just outside of our bottom 3. Yeah, the literal devil. Our reasoning for placing him anywhere but the bottom spot is more or less that he's just doing his job. He expresses that he doesn't get paid until the end of his job, and since that job lasts for eternity, that sweet paycheck will always be just out of reach.
It's eternity. So I just don't even care anymore. I just don't care anymore.
So it's hard to blame him for getting complacent. And he's even decently nice to delivery drivers, which is a good trait a lot of people lack. Unfortunately, Satan is still, well, Satan. He may not be the pure evil image he's usually thought of as in this show, but he still derives immense pleasure from torturing people, especially if they piss him off. He even goes back on his deal with Charlie to let him go back to Earth if he makes him smile. Being a devil is one thing, but being a devil who doesn't keep a deal is a whole new level of evil. Regardless, our last 3 characters are truly pure evil. The bronze medal of evil has to go to the CEO. At first, the CEO might seem like, well, the stereotypical CEO. He's greedy, gluttonous, and rude, refusing to give Gwimbly another shot in the studio he launched into success in the first place, though he was kind enough to offer him a chicken nugget.
Only if you kiss my nugget.
But that would be where the good attributes begin and end. And if his determination to sit on his Gwimbly IP and do nothing with it wasn't cold enough, when he finds out Gwimbly is planning to go solo and make his own game with the friend's help, the CEO enlists the help of his new mascot, Troglor, to murder him. That's next level corporate greed, giving him the Greed Sinner medal very easily. Oh, and if you thought this might be a villain who cares about his minions scenario, as he himself would say, wrong. This dude uses Troglor's face as a dipping tray for his chicken nuggets, and verbally abuses him when he's hesitant to shoot indoors.
What? Shoot! Do it now, you idiot!
A rule the CEO himself instated. But the very same episode has an even worse character, James, our silver medalist of evil. As with any charitable organization, there are always going to be some jerks who take advantage of it. And for smiling friends, James fills that category quite nicely. When Charlie reveals that the organization has to do anything their client asks until they genuinely smile, James immediately takes advantage of it.
Wait, so can you make me smile then?
He berates him, destroys his property, rejects the very food he asked for, and worst of all, he straight up rips Charlie's nose off his face. Frankly, we really wish we could give him the gold medal. But then there's the post-credits scene of the episode where it's suggested he struggles with substance abuse and actually regrets driving away Charlie, who he describes as the only person who really cared about him. We do hope James gets the help he needs, but, well, maybe part of that help is a restraining order from Charlie and the company. Now, this might be a bit of a hot take, but we're giving the gold medal of evil to Mip. the false hero of the Enchanted Forest. Throughout the episode, he seems to be a genuinely good guy. He rescues Charlie and Pym from being cooked up by a witch, heals Charlie's headache via a potion, and even helps him become a hero worthy of delivering a special package to the princess. That said, all of this mistaken good nature is the exact reason he's at our bottom spot, because despite appearances, Mip is the furthest thing from a hero. That potion he gave to Charlie, it affected him well into the next day, so there's no telling what he tried to do to him. As for rescuing Charlie and Pym, well, it turns out he was never a hero at all. He just wanted someone to deliver that special package to the princess, who reveals that he's been stalking her.
He's my stalker.
So yeah, we gotta give him the Lust Sinner medal, but it gets worse. Mip's special package was actually a freaking bomb. This guy planned to turn Pym and Charlie into unknowing suicide bombers for the princess, and the fact he insisted on sending someone else to do so implies that he was definitely willing to do it again in the future.
Mip is getting pretty sleepy.
Mip was an absolute menace, and we can only hope that melting actually was a death, and not just a weird witch, hobbit, whatever he is thing.
Can I get a chee-hoo?
Today we're returning to Motunui and ranking Moana 2 characters from good to evil. Spoilers ahead. And as usual, we'll be starting with the most noble and pure friends of the ocean, and working our way down to the most evil. These characters are the good. Moana is one of those franchises where most of the characters are some level of heroic, but we're giving the gold medal of good to her adorable pet pig, Pua. Put simply, Pua is basically a pig with the brain of a puppy. Sure, he's a bit of a scaredy cat at times, which, now that I think about it, is a really common trend among pigs in Disney movies. But if you're willing to look past that, you've got a little guy who's always willing to help Moana on her adventures despite having nowhere near the size or strength of her usual crew. In the final act, he even helps rescue Maui after he's struck by lightning. And that's not even mentioning how many jokes Maui's made about eating Pua.
Boat snack upgrade? Bacon and eggs?
Honestly, this pig is a legend, and we say that he's definitely earned the gold medal of good, and the right to be the next Moana character to achieve demi-godhood. Next up on our podium, the silver medal of good has to go to the main non-princess herself, Moana. Really, everything good we can say about Moana in the first movie can be applied to her role in the sequel as well. Moana is courageous, kind-hearted, and self-sacrificial, more than happy to risk her neck to improve the lives of the people she loves. When it's discovered that her world was divided long ago by a curse that can only be undone by reaching the islands of Matafitu, Moana braves intense seas and storms to help her people, even knowing she may not return and that she's leaving everything she loves behind for a while. That is serious commitment, and it's a characteristic that carries through the rest of her adventure as well. Despite the various bumps on the journey, she keeps her head as high as she can to bring her people together, from keeping up the crew's morale all throughout the journey to teaming up with coconut pirates out of necessity.
Bring it on, coconuts!
Even down to temporarily drowning to break the curse of Matafitu. Moana has no shortage of heroic deeds that earned her even more brownie points this time around. She proved herself worthy of demigoddess status, even if her tattoos aren't quite as cool as Maui's. Rounding out our podium, our bronze medal of good has to go to Moana's little sister, Samia. Much like Moana at her age, Samia is excitable about all things ocean, but mostly about her big sis. Being presumably a toddler, there's obviously not much bad to say about her, hence her high ranking. On top of that, she's also very brave for her age. She was initially determined to stow away in Moana's boat, so she wouldn't have to be separated, and even gave her a miniature star to keep a piece of home with her. She's a good kid, and there's no doubt she'll make a great addition to Moana's crew once she's a bit bigger. Now, given the nature of this franchise, we couldn't leave the ocean out of the conversation. With Moana being a friend of the ocean, it does a lot to help her on her adventures. But for most of this movie, Nalo's curse makes its powers null and void. Still, we get a pretty heart-touching scene towards the beginning, where Moana shares her friendship with the ocean with Samia, which makes her little sis visibly less anxious about her journey. The ocean even helps the two keep in touch throughout the story, like when it splashes Moana at the exact same moment Samia draws a heart in the water of the shore. Even far apart, family can stay together. Take it from Grandma Tala, who won't even let death keep her from staying connected to her granddaughter. When Moana is struggling with the decision to go search for Matafitu, Tala makes an appearance during a musical number to help encourage her to do the right thing. In the final act, she keeps her record clean by helping resurrect Moana with, okay, I don't know how it works, but it certainly did work. And as long as this Grand Manta Ray is around as a spirit, it's safe to say her granddaughter will be A-okay. And before we move on to the more, alive characters, let's talk about Tautai Vesa. Once known as the greatest voyager Motunui had to offer, he took on the difficult journey to find Matafitu and break the spiteful demigod Nalo's curse. So, considering the fact that the movie itself is about Moana taking on the difficult journey to find Matafitu and break the spiteful demigod Nalo's curse, yeah, you can connect the dots. Still, despite tragically dying at sea on the way to his destination, he is no less heroic than his eventual successor. He took a major risk for the good of his people and beyond, and gave up his life in the process. He also provided a guiding light to Moana to help her on the journey, though maybe a heads up about the whole gigantic clam thing would have been nice too. Okay, we've got a bit of an unconventional pick next, but Maui's tattoo deserves a mention. Giving the sidekick slash hero of your movie a moving tattoo that doubles as his conscience is just peak character design, honestly. Maui's tattoo may not be talkative, which, like, I don't think anyone expected it to be, right? But this inky man of action makes up for it by always pushing Maui to do the right thing, even if he has to resort to the occasional purple nurple to get his point across.
Okay, talk to the back.
And on that note, it's finally time to talk about Maui, The Rock's demigod alter ego. Maui's supernatural bestie returns in the sequel, and his role does not disappoint. For most of the film, he tries his best to keep Moana away from Matangi and Nalo for fear that they wouldn't survive going up against them.
This is serious!
Is something distracting you?
And later on, he gives her a much-needed pep talk. Pep sing, to motivate her to keep going.
You just gotta chi-hoo it.
Sure, being a demigod, Maui can be a bit insensitive to others sometimes, and while he's certainly a good guy, his ego definitely earns him the Pride Sinner Medal. But in the end, Maui cares a lot about people and will do anything and everything in his power to protect them. During the final battle, he gets struck by multiple rays of lightning at once and almost sinks to the bottom of the ocean, nearly sacrificing both his godhood and his life in the process, but still wasting no time once he's conscious again to help revive Moana. Maui came back better than ever as both a hero and a friend, and for that he deserves some seriously high regard. Now it's time to get to everyone's favorite boat snack, sidekick, Hey, the brain-dead chicken. Hey is still an absolute mystery. Is he a demigod disguised as a clumsy chicken? Is he just the absolute luckiest chicken in existence? Was the real Hey the friends we made along the way? Who's to say? All we know is that Hey is a chicken who isn't really intelligent enough to do much good or evil.
Boat snack!
But he's just a little guy living his life, and we're not going to fault him for that. We are going to give him the Darwin Sinner Medal though, because, I actually don't think we need to explain this one. And the last few entries of the good section will go to Moana's new crew members, starting with Mani. He's a friend of Moana's from the village who spends his time making fan art of Maui and Moana, and the occasional self-insert, and teaching the kids of the village about their adventures. And when I say this guy is a fan of Maui, I mean, like, he's a major fan. While his obsession isn't romantic, at least I don't think it is, we're gonna give him the Lust Sinner Medal for his obsession with Maui. When a guy with an ego as big as Maui's thinks you like him a bit too much, you might have a problem to address. But that problem isn't courage, at least. Even though he was almost eaten alive by a sea monster, it wasn't enough to deter his dedication to Moana's adventure, which shows he cares more about others than himself. Up next, we have the well-intentioned inventor, Lato. She's the type of person who's always working to improve her surroundings, which shows some willpower and commitment. Of course, some of these improvements are a bit rushed and dangerous, which can lead to her being one of those people who does both a lot of good and a lot of collateral damage.
I am unclear as to what you are doing.
Still, she's kind, positive, and does her best to help however she can, so we have to rank her here. And rounding out the good category, we have Squidward, Kale, as the crew's agriculture expert. He specializes in growing food, complaining, and yeah, that's basically all he does, at least for most of the film. But like many introverts, it turns out that he gets along with you great as long as you don't talk too much. Over the course of the movie, he becomes marginally less mean and more open to helping Moana and the gang, and is particularly friendly with the Kakamora and the ship's pets. And we saw that. We saw the scene where you threw away the ship's excess weight and refused to throw out Pua. So you have a conscience, and we respect you for it, because honestly, we would have never forgiven you. After the journey is over, he seems happy to work on the farm with his new animal buddies, hopefully hinting at a more peaceful, happy life for him going forward. But with that said, we've reached the end of our good section. While there aren't many, the Ocean Blue does have its share of shady characters, which leads us to the gray area. And first up, we have the infamous coconut pirates, the Kakamora. While these devilish little murder pirates tried to steal the heart of Tafiti in the first movie, they made up for their violence in the second movie, or at least they explained it.
Kakamora?
It turns out that their home island was also lost in the wake of Nalo's curse, and all their actions throughout the movie were done to try and get it back. While trying to get home is a noble goal, and they do actually help Moana and her crew quite a bit in combat, they also tranquilized them and basically said, hey, either you help us and we help you, or your body stays jelly. Your choice. Desperation does make people do crazy things though. On that note, the final spot in our gray area goes to the film's secondary antagonist, Matangi. And man, Matangi, talk about an intimidating presence. A villain with influence over bats, able to capture Maui and hold him hostage so he won't interfere with her boss's plans. Matangi means business. It's nice to see a classic Disney villain. All the cool design, powers, screen presence, and she's a twist hero. Cool. Okay, cynicism aside, it turns out that despite literally kidnapping Maui and having him eat some kind of clam secretion as food, which, ew, she was good all along. She was only keeping Maui there so he could go with Moana and find Matafitu, which, yeah, I still have no clue what she was cooking with that plan, but in her defense, she has been trapped working for Nalo for 1,000 years. Anyone would be desperate for a change of scenery at that point, but with just how little we know about her thus far, we can't place her anywhere but the gray area. Though I will say, her song was easily the best one in the movie. With that, let's say get lost to the gray area and move into full-on villain territory. These characters are the bad and the evil. While it may be surprising to see him here, the shining silver medal of evil has to go to none other than Tamatoa. This guy was one of the many memorable aspects of the first movie, with an iconic musical number and an iconic flashy design. Tamatoa isn't so much as mentioned throughout the sequel though, which might make his inclusion confusing.
Pick an eye, babe. I can't concentrate on what I'm saying.
But imagine my surprise when I found out that there was, in fact, a post-credit scene where Tamatoa appeared, ready to team up with Nalo to settle a score with Moana and Maui. This crab is about to mean serious business, and we're looking forward to just how much his villainy will shine in the next installment. But the gold medal of evil has to go to Nalo, or as we like to call him, basically the reason everything bad happened in this movie. This dude was so petty that when he saw the people of the world getting along and being happy on the island of Matafitu, he saw no choice but to sink the island to the bottom of the ocean, covering it with an intense storm strong enough to threaten a demigod. We may not see Nalo on screen until the aforementioned post-credits scene, but the damage he did is still more than enough to justify his placement here. Nalo gets the Envy and Wrath Sinner medals for his disdain for human cooperation and his violent use of god powers, respectively. And to think that we still don't even know half of the stuff there is to know about him. Why is Matangi working with him? Why does he keep his employees trapped in a huge clan? Why did he literally prefer to sink an entire freaking island over letting people get along? Who's to say? All we know is that Nalo undoubtedly has the most selfish motive in the series, and almost certainly the highest kill count, for which we crown him with a very easy gold medal of evil.
Darkness! Why can't you just leave me alone?
Orion in the Dark is a brand new DreamWorks animated film brought right to Netflix. Imagine teaming up with your anxiety-ridden child to tell a bedtime story about overcoming your fear of the dark in basically everything, and you've got some idea of what this movie's all about. Since this is a more lighthearted tale, there's no horrific, universe-threatening bad guy to be worried about. But that won't stop us from crowning the most heroic characters in this animated bedtime story. I'm Kyle with WickedBinge. Get comfy with the absence of light. This is Orion and the Dark characters good to evil. While none of the characters are quite evil per se, we do have a few classic childhood bullies, so let's kick things off with the bad to evil. Our pick for the most, quote, evil character is actually one who is never shown on screen. Rebecca Warren. We mention her as one of at least 5 kids who a terrified Orion claims have bullied him in the past. The reason we have to call her the worst is that she's so dedicated to tormenting this poor kid that she still sends him threatening postcards in the mail. While Orion thinks it's almost touching, the only thing we can say it's touching is the fine line between bullying and a felony charge. Hopefully Rebecca gets that therapy she very, very clearly needs. Rounding out this admittedly short section is Orion's most consistent bully, Richie Panicki. Richie picks on Orion ruthlessly, constantly berating him at every chance he gets and even threatening to steal his fear journal. That one kid from Shark Boy and Lava Girl would really get along well with him, actually.
Hey, I'm famous!
But jokes aside, while Richie is definitely a jerk, and further still, doesn't show any particularly nice qualities in the movie, he's at least decent enough to ultimately return Orion's book to him. He might be a jerk, but he's at least not quite into the full-on violent bullying territory. Still in the bad category, mind you, but like Rebecca, he's probably just in need of some counseling. Now, we don't really have a gray area for this movie, so instead of that, we're gonna separate the good guys into 2 categories, starting with the good people category. These are characters who show off a nicer side of humanity, and we're kicking this category off with Orion's teacher, Mrs. Spinoza. Like most of Orion's schoolmates, we see very little of her throughout the movie. As such, she plays a pretty minor role, but if nothing else, it's obvious that she cares about her students. Despite Orion desperately trying to avoid handing in his permission slip, Mrs. Spinoza does make sure to check whether or not he has it. And while she clearly wants him to come out of his shell, she doesn't force him to. Next is the titular, or one of the titular protagonists, Orion. It's quite ironic that Orion is named after one of the most famous constellations in the sky, considering that he's absolutely mortified of the dark. Dark shouldn't take this too personally though. Orion is afraid of practically everything in existence, from practical fears like his bullies to more outlandish ones like murderous clowns. And while those fears are totally valid, we have to say that Dark was definitely right to get this kid out of his comfort zone. After his adventure with Dark and the other night entities, Orion overcame his fear of the dark, or at least learned to manage them, learning the valuable lesson that fear is natural as long as it doesn't stop you from living your life.
Do you know how many kids are afraid of me?
Write that one down, kids. He even grew up to regale his daughter, Hypatia, with bedtime stories about his adventure, and how it helped him grow out of his shell. One of those bedtime stories happens to be the main story of the movie itself. The one thing that we have to take points away from Orion for is the fact that he inadvertently convinced the rest of the night entities to abandon Dark and join Light to make the world feel safer. This was insensitive towards his new best friend and resulted in him literally letting Light wipe him out of existence temporarily. Which, I mean, geez, isn't this a kid's movie? That subsequently leads to the world being plunged into endless light, heat, and chaos with no time of rest whatsoever. He's a great parent and ultimately redeemed himself by saving Dark, but Orion is not without his faults. And just because we don't know where else to say this, did anyone else feel like he sounded weirdly like Malcolm from Malcolm in the Middle, or was that just me? In any case, we're moving on to Orion's better half next, Sally. Sally, like Orion, is very shy and keeps to herself at school. She and Orion both like each other, but neither is brave enough to make the first move. That is, until Sally asks him to sit with her at the planetarium field trip.
If I weren't so scared, I'd tell you of course I do, Sally.
This gives Orion the motivation to actually go on the field trip despite his fears. And given that sickeningly sweet ending scene, it was a pretty significant moment for both of them. We're giving the silver medal of human tier goodness to Orion's mom and dad. They're in the movie for much less time than their son and his newfound supernatural friend circle, but we see enough to convince us that these two are pretty stellar parents. While they don't force Orion out of his comfort zone, they're always encouraging him to not let his fears stop him from living life. We also have to give them props for how incredibly patient they are with him, leaving his door open to just the right angle and never getting angry with him no matter how much sleep they lose because of him. It's to be expected for parents from a movie based on a cozy kids book, but expected or not, it's pretty remarkable. And for the best of the human characters, we have Orion's daughter, Hypatia. It's easy to see that the apple didn't fall far from the tree here. Hypatia's fears are nowhere near as paralyzing as her dad's were in his childhood, but they're definitely still there, which is what encourages Orion to recount stories of his adventure with the darkness to ease her worried mind. Aside from being as innocent as you'd expect any kid to be, Hypatia is also thoughtful enough to insert herself into the story to help Orion bring Dark back and save the day.
The only stories that really help are the true ones.
Well, again, we're not going to think too hard about that for the sake of our own sanity. It shows that Hypatia is a very sweet kid who's always willing to help out when the need arises. But we've got one more category to split this cast into. These are the supernaturally good characters. They aren't necessarily better or worse than the humans, morally speaking, but their jobs do good to varying degrees on a much larger scale, so we thought it would be fun to give them their own category. Though a few of them admittedly have some questionable roles, most notably Insomnia, whose role is to give people intrusive thoughts during their sleep to make them worry too much to get any rest. When Orion first meets Insomnia, he of course asks,
"Why is that even a job?"
Which is a valid question. Now usually we're sure we'd say that there's some deeper meaning to Insomnia's actions, but no. Not really. It's never explained why this is a job, and while Insomnia is doing his part to make the nighttime, well, the nighttime, there's definitely a lingering question as to whether or not he really needs to be doing his job.
Jumping the worst case scenarios is my actual job.
Oh, also, you know how often when you're trying to sleep, you'll remember that embarrassing thing you did in middle school, and it keeps you from getting any rest? Yeah, that's because of this guy. So before anyone gets too mad at him, let's move on to the next entry. Unexplained Noises, or Debbie, as she later calls herself for some reason. Like Insomnia, UN is willing to do her part to help keep the night safe and secure, as it should be, but, well, also like Insomnia, her role is somewhat questionable. As her name would have you guessed, she's the one responsible for all those strange, unexplained noises you hear late at night. So, on a personal note, let me ask you, Debbie, are you the one that's been making all those gunshot noises in the background when I'm trying to sleep? Oh, that was just the trash can falling over? Okay, but still, stop doing that.
Well, that's it. I'm leaving.
But let's get to the more pleasant aspects of nighttime, starting with quiet. First of all, just look at this little guy. He's like a mouse, a dandelion, and Kirby in a blender. He really leans into the Kirby thing too. Quiet keeps the night nice, and you guessed it, quiet by sucking all the excess noise out of the air. Whether it's the ramblings of an angry boss or the fussing of a restless baby, quiet helps to ensure that a night of sleep is as restful as it ought to be. The little guy also deserves some credit for being the one who ultimately woke Orion up and saved him and Dark from being sucked into the abyss. When all hope seems lost, he sucks up all the noise around Orion, so that the only thing he can hear is Quiet's own warning that if he doesn't wake up, he'll miss his field trip, and by extension, he'll miss that scandalous hand-holding. Just outside of our top 3 is sleep. Everybody's favorite part of nighttime. Sure, her methods of giving people sleep are non-traditional to say the least. Rather than sprinkling magic sand or anything, Sleep prefers to use a variety of completely safe and ethical tactics to put her clients to sleep. From smothering them with pillows, to using the patented sleep hammer, to using magical chloroform. Or maybe it's just regular chloroform. I don't know, it's whatever they sell at Night Entity Home Depot.
Oh, don't worry, she's a professional.
Her methods are unusual, but Sleep makes sure the world gets the rest it needs, complete with a clean goodnight kiss on top of it. And honestly, if our job was to put people to sleep 24/7, we'd want some methods that make it more fun too. Like blacking out from a night at the pub. Don't write that one down, kids. The bronze medal of good has to go to Sweet Dreams. Apart from having an unreasonably sick character design, Sweet Dreams is most notable for her job of artistically crafting dreams for the sleeping people of the world. She looks deep into their subconscious to craft dreams, to encourage them in their day-to-day lives. As we see through Orion's interference, this is a very delicate process, so we'd argue her job is probably the hardest of the bunch. A single slip of the tongue or even the mind can turn a pleasant dream into a nightmare, so she's got to be careful. Of course, none of this explains the dream I had last week where I had lunch with SpongeBob, Nicki Minaj, and Ben Franklin, but some things just don't need explaining anyway.
That's a coincidence, right?
Definitely, it has to be.
The next two are pretty much interchangeable, but the silver medal of good goes to Light. If we had to sum up the message of this movie in just one sentence, it would be that darkness has its place just as much as light. And while that definitely rings true, the reverse is just as valid. Light has a way of making the world feel safe and warm, allowing people to enjoy the colors of the world and making life in general possible. Light himself is a pretty pleasant guy as well, always encouraging everyone to have a good day with that smooth radio broadcaster-esque voice.
If you want to continue to exist, I'd,
But while Light is great, this movie is about shining the spotlight on the other entity. So let's give the gold medal of good to Dark. Dark struggles to keep his patience with people's excessive fear of him. We've all seen just how often darkness is associated with fear or even outright evil, and that's a shame, because Dark is a super nice guy.
Hello, I'm Dark. Ta-da!
He goes out of his way to help Orion overcome his fears, and while this is in part due to his own annoyance with his constant screaming, it's still a very noble gesture of goodwill. It's one thing to keep doing your job when everyone loves you for it, but to continue making the nighttime dark as it should be, despite so many people hating you for it, is all the more admirable. Although he does give up for a time when the other night entities quit, he makes a comeback when Orion rescues him, and is happy to continue his work, even after everyone basically told him to screw off. Now, if you'll excuse us, it's time for us to shut off the lights, because there's someone we need to apologize to. It's a happy day in hell, at least if you're watching it on TV. After years of waiting, Hazbin Hotel has gone from an ambitious YouTube pilot to a full-fledged Amazon Prime series. Nice work, VivziePop. With a first season of 8 episodes and hopefully more to come, the show's universe has already been expanded exponentially. So let's talk about the colorful cast of characters that inhabit the underworld. Which of Hell's residents are the least fit for their environment?
Let the slaughter begin.
I'm Kyle with WickedBinge, and this is Hazbin Hotel Season 1 characters, good to evil. Now let's start with our first category. If we were in charge, these characters would have a spot in heaven. These characters are the good, and we have to give the gold medal of good as a special treat to the pets of the Hazbin Hotel. Fat Nuggets, Kiki, Razzle, and Dazzle. Sure, they don't have a major role in the series by any means, that is unless you count Razzle and Dazzle helping Charlie and Vaggie in the final battle as their noble steeds. But while they aren't the most complex characters, they're the most pure and wholesome for sure. They're always there to comfort their owners. Whether it's Fat Nuggets concerned for Angel after a hard day, to Razzle and Dazzle providing tissues for Charlie during a good cry session. That sort of companionship means the world to a lot of people. So we'd say that these creatures are about as pure as you can get in hell. Next up, the silver medal of good has to go to our first resident of heaven, Emily. She's a high-ranking seraphim angel who resides in heaven, welcoming newcomers alongside St. Peter and Sarah.
I go by whatever. Welcome to heaven.
Emily is everything you would expect from an angel in heaven. Sweet, open-hearted, and willing to speak out against injustice. When Adam accidentally reveals his genocidal actions against the demons of hell, she's absolutely revolted, even further so by Sarah's approval, and shows major support for Charlie's plan to help redeem the sinners. Thankfully for her, she was in for a very welcome surprise in the grand finale, but more on that later. For now, we have to give the bronze medal of good to the main character herself, Charlie Morningstar. Really, everything we said about Charlie in our Good to Evil on the pilot episode still applies here. She's an incredibly compassionate ruler who's so determined to make the people around her happy that she struggles to take full advantage of her royal status.
The first step to becoming a better person is to admit when you are wrong.
Charlie works herself to the bone to help her hotel's residents redeem themselves and get a chance at heaven. Her mercy is definitely her best character trait. She's extremely forgiving, from accepting Vaggie despite finding out about her true identity, to giving Sir Pennius a shot at redemption and a new friend, and even to telling her dad to stop beating the absolute tar out of Adam. Though one could argue that's one of her less good moments, as the dude had it coming. If we had to say anything negative about Charlie, it would be that in her efforts to please the people around her, Charlie often makes things worse. Like when she tried to convince Valentino to give Angel the day off, which only made Angel's day and workload significantly worse. Despite this, Charlie is always well-intentioned and works hard to help save her people from a terrible fate. Though there was that one time she chased that YouTuber Verbalise. Oh wait, that wasn't canon. That was just the dark side of the internet. Never mind. Let's quickly mention St. Peter. He's the MC at the pearly gates who greets those who approach approach and lets them know whether or not their names are on the list. When he's given the okay by Sarah and Emily, he not only invites Charlie and Vaggie into heaven, but gives them a full-on musical number. Now that's going above and beyond, which I guess makes sense for heaven of all places. Rounding out our top 5 is Sir Pentious. This goofball secondary antagonist from the pilot made his grand return and had quite the character arc, as you can probably tell from his very different placement.
I have to go home and study.
After being used as a mole by the Vids and caught by Angel, Sir Pentious left his fate in the hands of the hotel. And thankfully, instead of death, Pentious was offered a second chance through one of the absolute sweetest musical numbers you'll ever see. Throughout the season, he slowly breaks his habits of building super weapons and plotting world domination to become a true friend to his buddies at the hotel, always being supportive and helpful wherever he can be. This can range from him tearing up at how sweet Charlie's reunion with her father was, to being generous enough to not only buy drinks for everyone at the club, but to have sex with everyone at the club. He did it to try to pick up Cherry, but it's still a valiant effort. What cements him having such a high position, of course, is his ultimate sacrifice in the final battle, using his death ray / blimp thing to try and hit Adam with all he's got, regardless of the danger. It was devastating when he got vaporized. Then he popped up in heaven, proving that Charlie's hotel does work, and that he absolutely nailed his redemption arc. Moving on to Charlie's girlfriend, Vaggie. Among other bits of lore, Season 1 made sure that there was zero doubts about these two and their relationship status. And Vaggie's loyalty to Charlie and her plan is definitely her best character trait. She is a ride or die in every sense, always being supportive of Charlie's hotel, and doing what she can to help, even when she thinks her plans are frankly insane. That said, a major character twist for Vaggie loses her a few points. Said twist being that she was once an extermination angel, who was cast out for sparing a demon child and rescued by Charlie. But it makes for an interesting start to their relationship. She was more of a soldier than anything, and she ultimately got kicked out of heaven for sparing a child, which, I mean, it's not a very heavenly decision, guys. And at the end of the day, Vaggie's heroic deeds far outweigh her evil ones, which earns her a respectable spot in the good section. And speaking of which, we've talked about a regular angel and a fallen angel. Now it's time to talk about a guy named Angel. Introduced as a sleazy, duply armed porn star who gets his thrills from every sin in the book, Angel has already shown fantastic progress in a short time at the Hazbin hotel. In this season, he slowly learns to come out of his shell and be more open about who he is and who he wants to be, instead of hiding behind his celebrity facade.
This body is flawless. Everyone wants some of me.
The fruits of this are seen in his more selfless attitude towards the people around him, specifically in episode 6, Welcome to Heaven, where we see him acting as an impromptu babysitter for Nifty. He's also proven to be a loyal friend, always willing to stick up for his buddies when push comes to shove. Most notably, he stood up to his boss, Valentino, before a misguided Nifty almost got herself into a very unpleasant job. Sure, he's still got some work to do, but Angel is already making some incredible progress, and will probably continue to evolve. But we can't ignore that a lot of his progress comes from his newfound connection with the hotel bartender, Husk. Although he starts the season as stoic and admittedly insensitive as always, Husk proves to be a great asset to the team. He might cause some messes, but he's always there to clean them up, most notably when he causes Angel to storm off from the hotel. He rescues him from being roofied at a club and finds common ground with him due to both of them being owned by a total psychopath. Husk isn't the most outwardly sensitive guy around. I mean, his whole musical number with Angel was about how they're both losers, but if someone ever needs a listening ear or a good drink, they can count on him when really needed. Oh, and he also helped defend the hotel from genocidal angels, so that's worth some brownie points. Now we get to one of the most powerful overlords in hell, Carmilla. She's a weapons dealer who holds the secret to killing violent angels. That secret happens to be their own weapons, and we're with Vaggie there. How did they not think of that sooner? And Carmilla happens to be so confident in this quote secret because she herself has killed an angel, in self-defense of course. Her willingness to protect her people by any means necessary says a lot about her character. That said, she can suffer from tunnel vision, often caring more about her own circle than hell as a whole. She did ultimately teach Vaggie how to fight angels though.
Did you know angels could be harmed?
And provided the hotel with plenty of weapons to fight them. So while she's not exactly a saint, she's definitely more good than most overlords by the end of the day. Just like their beloved master, we're giving the Egg Boys a spot in the good category story this time around. From Frank to the other guy to the one on the left, he's my favorite, the Egg Boys are simple creatures. They're more than happy to follow the lead of anyone, encouraging and praising them all the way. Not to mention that, much like the aforementioned pets, they offer Serpentius comfort. We rank them a bit lower because the Egg Boys are willing to pretty much just do whatever.
What's that, boss? Want me to rub him up for you?
They certainly aren't malicious, and they've done a lot more good than bad this season, but we can't fully ignore the fact that they're at least willing to serve evil, if the opportunity presents it. But given how quickly they told Serpentius about Alistair's secret,
and I was not supposed to talk about it,
they won't do it super competently, which is what earns them the Darwin Medal. Now, rounding out our good section, we have Lucifer Morningstar. He's easily the most shocking in terms of where he ended up on our list. Charlie's phone call with her mom's voicemail and the pilot sort of gave off the vibe that Lucifer was a distant parent by choice. But boy, did we miss the mark here. Lucifer's distance from his daughter was more of a result of his split with Lilith, which drove him into a deep depression where he found it difficult to do anything but create brilliant rubber duckies. He may not have been the most present in Charlie's life, but for a guy named Lucifer who resides in hell, he's sure a heck of a lot nicer than you would expect. From the get-go, Lucifer is doing his best to make up for lost time with Charlie, offering her sincere advice and support despite his own reservations about the hotel idea. He saves her life from Adam in the grand finale and has really proven himself to be genuine in supporting Charlie, so hopefully we'll be seeing much more of this overlord in the future.
Take your little friends and go home!
Take that, depression. You can't keep this guy out of the good tier. Now we have to move into our rankings equivalent of purgatory, so to speak. These characters fall in the gray area. First up, we have Tom Trench. He's one of the two co-anchors of 666 News alongside Katie Killjoy. We honestly don't even think he said a full sentence in the season. He was technically there though. We guess he didn't really do anything wrong. Like Katie said, nobody really cares who he is, but maybe we'll see more from him next season. Zestiel, like Lucifer, ranks kind of shockingly high on our list given his role. He's another powerful overlord who's so terrifying that the other demons shudder or incinerate themselves at the mere sight of him. Even Alistair is kind of uneasy upon seeing him, which should give a good indication of what kind of ruler he is.
It has been an age since thou hast graced us with thy presence.
That said, surprisingly, Zestiel doesn't seem to be anywhere near a villain. He's calm, polite, and actually pretty sympathetic. When he senses that his old friend Carmilla's in trouble, he offers her a listening ear with no strings attached. Though we are still going to rank him in the gray area given how terrified everyone is of him, and how little we know about why that is. Landing significantly lower this time around is the hotel housekeeper, Nifty. Nifty is, what is Nifty? I guess imagine Gur from Invader Zim, but with a more stabby side to her character.
Hey, not him!
Nifty might seem cutesy and friendly at first glance, but she's had more than her fair share of questionable traits, like her infatuation with bad boys and, like we mentioned earlier, her tendency to stab things. But Nifty is still generally friendly with the other hotel staff members. She's less evil and more like a toddler who's on cocaine. It's a weird analogy, but it's all I got. Next we have the Cannibal Town overlord Rosie. Despite that admittedly intimidating title, worry not, Rose is actually quite friendly and helpful. Sure, she is a cannibal, but if you can get past that detail, you've got someone who is willing to help Charlie recruit her entire town to help defend the hotel against the extermination, not to mention offering her free relationship advice.
Perhaps this girl was trying to redeem herself too.
We're not going to act like she's a saint, but as far as demons go, Rosie is a decent, surprisingly compassionate person, just, you know, also a cannibal. So obviously we have to give her the Gluttony Sinner Medal, because there's not much of a more sinful way to eat. Landing significantly lower than her young comrade is Sarah. Sarah is the mighty seraphim angel who helps to rule over heaven. She's willing to hear Charlie out about her hotel and is generally shown to be a decent ruler to her people. That said, she is also the one who approved of Adam's plan of genocide against the demons in hell.
Keeping heaven safe was my only reason for allowing it.
While you could argue she should get some leeway for the fact that she insisted on taking the moral burden of this decision for her people, she still approved of a genocide and lied to her people about it. Pretty sleazy, but at the end of the season, hopefully the redeemed sinner right in front of her face changes her tune. Side note, isn't it weird how much most of these angels hate the idea of redemption? Next up, we have quite the explosive entry, lovable arsonist Cherry Bomb. A loyal friend to Angel, Cherry is always itching for action, whether it's fighting, drugs, sex, or some good old-fashioned pyrotechnics. There's never a dull moment. While Cherry is not one to talk about your feelings or the meaning of life with,
come on,
down. What you really need is a recharge.
She's definitely someone you can count on when you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Or you can just hand her a stack of cash and she's reliable. Alistair's old pal Mimsy is the last character in our gray area. She's one of the less major characters, only appearing in a single episode, but she's definitely made a mark. Note, the mark was not good. Mimsy visited the hotel mid-musical number to ask for Alistair's help with some trouble, as she apparently does often.
Thanks for helping little old me out of a tough spot.
Although Alistair doesn't mind helping her in a general sense, she manages to overstep his boundaries by bringing a group of dangerous loan sharks to the hotel, placing it and everyone there in danger. Even Alistair was annoyed with her over this, and we can't blame him. We wouldn't call Mimsy evil, but only coming by when she needs to be saved from the ludicrous amounts of trouble she gets herself into is pretty scummy. We know they're bad guys, but you kill the man's girlfriend. That said, it's not quite scummy enough to lock her into our final category. These characters have earned a stay in hell. They are the bad and the evil. Like the gray area, we're kicking this section off with a news anchor, Katie Killjoy. Like Tom, she really doesn't have all that much screen time, but she has enough to remind us that she's just as much of a jerk as always.
Look, my time is money, so I'll keep this short.
We're not sure we'd call her a full-on villain. Again, she's barely in the season, but her mistreatment of Tom for seemingly no reason is enough to conclude that, whether or not she's truly evil, she's definitely just mean. Landing just outside of our top 5 is the first of the V's, Velvet. Velvet is a celebrity social media influencer and fashionista. True to the stereotype, she's mean, snarky, and verbally abuses her employees on a regular basis. The furthest thing from pleasant to be around. She's also quite outspoken about her lack of respect for the Overlord's unwillingness to attack Heaven, ignoring the clear risks of going in without a plan.
The game has changed. We can take the fight to them.
While you could argue that, in a way, Velvet is trying to push the Overlords to use their authority to stick up for Hell, she's still a reckless person who sees anything less than violent assertion as a lack of backbone. We'd say she deserves a Pride Center medal for her own insistence that it's her way or the highway. We only rank her this high because despite her lack of any fully redeeming traits, the final 5 are definitely more evil, in terms of their deeds if nothing else. And the bottom 5 kicks off with the last of the Hazbin Hotel staff, the radio demon, Alistair. While he initially hopped on board with Charlie's hotel for the fun of watching her fail, Alistair seems to have grown some kind of fondness for her over the course of the season. He helps defend the hotel from harm on numerous occasions, most notably fighting off Adam and nearly dying in the process. He even uses his connections with other overlords, like Rosie, to help Charlie run her hotel and keep it out of danger.
Considered an investment in ongoing entertainment for myself.
But while all of these are good traits, we still can't confidently place Alistair any higher because he's just so mysterious. There's no doubt that he's a bad guy. He took down other overlords and broadcasted their tortured screams for his own sick pleasure. And as we see from his treatment of Husk, he's far from a caring host to the souls and his ownership. At least, not when they question him. Our only uncertainty about him is whether or not he's pure evil, or just a more moderate case of evil. Right outside our podium, we have the ruthless extermination angel Loot. As happy as Heaven may seem, in this universe there are some less than savory characters running the place. Sarah may have okayed Adam's plan of genocide, but she at least did it for the sake of what she saw as protecting her people. Loot, on the other hand, is totally ruthless in her drive to exterminate the demons of hell, and is closed off to the idea of them having any chance at redemption, which is still super weird. On top of that, she's also extremely brutal. She has a habit of threatening her opponents with such detailed violence that even Adam, who, spoiler alert, is way worse than her, often has to tell her to chill the hell out.
You just chill, Loot.
Her grudge against Vaggie also earns her a Wrath Center medal. As for her good traits, she does seem to be genuinely heartbroken at Adam's death, showing that she does have something she's genuinely fighting for, which is really grasping at straws, but honestly, any redeeming qualities at all can make her stand out from the podium. The Bronze Medal of Evil goes to the next of the V's, Vox. Not to be confused with the main villain of the PS2 game Ratchet Deadlocked, but props to you if you get that reference. Vox is a demon who's got a serious rivalry with Alistair. Actually, rivalry might be the wrong word. It's more like seething hatred. Vox considers Alistair a mortal enemy, wanting to keep Pentagram City's media under his own control via controlling the TV and news, along with some classic hypnosis. He's level-headed enough to keep the other V's in check during their more impulsive moments, like stopping his on and off again lover Val from attacking the Hazbin Hotel on a whim. Vox manages to be even worse than Alistair, due to his own seething rage at the latter being good at anything. Seems like as good a reason as any to give out the Envy Sinner Medal. He's also quite the sadist, watching the Hazbin hotel staff fight against heaven, and literally getting a hard-on by the possibility of them dying. The Silver Medal of Evil has to go to the first man on Earth, Adam. If you grew up going to Sunday school, you might remember Adam as the first human man who ate an apple that was originally offered up by the serpent, subsequently getting cast out of the garden for disobeying God's literal one command. The details of the story are a little different in Hazbin, but all you need to know today is that Adam is upgraded from, quote, guy who ate an apple he wasn't supposed to a high-ranking angel who is basically what would happen if you gave a stereotypical frat bro angelic powers.
I'm sure your relationship will be fine. See you in court.
Adam is the one who kickstarted the genocides in hell, taking great pleasure in exterminating demons indiscriminately. If that's not bad enough, and it definitely should be, Adam tends to throw temper tantrums that cause him to move exterminations up if anyone questions him. Charlie questioning him at all is enough to make him cut the waiting time for the next extermination in half. Adam isn't just the jerk he seems to be at the beginning. He's a jerk with no morality and the powers to kill as he sees fit, vaporizing Sir Pennius' ship alongside him and his egg boys in a single hit. For that alone, we wish we could give him the Gold Medal of Evil, but there's one character we honestly feel deserves it more. If you've been keeping count, you already know that the Gold Medal of Evil belongs to Susan.
Bring Rosie back.
Susan.
Okay, no it doesn't. We just kind of wish it did though. In all seriousness, the Gold Medal of Evil has to go to Valentino. Adam was a total POS, but if nothing else, he had something adjacent to a reason for doing what he did, keeping hell from getting too big for its britches, so to speak. That doesn't make him any less evil by any means, but he at least had a reason other than pure hedonism. Valentino, on the other hand, is the kind of person hell was really meant for. He may not be causing genocides, but he's an abusive psychopath who thrives on enslaving vulnerable people to act in his porn videos. He frequently assaults his employees, particularly Angel, and may both heaven and hell forbid if you piss him off outside of work.
I own you, or have you forgotten that?
Because he'll make you pay for it tenfold the next day at work. Valentino deserves the Lust Medal for the nature of his work, and we'll also give him the Greed Medal for his determination to recruit all the poor sinners he can for it. Valentino is a monster in every sense of the word. He doesn't care about anyone but himself, and sees others as objects at best and targets for his own sick pleasures at worst. He's a scumbag in every sense of the word, and we hope that this moth is kept as far from the light as possible. With the finale wrapped up, today we're ranking every Arcane character from good to evil, with one of the most morally diverse casts that we've covered on this channel. As usual, we'll be starting with the most noble character and working our way down to the most evil. These characters are the good. And there are surprisingly many heroes in the world of Arcane, but while it was a tough choice, we have to give the Gold Medal of Good to Professor Heimerdinger. Even before the events of Season 2, Heimerdinger would have been a shoo-in for our top spot. With a centuries-long lifespan and a brilliant, wise mind, he's always looking out for the good of the people. He takes pride in his work as a teacher and does all he can to protect his students and keep them on the right path, like advising Jace not to tell the council that he was trying to create magic so he'd avoid being expelled. Jace would not, in fact, listen. While some would point out that Heimerdinger lacks faith in Jace and Victor's research,
a breakthrough like this takes time, Victor. Putting that kind of power into everyone's hands is dangerous,
and can sometimes be insensitive to the mindsets of mortal creatures, it's worth remembering that Heimerdinger has been alive long enough to see the exact terror that could arise from abuse of such power as Hextech. The guy is literally just trying to prevent World War III, and he's thanked for this by being kicked out of the council by his own pupil. But the aftermath of this is the reason why we decided to bring Heimerdinger to the top of our list. After being kicked from the council, Heimerdinger goes down to Zaun to offer his assistance to the people, which results in him adopting Echo as a pupil and in Season 2, helping him create a time machine capable of bringing him back to his own timeline. He becomes a beloved member of the community, from helping improve their technology to playing with the local kids. Not only that, but after dropping the greatest country single of the past decade, Heimerdinger sacrifices his life so Echo can go home and help save his timeline from total devastation. Or at least it appears that way. But apparently a species is immortal in the game, so he's probably just respawning somewhere right now. So wipe those tears, everyone. Heimerdinger's still out there, and he's awarded the Gold Medal of Good, provided he never stops playing that wonderful music. But our Silver Medal of Good has to go to Isha. Without even one line of dialogue, Isha was able to capture the hearts of both Jinx and the audience. During a time of loneliness and despair, Isha is taken in by Jinx as a friend and pseudo-little sister, reviving the goodness in his heart that had long been dormant. Of course, looking up to Jinx could make Isha a little bit mischievous, or in layman's terms, a domestic terrorist. We have to remember she's a very young child and is simply remaining loyal to her family. We see how good she is in the finale of Act 2, where she sacrifices her life to save Jinx, and on top of that, she's humble enough to not even make some big speech while she does it. That's true heroism right there. And rounding out our top 3 with the Bronze Medal of Good, we have one of the less on-screen heroes, Felicia. Since she's only seen in a flashback during Act 2, there isn't much to say about her. After being murdered in an altercation with enforcers, Vander takes in Felicia's little daughters, Powder and Violet, 2 little girls who would surely proceed to live happy, peaceful, normal lives. Later on, we find the reason why Vander took the girls in. He, Silco, and Felicia were close friends for years and constantly spent time with each other.
I can't protect her from all the shit down here and work out how to be a parent at the same time.
And their little girls until her life came to an end. Sometimes the best way to be a hero is to just be a good mother to your family, and that's something Felicia had in spades. But let's talk about the first of the main Undercity kids, Echo. This little man acted as the informant for Vander's kids whenever there was an opportunity to perform a great heist, or on one particularly dangerous occasion, to save their father's life. In the future, when 2 of his friends are dead and the other 2 are at war, Echo becomes a founding member of the Firelights, creating a community around a single tree to give the people underground hope.
Pretty cool, huh? When I first saw it, I knew this was the place. If a single seed can make it down here, so could we.
While he is, admittedly, understandably, opposed to enforcers and other high-ranking topsiders, Echo takes a liking to Heimerdinger pretty much immediately, and accepts his offer to mentor him, leading to the 2 improving their community and becoming even more beloved than before. But what ranks Echo so high up on our list comes down to his loyalty. Echo will do anything for his people, whether it's risking his neck to escape a utopian alternate universe to help his friends back home, or even as simple as fighting off Jinx so Kate and Vi will have time to escape.
Oh, look who it is. The boy savior.
Echo might not be an official hero. In fact, he's more of a vigilante than anything. But people like him give hope to their communities and beyond, and that's worth a lot in our book. Next up, we have the legendary Vander. Right off the bat, Vander stayed true to protecting Felicia's daughters when they were orphaned. And while it's not really known why, he did the same for Milo and Clagger as well. Vander is the kind of guy who will always stand up for the weak and powerless in his community, from the obvious quadruple adoption thing, to the fact that he was quick to stand up for Huck when his business partner tried to cheat him out of their agreed-upon price.
How about you just give Huck the rest of what you owe him, and I'll let you walk out of here in one piece.
That's not to say Vander is perfect, mind you. After Felicia's death, his falling out with Silco ultimately led to him nearly drowning him. A pretty terrible lapse of morality, even if he never truly forgave himself for it. As awful as that was, though, Vander redeems himself on the whole by doing everything he can to protect his family, from his children to Zahn as a whole. Even when he's mutated beyond recognition by Singed, Vander holds on to every last memory of his daughters, until he's sadly too far gone to save. But maybe we can revisit that later. For now, we'll give a quick mention to his old buddy, Benzo, who, despite me believing so for years, isn't actually an adoptive father to Echo. But if anything, that makes him even better. I mean, think about it. Plenty of people have dealt with horrible bosses in their lifetimes, but Benzo always treated Echo with respect and care. When Echo is able to see him again in the alternate timeline, he tells him point blank that he means the world to him.
Boy, one of those days, huh?
And on top of that, Benzo does genuinely care about Vander and the rest of his community. But let's talk about the first of Vander's adoptive kids, Clagger. Honestly, the only reason he's the highest of the bunch isn't because he has any particularly heroic attributes to him. It's more like he doesn't have any unheroic ones. Unlike Milo, he's generally nice to Jinx, and to all his siblings really, and even offers to rescue her when she seems hesitant to do parkour in episode 1. He also commits the completely understandable crime of stealing a cupcake, which we'll give him the Gluttony Sinner medal for. And if that's the worst thing you do in this series, you're doing pretty great. But for now, it's time to get back to the main characters of the show, starting with one of the 3 leading ladies herself, Vi. Vi is an interesting one in that she's objectively done some pretty terrible stuff. You've heard of the fight or flight response, but for Vi, her flight gland has never worked properly. This girl is always ready to throw hands. Literally, those gauntlets are her bread and butter.
We need to fight back. And if you won't, I will.
And it usually leads to disaster. That said, you have to remember that she's grown up in the dark pits of the Undercity her whole life. Fighting for what she cares about is all she really knows, so we can't knock her too hard for that. If anything, Vi is surprisingly compassionate for all she's been through. She's ultimately willing to forgive Jinx when she starts to turn her life around, forgives Kate for literally hitting her with a rifle, and abandoning her after almost killing a child.
Kate, she's a child.
Yeah, we're still kind of pissed about that one. And does a lot to protect the Undercity from the people who threaten it. Whether she's acting as a punk kid with a heart of gold or a willing adult soldier, Vi is always taken after Vander in her devotion to protecting the people who matter the most. And that makes her worthy of a high spot on our list. She just needs a little more self-control, maybe. And as long as we're talking about Vi, how could we forget her iconic best friend? Let me Google his name real quick. Loris? You know, this dude. Come on, you remember Loris? Remember when he talked to Vi? And, he was like an enforcer. And then he died? He was certainly there, and was a nice friend of Vi, even waiting by her bed in episode 8 when she was recovering from combat. But he doesn't really do all that much, so I'm not gonna pretend I have any clue what Arcane was cooking with this guy. And speaking of cooking, let's talk about Jericho, a chef from the Undercity who's happy to help Vi and Kate on their search for Jinx. After letting them eat an absolutely gorgeous meal on the house,
Jericho, have I missed these?
Jericho slips them a paper, scavenger hunt style, to help them on their quest, showing that he is a generous guy. Still, this is pretty much his only appearance, which is probably because the showrunners realized that too much Jericho would have taken away all glory from the other characters. Milo is up next, rounding out the non-supervillain members of Vander's kids. Milo is an expert lockpicker, or he was a lockpicker, at least. He always did his part on the team's heists, which explains why he was easily frustrated by Powder not pulling his weight.
Every time she comes, something goes wrong. She jinxes every job.
Still, aside from being generally mean, Milo was never an outright bully or anything. Just kind of a jerk. At the end of the day, he was just a kid trying to survive in a cruel world, a goal that would sadly elude him. But if his multiverse counterpart is any indication, he would have easily straightened out and had a better life for himself one day. She may sound like she should be in the next category, but Grayson was surprisingly one of the more morally upright characters in the series. She wasn't able to shine for very long, but from what we can tell, she was more or less a decent enforcer who cared about her people, at least for Topside.
The council needs someone to make an example of. People need to feel safe.
In her own words to Kate, her weapon was meant to protect people, which shows that if nothing else, her heart was in the right place.
I'm an enforcer. For me, knowing how to handle this weapon means being able to protect people, to be of service to the city. That's trophy enough.
Despite working for a corrupt government, she genuinely tried her hardest to avoid whatever casualties she could, shown by her bartering with Vander. But at the end of the day, an enforcer still has to enforce. Or had to enforce. Rest in peace. A quick mention of Sky is in order. Victor and her were pretty close at the university, or at least Sky wanted them to be. But after Victor accidentally vaporizes her during one of his experiments, which was primarily due to her trying to protect him, mind you, they were left stranded in the cosmos together. As a result, Sky stayed by Victor's side and helped him run his weird healing cult, seemingly unconcerned with how far he was willing to go. I get having a crush, but being willing to die to help him get closer to his new world order is, well, if it weren't for a very specific scene in Act 3, Sky would be getting the less Sinner medal pretty easily, but more on that later. Next is Mel Medarda. Despite being a Medarda, a family notorious for their ruthless efforts to assert dominance over those beneath them,
you'd give me a throne.
I will give you the world, child.
Mel is ultimately a much better person than her blood would suggest. She can be manipulative at times, sure, most notably in Season 1, where she was a huge driving force behind Jace's rushed ambitions with Hextech, leading to him getting Heimerdinger kicked off the council. She also tends to see people as investments, and while she doesn't mean anything bad by this, it does go to show that she can lack sensitivity in her dealings with others. In any case though, Mel is able to overcome her family legacy and forge her own path.
Mel, would you like...
Willing to stand up to her mother and help to protect Piltover from her attack, using her misdeeds to defeat the Black Rose once and for all. Not far behind Mel is her lover Jace, co-founder of Hextech and almost co-destroyer of the world.
It was revolutionary.
It's sad, honestly. All Jace wanted was to make the world a better place, and he did that in some ways, just not without many, many more sacrifices. From betraying his mentor just so he could get more progress faster, to killing Victor's followers for the sake of destroying Hextech, Jace seemed like he was going on a bit of a villain arc, especially at the end of Act 2, where he seemed to have straight up killed Victor. But right in Episode 7, some stuff is revealed that really recontextualizes Victor's actions. After being sent by the Arcane into a pretty horrible alternate dimension, Jace discovers that Hextech literally will cause the end of the world.
No. It can't be.
Man, if only there was some little furry dude who was trying to warn you about all that. But better late than never, I guess. In the finale, Jace reaches out to Victor one last time to show him the absolute mess they've caused, and they choose to die together in order to stop Victor's newfound power from spreading any further. In the end, he was a good friend and a good man, just one who made a lot of horrible decisions along the way. And just narrowly avoiding the gray area, next up is Caitlin. First thing is first, let's talk about that scene. Yeah, you know the one, where the entirety of Piltover and Zon are getting ready for war, and Kate takes the opportunity to have some alone time with Vi, definitely earning the Lust Sinner medal. Well, while Kate is usually the archetype of a lawful good character, she's easily swayed by her emotions. That is, on the rare occasion she lets them take over. She is generally compassionate and altruistic, showing pity towards Huck's shimmer addiction, for instance. But she also has a temper. When Vi stops her from shooting Jinx and likely catches Isha in the crossfire. What's more, she was manipulated into working for Mbessa, who's already guilty of some serious war crimes herself. But thankfully, Kate eventually sees the light, emphasis on eventually, after using Maddie as a rebound and cheating on her, which, mind you, was before anyone knew Maddie was a traitor. Kate ultimately helps save Piltover from Mbessa and Victor.
Remember... Shut up and fight!
Fighting the former head-on and losing an eye in the process. In the end, she sticks with Vi and is proven to genuinely love her. Still, while Kate is ultimately a decent person and has a lot of heroic deeds, she's done way too much shady stuff for us to place her any higher. And to close out our good section, we have Mr. and Mrs. Kierman. Neither of them had too much screen time, really. All we know is that they cared about protecting Piltover from criminals, willing to make the necessary sacrifices to do so. And they genuinely love their daughter. Despite her disdain for much of Zon, Mrs. Kierman is willing to give Vi some semblance of a chance after seeing how much she means to Kate, which is some true familial love. In a world of all kinds of steampunk characters, these two just seem like normal people. Just very rich normal people. And with the good section wrapped up, it's time to move into more morally neutral territory. These characters fall in the gray area. With how many great and terrible people Arcane has, this is surprisingly the shortest section of today's list, and it begins with Counselor Salo. If I had to describe his personality, I'd say he's a lot like Prince Charming from Shrek 2, only much less evil and only having half of his body crushed. This poor guy went through it in Season 2, becoming a paraplegic and witnessing the deaths of 3 of his colleagues in an instant. He had every right to go on the offensive against Zon.
To think we nearly extended sovereignty to the creatures who did this.
And that anger is unfortunately the exact thing Mbessa used against him.
If we do not defend ourselves with Hextech, our principles will mean nothing.
While it's easy to dislike him for his ego and his disdain for Vi's home turf, it's understandable that he'd want to avenge his fallen friends and legs. What's more, he changed course pretty quickly after being healed by Victor.
I owe Victor everything.
Which shows that he isn't really a hero or a villain, just a guy who is suffering some very severe pain. But let's discuss the other counselors, Haskell, Bulbuck, and Shula. Or for those of you who didn't spend several minutes Googling their names, Beard Guy, Robot Guy, and Clock Necklace Lady. Not much is known about these three other than the fact that they were counselors doing their jobs. Two of whom died, and the other of whom proceeded to do basically nothing for the rest of the season. They're doing their best to govern topside, but the fact is that they can be insensitive to the Zonites and their plight, more than willing to risk their lives if it means taking down Silco and Jinx. As a result, we can't rank them any higher. Arguably the toughest character to rank here, up next is Victor. And when I say tough to rank, man, I really mean it. Victor is a character who could be viewed as a hero, a neutral party, a victim, or a flat-out villain, all depending on how you view him. So let's look at him objectively. In Season 1, Victor helps Jace with his research, becoming a co-founder of Hextech and working on perfecting it to the point of obsession.
We can be improving lives with Hextech now.
Victor's core characteristics is a serious case of tunnel vision, because working on the Hex Core is his whole life, born out of a desire to heal his own diseases and to help others with theirs. All of this makes Victor sound like an absolute saint, and it's backed up in the first act of Season 2, where he basically becomes a sort of pseudo-Jesus figure after nearly dying in Jinx's attack. Unfortunately, he's more of a corrupt Jesus figure. He's got healing powers, sure, and to an extent he does genuinely want to help make other people's lives easier. But the way he goes about this is a few steps too far. Victor comes to believe that to end injustice and suffering in the world, he has to turn every human being into a soulless husk of their former self, essentially becoming a hive mind that he calls the glorious evolution. He's also more than happy to possess his followers as vessels to deliver messages, which is at least a little cult-like. When Jace finally breaks through his corrupted armor, literally, the pair are able to reconcile and finish what they started. All the while, Victor is horrified at all the terror he caused. It's a bittersweet ending to their character arcs, and it goes to show that even the most pure and noble people have the capacity for unspeakable evil. And with that, we move from one of the most complex, morally debatable characters in the Arcane universe to a crackhead. Huck is a very minor character, only really seen a few times throughout the series. You may remember him as the scrawny guy who Vander made sure got the full price for his wares. Unfortunately, Huck later falls victim to the shimmer addiction Zon is suffering from, an addiction so severe that he willingly betrays Vi and Kate to Silco for another hit. Addiction is an ugly reality in the world, so we can't help but feel sorry for Huck, and at least for a little while, he got to be healed by Victor's cult. Not the happiest ending out there, but far from the worst one to be sure. But let's talk about the deuteragonist/antagonist of the whole series, Jinx. Formerly known as Powder, Jinx is probably one of the most tragic villains in cartoon history. At a young age, this inventor in training wanted nothing more than to be a help to her older siblings on their adventures. This desperate longing led to an explosion that killed Vander, Milo, and Klager, dissolved her relationship with Vi, and resulted in Powder herself being taken in by a local steampunk Nazi Silco. In her new home environment, Jinx is manipulated and raised into a super weapon with a variety of smaller, cutesier super weapons.
Maybe we should try the other.
Like a big rocket launcher shaped like a shark. Very creative, at least. Now, I won't deny that Jinx has done some horrific things during her time in the series. Mass murder, terrorism, kidnapping, torture, and even trespassing. But beneath that concerning rap sheet isn't some master criminal or sadist or anything like that. The sad fact is that Jinx is just a girl who desperately wants love and nurturing, something that Silco provided in his own toxic way. In Season 2, when she discovers Vander is still alive, albeit now a furry against his will, she drops everything to tell Vi so the two can reunite with their old man, which leads to a slow and steady healing of their relationship. In the end, Jinx sacrifices herself to simultaneously put Vander out of his misery and save Vi's life, giving her the chance to die as a hero after going through some true horrors. If things had been different, Jinx could have been a perfectly decent person. But at the end of the day, she always had a good heart, just a heart that was corrupted to the point where she did some horrible things. But that final act of self-sacrifice and love was what gave Jinx a peaceful end on her own terms. And as sad as it is, it was also beautiful. Now this may be a bit more controversial, but closing out our gray area is Marcus, the treacherous sheriff from Season 1. Marcus is the type of character who's incredibly easy to hate right off the bat, but for a side character, he actually has a really solid arc. He cooperates with Silco out of fear for himself and his daughter, which is terrible. But what makes Marcus sympathetic is that he actually didn't know how bad Silco was, at least not to the fullest extent. After witnessing the deaths of several innocents, including his superior, Marcus was enraged at Silco and wanted out, only staying in business because of his daughter, who Silco made thinly veiled threats against.
I don't need favors. I need you to do your job.
Now, I'm not saying Marcus didn't dig his own grave, but at the end of the day, 90% of what he did was under extreme duress, and he was held back from becoming a full-on villain by the simple fact that he had a decent conscience. It's also worth noting that Marcus does have one good deed under his belt. While in any other scenario, kidnapping and imprisoning a teenage girl would be a horrific deed, Marcus had a point that Silco would have murdered Vi without hesitation if he saw her. In a twisted way, without Marcus, Vi would be dead. And while he's not a good guy, he's not a total villain either. He's just a man who made horrible decisions and died trying to minimize the damage. But with that said, it's time to move into the dark side and talk about the characters who fall in the bad and evil category. And believe me, there are plenty. Kicking off this category is a bit of an unconventional choice, Warwick. The magnum opus of Singed. Warwick is the reanimated corpse of Vander, one of the many twisted creations of the Mad Doctor in his effort to cure death itself. While initially he does retain some of his memories, Warwick is Vander in body only. And unlike Vander, Warwick is driven by sheer bloodlust and animal instincts, attacking his opponents with neither mercy nor hesitation. That's all pretty bad, but given the fact that Warwick is a reanimated corpse who lacks human intelligence, we have to call him way less evil than some of the real monsters this series has to show. Out of all the characters whose rankings changed because of Act 3, Maddie was the most surprising, especially considering there was, like, no hint that she was a traitor to Kate. But then episode 9 dropped and out of nowhere, just boom, she's on Ambessa's side again.
I did appreciate your warmth.
Maybe she heard about Kate's fling with Vi and wanted revenge, or maybe she and Ambessa had something going on, who can say? Well, certainly not Maddie now. Talk about a fall from grace. And we've now entered our bottom 10, and first up is Rennie, one of Silco's followers. Alongside Finn, she plotted to betray Silco and have him killed by Savika after her son was killed during Jace and Vi's attack on the Shimmer Factory. That leads us to why she isn't any lower. Despite being guilty of some serious crimes, even being the head honcho of the terrorist attack in the first act of Season 2, Rennie was a grieving mother dealing with the pain and anguish of losing a young son. It doesn't excuse anything she did, but it at least paints her in a kind of sympathetic light. And the last of the lesser evils is Savika, Silco's second in command. Going back to Rennie and Finn's attempted betrayal, that scene goes to show Savika's best quality, loyalty. For all her faults, all her many faults, she's loyal to her cause to the very end, and her cause is to liberate the people of Zon by any means necessary. She refuses to hand one of her own over and can rally the people to fight together.
We don't hand over our people.
It's clear to see that Savika is driven by a desire to be free by crushing the people who have oppressed them for years, for which we'll give her the Wrath Sinner Medal. Oh, but if only that loyalty extended to Vander. Along with her followers, Savika abandoned Vander in Season 1 when he committed the unforgivable act of not wanting to attack Topside and get more of their people killed. Which shows that, as loyal and dedicated as Savika is, she's also cold and tunnel-visioned, never hesitant to kill whoever she needs to in order to get the job done. Savika isn't a good person, but she cares about her people in her own twisted, violent way. Still have no idea why they made her a counselor, though. Like, seriously, Savika got hired on, but Heimerdinger trying to prevent a nuclear apocalypse was too much. Really? Okay, I'll drop it for now, but let's move on to some good old-fashioned police brutality with Rictus. And yeah, I'll be honest, that's basically all I got from this dude. Rictus was Ambessa's right-hand man and one of the most skillful fighters in the series. He had no qualms with carrying out his boss's orders, no matter how brutal they were. In some cases, he almost seemed to enjoy torturing Jinx's followers to get information.
Your death will be a deep cut.
The villains are about to get way more complex and or intense, so for right now, just enjoy the simple villainy of being a really bad cop. And what better way to follow him up than with his boss, Ambessa Medarda. As a high-ranking, powerful Noxian warlord, Ambessa is the embodiment of why her family is feared. The Medarda name is synonymous with merciless, iron-fisted rule, and Ambessa is fully dedicated to upholding that, to the point where she banished her own daughter for not living up to expectations. Said expectations situations, basically being willing to kill whoever she needs to without hesitation. That's a crime worthy of the Pride Sinner Medal for sure. But worry not, Mama Maderda here knows how to get even dirtier. Even if we were to ignore that one-off scene where she seems to be hiring a prostitute, the way Maderda uses people like commodities is downright unsettling. She manipulates Sallow and Caitlin to do her bidding, while they're at their most vulnerable, and doesn't see anything wrong with some bloodshed if it's for the right cause. Just look at the finale. She was using Maddie, a very visibly young woman, as a spy, and had barely any reaction to her being murdered. It was like a mild inconvenience to her, at worst. The only overtly good thing to say about Mbessa is the fact that she does genuinely love her family, and did all she could to protect them. Being stalked by the Black Rose just made that seriously difficult. But as bad as Mbessa was, there are some characters who sank even lower. On that note, let's move to the lowest parts of Zahn and talk about Deckard, who you might remember as the lowlife who roughed Vi and the gang up in episode 1 for their treasure. Being willing to rob children is low, even by criminal standards, but after being thoroughly beaten, this dude and his lackeys still chase down Powder, get their hands on their haul. Ultimately, Deckard goes from a monster to a literal monster when he allows Silco and Singed to test out Shimmer on him, turning him into a mindless monster and proving that he's the type of guy who will do anything to get more power for himself. He doesn't have any ambitions or convictions or anything really. He's just a self-serving lowlife, and one of the few people in Zahn who lives up to Piltover's generally low view of them. But taking the number 5 spot for most evil is Finn. Finn led the charge in the attempt to betray Silco, deciding that fascism itself wasn't enough. Finn wanted fast fascism.
Ego is one thing, brains another.
And if he had to kill the guy who brought him to power to begin with, so be it. Unlike Rennie, he doesn't even have a personal stake in the matter, at least no more than the average Zaunite. So he's just doing this out of impatience and hunger for power. That thirst to usurp his boss's empire wins him the Envy Sinner Medal, and a free neck surgery, courtesy of Savika. Landing just outside of our bottom 3, we have Smeech. Don't let his looks fool you. This guy will do a lot worse than just trying to steal your lucky charms. The moment Silco died, Smeech was one of the many crime lords who tried to take the power vacuum he left in his wake. The result was everything from raids in enemy territory to attempts at kidnapping Jinx for ransom.
But I got a different solution. We give them Jinx. That's all they really want.
Making Savika look like a model citizen, since even she refused to hand over a fellow Zaunite. What's more is that Smeech cares nothing for his allies. If he has a lackey that he can send in as a helpful spy to scout the area, so be it. He was a coward who did nothing but reap the harvest from his manservants, which earns him the Greed Sinner Medal. But without him, we never would have seen Savika's cool new robot arm in action, so we appreciate him for that.
Wait. There's a deal to be struck here.
Now, the Bronze Medal of Evil we have to give to the man formerly known as Dr. Revik, Singed. Now, to start things off, Singed has one, and only one, redeeming quality. He loves his daughter. In fact, everything he does in his scientific pursuits is done in an attempt to cure his daughter's terminal illness, which makes him a totally justified and sympathetic kid. No, it doesn't.
Why aren't you playing with the others?
Look, it's good that he loves his daughter. What parents wouldn't do what they could to save their child's life? The problem with Singed isn't that he loves his daughter and wants to cure her illness, but it's that he dedicates his entire life to defying the laws of nature itself.
I too once had a daughter.
He's kidnapped, tortured, experimented on, and ultimately killed countless people to find that ever-elusive cure, extending his own lifespan in the process.
Chin up, little one. I'll tell you a secret. We won't be staying long.
Worst of all, he invented Shimmer, leading to the events that kickstarted the series story and ruined the lives of everyone in Zahn. You know, like they were even good to begin with. It's tragic to think that he went so far out of love for his daughter, but the simple fact is that Singed was willing to kill countless people and ruin the lives of even more, which makes him one of the worst people in the series, without a doubt. But he had to have some sort of funding to do that, which leads us to the Silver Medal of Evil winner, Silco. Like Singed, Silco was a villain whose unspeakable acts were often swept under the rug by fans in favor of love for his adoptive daughter. Now, as a villain, we love Silco, and his relationship with Jinx is easily his best attribute since he did genuinely love her. Even after the chance of having Zahn liberated by the Council in exchange for Jinx, he refused to hand her over.
Is there anything so undaring as a daughter?
And even when he died by her own hands, he spent his final moments comforting her. All that's great, but that makes it easy to forget who Silco really was. After Felicia's death, while Vander was racked with grief, Silco was still laser focused on uniting the nation of Zon. This would lead him to be betrayed by Vander and unleash his full ruthlessness. And just how far does that ruthlessness go? Well, Silco is responsible for the Shimmer drug epidemic in the Undercity, which is made even worse by the fact that he's from the Undercity. By keeping everyone hooked on the stuff, Silco keeps his own pockets fat and everyone else terrified of him. He's more than willing to torture his own followers and will threaten their families, kids included, to keep them in line.
Fear haunts us all, child.
I mean, let's not forget how Silco indirectly threatened to kill Marcus's young daughter if he didn't follow his orders.
Let's talk outside.
Can't you see we're playing?
And worse than that, he knocked over her building blocks. She worked really hard on those, Silco. Look, the guy may be a loving adoptive dad to Jinx, but Silco was still pretty close to pure evil. Sure, there's some good in him, just like there is in Jinx, but unlike her, Silco never chose to even try and walk away from the cycle of killing, which proves his nature is just that. A cold-hearted killer who just happens to have a daughter he loves. No matter how you slice it, anyone who could be both a drug lord and a child laborer is pretty irredeemable, no matter how loving his final words to Jinx were.
You're perfect.
But as sinister as Silco is, at least he had a redeeming quality. On the other hand, our gold medal of evil has to go to the group that has nothing of the sort, the Black Rose. So it turns out that Mel has these cool secret magical powers that put a target on her back for a cult of evil sorcerers known as the Black Rose. These guys mean business, working to influence high-ranking families all around the world. They'll disfigure, mutilate, and otherwise torment their targets however they need to get their hands on whatever they're after. By arguably having killed Kino and definitely having attempted to kill Ambessa.
What you've stolen is more precious than any gold.
They hope to inch closer to Mel and get their hands on her power, even using her dead brother's likeness to fish for information. What's strange about the Black Rose, and admittedly a bit frustrating, is that we don't know what exactly they want with Mel's powers. All we know is that they were willing to kidnap her brother and hold him for ransom to get Mel in exchange, a deal too horrific for even Ambessa to accept.
Where is my brother?
Regrettably, his fate wasn't among your mother's lies.
You killed him.
The Black Rose's ultimate goal is unknown, and thanks to Mel taking them down, it can hopefully stay that way. Because if this dark magic cult was enough to unsettle Ambessa, we can only imagine what it planned to do to the rest of the world. The heroes in a half shell are back again, and they still don't miss. Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is the latest take on the classic series, and with all the new portrayals of classic characters, plus a couple new ones, we figured it was only right to rank them from good to evil. As usual, we'll start with the most respectable reptiles and work our way down. These are the good characters. And this time around, we're giving our gold medal of good to the first of the main four, Mikey. Mikey is often the butt of the joke for not really having as clear of a role as his brothers. Leo's the leader, Raph is the brawn, and Donnie is the brains. But what does that make Mikey? Well, I say it's quite simple. He's the heart. Like in Mutant Mayhem and basically every other TMNT installment, Mikey is characterized as an easygoing, friendly guy.
Yeah, these guys aren't our enemies.
They're gonna blow up the seawall and flood the entire city.
He's more than willing to fight for what's right, sure, but what sets him apart from the other heroes is how far he's willing to go to avoid violence.
I know exactly who you are. A dude who's tall enough to reach that chicken broth for me.
In the first episode, he encourages Raph to try being nice to people instead of just fighting them, and this sense of kindness is prevalent throughout the whole arc, with him even seeming to feel bad for insulting his opponents, as we see during his fight with Lee. What gives him the gold medal over everyone else, though, is the fact that Mikey's kindness doesn't stop at his friends and family. Despite knowing that Bishop's intern, Rod, is technically part of a plan that threatens to wipe out his entire race, Mikey doesn't hesitate to push him out of the way of a massive firework explosion, saving his life. Later on, he fights off one of the Mechazoids to protect both Rod and Pigeon P. While it wasn't easy to order, Mikey is the kind of character who's tough to beat in a battle of goodwill. But the left brain is just as crucial as the right, and that's why our silver medal of good has to go to Donnie. Donnie gets a lot more spotlight in this series than he did in Mutant Mayhem, which is definitely a plus. In episode 4, he starts out strong by getting a Mechazoid to target himself instead of 2 police officers who were more concerned with writing a book about mutants than protecting the people.
Leave them alone. I'm the mutant here. Come and get me.
Heck, actually, throughout this whole episode, humans treat Donnie like he's some kind of urban legend celebrity. Which I guess isn't wrong per se, but it was clearly burdening the guy, and that makes it all the more impressive that Donnie was able to save the entire train full of people, despite having 0 backup. He also arguably gets the most direct conflict with Bishop out of all the turtles, on top of rightly calling her out on her hypocrisy. Which we'll talk about later, he ends up using her technology against her by creating a robot that protects mutants. Finally, like Mikey, he's surprisingly sympathetic. When he's giving a recap of the train episode, he mentions that Bishop might have some tragic backstory nobody knows about yet, and later on he helps Wingnut through a pretty bad moment of panic. The Bronze Medal of Good goes to another turtle, but not a traditional one. It's Metalhead. And okay, I'll admit that this guy doesn't get too much spotlight, but come on, how much convincing do you really need? He's a friendly robot who exists solely to protect the existence of the mutants Bishop is trying to eradicate. He even gets destroyed trying to protect them and straight up apologizes to his enemies for destroying them.
I sincerely apologize.
Hopefully they put him back together later on because, come on, this is peak character design.
But he's a robot. We can probably just turn him on later. We totally won!
Next is our first non-turtle mutant, Pigeon Pete. He's a man of few words, well, until the end of the season at least.
You took me under your wing, and I will never forget it. So thank you.
But despite being made on accident by Mikey, this little guy turned big guy ended up being one of the turtles' most dependable allies. In episode 6, he was actually responsible for stopping the Mechazoid's rampage, being the only one capable of bringing the EMP blast high enough to deactivate them. He might not be able to count, but he is able to be counted on, and that earns him a lot of credit. Now it's finally time to talk about Splinter. Splinter has done a lot of growing since Mutant Mayhem. He's still a devoted, concerned father to his kids and a general altruist to mutant kind in general. But he's far less overprotective than he used to be. Heck, he's even got enough faith in his boys to send them out into the storm in groups so they can learn to get along better with the mutanimals.
You all need to get out of here.
You want us to go outside.
It's raining!
You are turtles. A little water will do you good.
Though we have to criticize that move a little bit since he implies that he did that at least in part to get some peace and quiet. But I'd still argue that he's earned that. He also earns the Lust Sinner Medal for what's admittedly a pretty funny reason. Since Jackie Chan didn't reprise his role for the series, Splinter instead spends the majority of the show speaking in vermin for the sake of his new girlfriend, Scumbag. I guess that's a way to save money on voice actors. Next, we have the sorta kinda leader of the team, Leonardo. When it comes to morals, he's a bit of a mixed bag. On one hand, he's definitely a good guy, and his goodwill often leads his brothers to do things they usually wouldn't on their own. This is very prominent throughout the first half of the season, where he convinces the team to go out and see what the mutant alert they got was all about, and later on even convince them to help save Bishop from her own rebellious robots. This is all some pretty good stuff on his record, but the reason we can't put Leo any higher is the same reason he gets the Pride Sinner Medal. Simply put, Leo doesn't have great listening skills. In episode 11, he completely missed the fact that Pete was trying to warn him about danger because he was too busy, ironically, criticizing Pete for not listening.
What's his problem?
Yeah, sorry about him. He's only been a mutant for a few weeks.
This shows that Leo has a pretty big ego problem, constantly thinking he's better than the people around him, and being pretty hesitant to consider alternate viewpoints. Still, there's no denying that he's a good guy. He's just also a teenager, and he's got plenty of growth to do. And at last, we've reached our first human character, April O'Neil. So, the first reason April lands this low is because she's implied to be a Drake fan. Just kidding. Sure, April is antisocial, but she earns a lot of points for being a genuinely great friend. As an aspiring journalist, she uses her talents to help put the turtles in a positive light. She also insists on going back to help Splinter out during the storm.
Look, the storm's only gonna get worse. I'm coming to get you.
Which is especially impressive for one of the few characters in the series without any mutant powers or fighting experience. She's a good friend, and hopefully we'll see more of her in action as the series goes on. Now let's talk about the last of the main four, Raph. I'm gonna start this one off with a shocker. Raph isn't getting the Wrath medal. I know, it's a hot take, but it'll make sense later. For now, just know that Raph has been able to show off more of his good character traits in this series. Despite his initial reaction to Mikey saying he should try being nice to his enemies, it turns out that Raph took this advice to heart and used it to get out of a near-death conflict with the Purple Dragons.
We're the Purple Dragons, and we run 7th Ave between 40 and 42nd. I changed my mind.
If you are convinced that he's grown, later on in episode 6, the Turtles confront Bishop. Now, let me remind you, Bishop is literally proposing a plan of mutant genocide. But despite this, Raph initially comments that they should talk about it. Raph is still the same hilarious hothead we know and love, but he's also gained some much-needed patience and restraint.
You gotta give the people what they want.
But I guess if you refuse said patience and restraint, well, it's nice knowing you. Closing out the good category, we have an umbrella entry for the Mutanimals. Ray Fillet, Scumbag, Wingnut, and Leatherhead. That's right, all the Mutanimals from Mutant Mayhem made a triumphant return in the series. Well, almost all of them.
People's, they got to go.
We'll never forget you, Mondo Gecko. But that aside, yeah, the Mutanimals are pretty chill. They basically show up to help the Turtles learn a little bit more about themselves through sympathizing over their flaws. This is clearly why Mondo Gecko isn't there, because, as you all know, he is without flaw.
So, let's just stop and vibe.
There isn't much to say about these guys, but they're all good mutant people when you get to know them. But with that said, let's move on to our more questionable characters. This is the moral gray area. And before anyone says we forgot about one of the Mutanimals, worry not, Genghis Frog is here. And first of all, he gets the Gluttony Center Medal. This little guy ate everything in the fridge, which is already pretty darn inconsiderate. But then when he and Mikey go to get groceries, he tries to eat Mr. Whiskers multiple times.
Baby, I don't want the cat that bad.
To his credit, he does relent, which, given how much he seems to love eating, couldn't have been easy. Still, it might be worth keeping an eye on this guy. Oh yeah, and I didn't forget Bebop and Rocksteady. They just actually weren't in the movie. Not as sad an exclusion as Mondo, but still. And without further ado, let's move on to a brand new character, Rod. Rod has already become a fan favorite, and it's pretty easy to see why. Sure, he's lazy, a little insensitive, and pretty self-centered, not to mention the fact that he's working for Bishop. That said, he's only working there because his father pushed him to.
I'm just in charge of the snacks, man.
On top of being a generally okay dude, he also provides some much appreciated comedic relief on the show. He does have to take home the Sloth Center Medal for his lack of any real ambition aside from be mutant.
The snack situation here is seriously lame, dudes.
But at the end of the day, Rod has his good qualities. For example, when Bishop and Rod first confront the Turtles, Rod suggests that they do just seem like normal kids. Aside from the whole being turtles thing. He may not be a hero or anything, but he is a decent enough guy at the end of the day. And while he has a very small role, we're gonna give his dad, Roderick Underwood Sr., a quick mention too. There's just something about rich guys in cartoons that makes you immediately assume they're evil. It doesn't help Roderick's case that he seems like kind of a jerk, but nonetheless, he also apparently loves his son. I know, bare minimum, but come on. The fact that he invested in someone whose invention he didn't really care about just to make his son happy is really sweet, all else aside.
Dad, you're never gonna believe it. I know what I want to be. A mutant!
Now we're finally entering the sorta, kinda villain territory, starting with Mustang Sally. The first of the East River Three, Sally is a simple seahorse. He wants to have babies and take care of them, which he can't do if he doesn't have a home.
I'll do whatever I have to do for my kids.
On top of that being a pretty tame villain motivation, we also can't take too many points off for his role in the Three's plan to flood the city, since he implies later that he genuinely didn't know that most humans can't swim and therefore wouldn't survive a flood. And next we have his devoted partner, Lee the Eel. Weird backwards name aside, Lee is similar to Sally, though admittedly she's more short-tempered and violent. During her fight with Mikey in the store, she electrocutes the water that's flooded into the place, knowingly risking the lives of everyone inside. But, like Sally, she has her sympathetic traits. On top of being loyal to her friends, she also has a lot of sympathy for sea creatures. During the heist of the Pearl, she sees a dried-out squid, which horrifies her so much that she gets distracted and sets off an alarm.
Teddy! What did they do to you?
We'll get to the leader of this team much later, but for now, just know that 2 out of 3 have proven themselves pretty redeemable. And narrowly avoiding the bad category, we have the strongest member of the Purple Dragons, Hun. There's something charming about the big brutish gang member who has a heart of gold deep down.
You're a big one.
And that's Hun in a nutshell, basically. Despite being involved in a violent gang, he's not really a terrible guy. He dislikes violence enough for other members to criticize him for it, saying he needs to toughen up.
What did I do to deserve all this attitude?
He's also known to be an animal lover and won't tolerate hurting anything from a chicken to a kitten.
What is wrong with you, frog?
But while Hun has a lot of good traits, being involved with the dragons in such a pivotal way is something we can't fully excuse him for. He also definitely deserves the Darwin Sinner Medal, like the guy thought Raph was a crab. But without further ado, it's finally time to enter the bad and evil category. And first up here is Angel. She's the only other prominent member of the Purple Dragons in this series, so you can basically consider her the representative for the group here. The dragons aren't exactly pure evil, but they're still pretty bad. Their members are expected to be ruthless in their methods, and they're willing to do some pretty messed up stuff to earn money. That aside, Angel specifically does have her moments of decency, like letting Raph leave after he helped fight off the Mechazoids.
You saved Hun. He's a big idiot, but he's my idiot. We're even.
That shows some level of humility and respect, and while it's nowhere near enough to call her less than a bad guy, it's possible that the dragons could eventually become allies to the turtles and maybe even friends. Next is arguably the simplest criminal on our list, Bad Bernie.
Innocent man, simply trying to make a living.
Now normally I'd say never judge a book by its cover, but come on. This guy is as sketchy as it gets, and his personality lives up to it. He's a con artist and arguably a sadist. When he bribed Goldfin to steal the pearl in the first place, he forced him to prove his loyalty by eating a piece of sushi. He's a scumbag in the simplest sense of the word, but even so, there are a few characters who manage to be far worse. And this might be a surprise, but we're giving the Mechazoids a bottom 3 spot, with the bronze medal of evil. I definitely feel like there's a case to place these guys higher and lower, but this feels like the right spot. On one hand, were they allowed to keep going their own way, they would have caused more destruction than any other villain in the show. Despite being created by Bishop for the sake of destroying all mutants, they revolted against her by gaining sentience in episode 6.
You have failed. Mechazoids are superior to organic life forms.
And deciding that the best course of action was to destroy all life, both human and mutant.
She probably should have seen this coming, you know? If she watched any robot movie ever.
That's pretty bad, but it should go without saying that for creating them, Josephina Bishop is way worse. What should also go without saying is that the Wrath Sinner Medal goes to Bishop without a doubt. During Super Duper Fly's rampage in New York, by the way, love how they tied the movie into the show here, her original Mechazoid prototype was destroyed in the crossfire, giving her a seething hatred of all mutants.
Mutants.
Rather than simply make the prototype again, Bishop decided to revamp her mission entirely. Instead of making robots to lift humanity up, she made them to tear mutanity down. We could totally make a joke about Bishop's whole villain motivation basically being racism, but when Rod commented that the turtles seemed like normal kids, she literally said normal kids aren't green.
Regular kids are not green, Rod.
Still, Bishop does actually have some good character traits. While she's willing to endanger or even sacrifice human lives for what she sees as the greater good, she seems to genuinely care about the safety of the species. When she discovers that the Mechazoids are targeting humans with mutations, like Rod, she tries to shut them down and even works alongside the turtles to help. She also once made a pair of prosthetic legs for her sister, which was pretty sweet to say the least. Unfortunately, any goodwill she would have gotten from those deeds is stripped away at the end of episode 6, when she tries to turn herself in a shockingly noble moment on her part. The Earth Protection Force offers her a position in helping them take care of the mutant crisis, and she not only accepts this, but she does so with zero hesitation. And this is after the turtles have saved her life, and helped save the lives of all humans in the general vicinity, mind you. On the surface, it's hard to think of a villain who could be more evil. But if you ask us, the gold medal of evil has to go to Goldfin. Man, don't you just love when the name and the medal lines up like that? If I would have stopped this series at episode 11, I could have easily put Goldfin at the end of the gray area. I mean, sure, he's a ruthless terrorist who plans to flood the entire city to get his home back, but he's just trying to take back the only place his kind has ever known. That's not a crime, right? Well, no, it wouldn't be, but sadly, that's just what Goldfin would want you to think. In episode 12, it's revealed that he's in a league with Bad Bernie, and has no plan to return the pearl back to its rightful home in the ocean, meaning he's been lying to his friends for the entire time they've been on land. And if you think that's bad, it gets worse. During their heist and the ensuing fight with the turtles, Goldfin knocks the entire museum down while the turtles and the other East River crew members are underneath it, showing a willingness to literally murder his lifelong best friend and family for, well, what was it all for? Well, that, my friends, would be exactly why Goldfin gets both the Gold Medal of Evil and the Greed Sinner Medal. In his own words, Goldfin wanted to use the money from selling the pearl to live like a king. Now, there's nothing wrong with wanting to make a better, more comfortable life for yourself. Heck, it's pretty admirable. But throwing everyone you've ever loved under the bus for it, attempting to kill them twice, and also engaging in cannibalism, I totally forgot about that for a second, is a whole new level of messed up.
I honestly can't believe you did that.
Yeah, you're like a cannibal, but for fish. That's super messed up, man.
Bishop is a scumbag, undoubtedly, but she at least cared about the humans to some degree, in selling out his soul, his home, his morals, and his family for the sake of a luxurious lifestyle.
Dang, man. That's cool.
Goldfin proved that the only person he cares about is himself, and despite showing some sorrow for betraying his friends, he doesn't go back on his plan for a second. You may have survived that boat explosion, Goldfin, but you've sunk all the way to the bottom of this morality spectrum. If there's anything we've learned from this new Netflix animated movie, it's that you should be very careful who you give both a driver's license and a job to transport decorative goods.
Fake unicorn.
Thankfully here it worked out pretty well. This is Thelma the unicorn character's good to evil. And we'll start as we normally do with the characters whose sparkle stands out the most. These characters are the good. And the top spot was a bit of a tough choice, but we decided to give our gold medal of good to Susie. This adorable wheelchair-bound kid is technically the first to discover Thelma's newfound accidental unicorn getup, and is the first of many adoring fans. And she also turns out to be her most loyal fan. She's there from the beginning and still willing to give her a shot after it's revealed that she's just a regular pony. There's not a lot to say about her, she's just a sweet kid who likes unicorns, and we hope that magic inspires her for years to come. Honorable mentions to the other fans too, including that one goth kid who looks like Gaz from Invader Zim. The silver medal of good has to go to Thelma's ride or die best friend, Otis. Otis is basically the ideal best friend. He's loyal, caring, and genuinely understanding.
I'm happy playing music anywhere, as long as it's with you.
At the same time though, he's not just a yes man. While he never backs away from supporting Thelma and her dreams, he also encourages her to be herself instead of living a lie.
But don't you want to wash the paint off first?
Above all else, Otis is a friend through and through. When Rusty Bucket's audition goes poorly, he shows up at the same diner that she's drowning her sorrows in to try and cheer her up over a game of Dungeons and Wagons. Even when he doesn't feel as certain as she does about their endeavors, he's still always there to support and help her however he can. And when he goes missing, he's one of the first and most dedicated people to search for her. His devotion to his friends knows no bounds. And I will say it's nice that this movie doesn't force that beautiful friendship to turn into a romance. The bronze medal of good goes to the legendary music producer Peggy Purvis. Despite having retired for a while after going blind, Peggy sensed potential in Thelma and her band, and decided to become their manager. Unlike a lot of managers in fiction, it's always clear that Peggy has her clients' best interests at heart.
Someday the Rusty Bucket's picture gonna be up there too.
She has her own reservations about trusting Vic Diamond to let her open for Nikki Narwhal, but she ultimately lets them go for it, and while this did turn out to be a mistake, it definitely wasn't an intentional one. As a matter of fact, Peggy remains loyal to Thelma long after she's bailed on her as a manager, going as far as telling her that she always knew she wasn't a real unicorn, but she knew she'd come around and be true to herself anyway. If that weren't enough, even being blind won't stop Peggy from defending her clients from rogue security guards and the like. And on top of all that, she's married to this guy who looks like Wild West from Family Guy. It's not a good or a bad thing morally speaking, but it's kinda cool. But let's finally talk about the star of the show herself, Thelma the Unicorn. Thrust into stardom with paint, glitter, and the love of a little girl in a wheelchair, Thelma takes the opportunity to become famous while she's got it, which unfortunately means lying to herself and the people around her for a pretty lengthy time. Thelma has a serious case of tunnel vision throughout most of the movie, while Otis and Reggie are content to be wherever they go, as long as they're together. Thelma longs for more. In itself, that's not a bad thing, but she's regrettably willing to falsify a persona to get famous, thinking that it's the only way she'll ever get a chance to show the world her music. Ultimately, she ends up regretting this decision due to missing her old friends. It's at worst when she has to go into hiding when Megan threatens to expose her secret to the world. But thankfully, she comes around and decides to show the world who she really is.
I'd like to share a song with you. Alright, guys. Let's do this.
We have to give Thelma some extra good points here because on top of showing her clear discomfort with lying throughout the film, she never resorts to mistreating her friends. Usually in these sort of rise and fall stories, the main character becomes a jerk at some point, but not so with Thelma. She just ran low on time for her friends and starts to regret her facade as a result. But for all she overcame though, we'll say that she's more than earned her share of fans. And really, lies aside, she did a really good job singing. Nearing the end of Thelma's core friend group, we have her other BFF, Reggie. Admittedly, Reggie's not the brightest bulb in the socket. He's a great drummer, a not so great driver, and a guy who's overall content to just chill with the people around him. While he's not as emotionally open as Otis though, he's still a nice guy who cares about his friends. And let the record show that he was just as determined as Otis to look for Thelma when she went missing after all. That said, like we implied earlier, he can be a bit reckless. We're also pretty sure we saw him kill at least 2 security guards by accident, and didn't seem too worried about it. I guess you could call it self-defense, but they were technically trespassing. So if talking animals go to court in this universe, he might want to lawyer up pretty quick. From a friend to a fan and possible relative. Next, we have a brief mention of Thelma's almost legally adopted son. Yeah, we really did try to find this guy's name, but no dice. It's not important though. All you need to know is that he really wants to get Thelma's autograph so he can legally be considered her son. I mean, it's definitely weird, and definitely worthy of the Darwin Center Medal, but weirdness aside, he seems like an okay guy.
Mommy! Is this donkey bothering you?
He even acts as a sort of makeshift bodyguard for Thelma at some points, and like little Susie, remains loyal to her after the big identity reveal. And driving right to the end of the good category, we have the trucker, aka the reason the whole plot of the movie came into being. We weren't really expecting this guy to come back after the first act, where his reckless driving resulted in pink paint and glitter being spilt on Thelma, thus giving her the new persona we all know and love. We were gonna put him in the gray area because despite his lack of malice, this guy has all the driving smarts of a drunk SpongeBob. But what he lacks in road safety skills, he more than makes up for in compassion and wisdom. He's more than happy to give Thelma a ride, not knowing who she is, and offers her some unintentional inspiration to be herself, rather than hiding who she is for the sake of others.
You know, being on the road makes you want to ponder, and I ponder a lot.
It's this mutual encouragement that gives him the strength to tell his wife that he's a world-famous champion of the underground clogging circuit, which I guess is a thing. And in any case, he's a nice guy who's more than happy to be a friend to anyone who needs one. He just really needs to go back to driver's ed. But now it's time for a brief intermission. Celebrity status is a strange thing. You might even call it a huge gray area. And we're kicking ours off with another star, Danny Stallion. His first impression, being famous for cud-chewing videos, made us expect him to hold the Darwin Center Medal. But then he dropped the bombshell that he's only doing the whole fame thing to pay for medical school, so he can become a brain surgeon.
Gotta pay for med school somehow, right?
He's still lying about his identity, sure, but he's trying to put some good out in the world. Next up are Nikki's reliable background dancers, the Pool Boys. These guys are pretty much always dancing anytime they're on screen, whether they're supposed to be working, they are working, or they're performing. You can bet they're busting moves wherever there are moves to be busted. And they're only in the gray area because they don't seem to have any issue working for Vic, who's a pretty sleazy guy. Next, we go back to the earlier parts of the film to talk about the judges. You could honestly argue these guys are the ones who kickstarted Thelma's identity crisis by telling her point blank that she'd never perform at Sparklepalooza because she didn't have the right look.
We just want people with a certain look.
Now, that is ridiculously mean, especially considering that they didn't even let her start to perform. But as judges for a big event like Sparklepalooza, they're just doing their jobs by telling people who can and can't move forward. When Thelma gives her big speech later on, they do actually look remorseful for what they said, so here's hoping they've learned their lesson. And rounding out the gray area is Zirconia. She's the leader of a group of horses who rival Thelma back on the farm, and as the typical mean girl character, she's incredibly dismissive of Thelma for even considering trying out for Sparklepalooza.
Ain't nobody on Earth want to hear music from a plain old farm pony.
There isn't much to say since she really just shows up at the beginning and end of the movie, but in the end, she does actually come around as a fan of Thelma's, now that she's popular. Look, people change, I'm not saying she hasn't, but 90% of what we saw of her was mean, so you'll have to understand our doubts that this change of heart was fully sincere. Still, we are happy you got over your pink eye at least. With the gray area wrapped up, it's finally time to look at the sleazier side of Hollywood. These are the bad and the evil. And the bronze medal of evil has to go to Nikki Narwhal. The moment Thelma started getting popular, Nikki went ballistic, even going as far as to attack her during her performance.
Get off my stage!
Which got her understandably cancelled for a while. For this reason, we have to give her the Envy Sinner Medal. Nikki is no saint, but it's worth noting that she isn't a flat-out supervillain. When discussing her plans to take Thelma down, she's shocked when Megan proposes murder as a solution, instead opting for Megan to go digging up dirt on her that they can use to turn public opinion around. Granted, not a murderer is a pretty low bar to reach, but she does reach it. She's definitely a corrupt person, but she isn't beyond saving. Even she's moved to tears by Thelma's speech at the end, and it's revealed that she's not a narwhal after all. So maybe the world will be seeing a more sincere, compassionate Nikki Narwhal in the future. Or, Nikki Whale. You know what, maybe just keep the name. Taking the silver medal of evil is Nikki's favorite little assistant, Megan. Yeah, we already mentioned that Megan was fully willing to kill Thelma if it came down to it, and almost seemed disappointed that wasn't the plan Nikki was thinking of.
Are we talking about murder here?
So she definitely gets the Wrath Sinner medal. Megan simply takes way too much pleasure in making others suffer to not take that home. She blackmails Thelma into disappearing from the public eye with the threat of releasing a video exposing her true identity to the world. While she is willing to compromise and let her leave quietly instead of posting it right away, that's not exactly something that makes up for her psychotic behavior. Let's not forget that she paid 6 people a total of $20, yes, split between them, to do her dirty work for her. Being a psychotic manager willing to tase animals to death is one thing, but underpaying workers, actually no, both of those things are really bad. Her only real saving grace is that she does genuinely seem to care for Nikki, and hopefully, that potential redemption arc she's set up for might just rub off on her. But the gold medal of evil was never much of a question. When it comes down to it, Vic Diamond is no doubt the most malicious character, and Fanboy from Fanboy and Chum Chum really let himself go. Jokes aside, this dude is a menace. He has no loyalty to his clients, from abandoning Nikki right before a big performance just because Thelma was becoming famous, to abandoning Thelma while she'd gone and disappeared, and going back to Nikki of all things. We have to give him the Pride Sinner medal and the Greed Sinner medal. Seriously, how many perfumes and cereals do you need? Vic will do anything to get fame and fortune, even right down to completely changing his identity and forcing others to do the same.
The most important thing in the music biz is how you look.
We do feel for his tragic past, which more than anything was basically just him being ignored by the popular kids at school. So his relatively normal past then. It'd be one thing if he'd just gained more confidence in himself, but this guy took it one step further by using his role as a talent manager to build up his bank account and reputation. And if that still doesn't convince you, this guy fired a legit rocket launcher at Peggy in the gang's car just to isolate Thelma, tricking her into thinking they'd abandoned her. I'm still not even sure what he stood to gain from that. He just had no problem nearly killing 4 people, even if he had a turnaround like the other 2 antagonists by the end of the movie. A deed like that is a surefire way to stay at the top of the podium of evil. Psychological manipulation, animal cruelty, attempted murder, and wearing fake teeth that actively make him look worse. Talk about evil incarnate. On today's episode of Wicked Binge, witness the story of a teenage girl pushed to her absolute mental and emotional limit by her monstrous parents, high-stakes political affairs, and supernatural forces working against her.
Dad, put him down.
In a charming musical adventure on Netflix, today we're ranking Spellbound characters from good to evil. And there's nothing like a good old-fashioned fairy tale to discuss. So let's start with the most noble character and work our way down to the most evil. These characters are the good. And the gold medal of good goes quite easily to the main heroine herself, Princess Elian. Stories of people going through parentification in their teenage years have become a lot more prevalent in recent years. In other words, kids being forced to take on the responsibilities of their unwilling parents. All that is to say that Elian is a character who came at just the right time in our culture. Plenty of viewers can relate to her struggle, but probably on a smaller scale, since Elian here is stuck caring for her parents, who were turned into monsters on a trip to the dark forest of eternal darkness, a realm so dark it was named twice.
This is advanced darkness.
As a result, Elian has to juggle the responsibilities of a princess while simultaneously keeping her parents from exposing their current predicament. This ultimately leads to her going on a quest to restore their humanity, with the help of oracles, spirits, rodents, and whatever other creatures are willing to lend a hand here and there, literally defying her whole country for the sake of her folks. She's also kind to others. In one scene, when she and her parents are stuck in a storm, she stops their bickering to get their help to rescue a baby cat, lion, griffin thing. Look, she saved a baby animal while her own life was at risk, and that's all that really matters. Taking all that pressure onto herself with no complaints shows just how strong and compassionate she is, and while she did nearly give in to the darkness in the final act, I think I speak for everyone when I say that really wasn't her fault. Seriously, imagine going on a whole journey to rescue your parents from remaining monsters for eternity, and before it's even complete, they just drop the bombshell of, "Hey sweetie, we're getting a divorce." At that point, you have a right to a mental breakdown. But thankfully, things did end up alright in the end. Thanks in a small part to Sunny, the Oracle of the Sun. Sunny is one of the Oracles of the Sun and Moon, a pair of very good friends who show up to help Elian break the spell cast on her parents. Both of them are helpful and generous, but Sunny is the more positive and upbeat of the two. He's quick to enthusiastically wish Elian a happy birthday, and cares more about helping her turn her parents back into humans again than about putting on a show, being more quickly willing to welcome the monster-fied parents to their home than his partner. Business partner, that is. I think. Seriously, I can't be the only one who isn't sure, right? In any case, Sunny is a great guy who's willing to go to great lengths to help anyone who needs it. Everyone has dark feelings. It's how you deal with them that counts. Man, leave it to a Netflix movie to have a randomly brilliant piece of wisdom tucked away in it. Now, from one side of the sky to the other, the Moon Oracle, Luno, is up next, not far behind his literal other half. Luno, like Sunny, is more than happy to help Elian, even if he also likes to be a bit of a showboat about it. The only reason he's beneath Sunny is the fact that Luno is much more cynical and negative. And I'm not knocking him for seeing potential dangers, because that is important. It's just that anytime Sunny tries to be positive, whether it's giving their frog Uber 5 stars or explaining the way to break her parents' curse, Luno is quick with a cynical, sarcastic clapback. The guy is not very nice, but at the end of the day, he is supportive of Sunny, and they do a lot to help others with their extensive knowledge and power, even if they bicker a lot. Landing just outside of our top 3 is a true master of the spoken word, Minister Bolinar. He's admittedly the more ditzy of the ministers, often coming across as cowardly and a bit snooty, so we're awarding him the Pride Center Medal for his refined, elegant nature, and how that drives much of his arc in the movie. He enjoys wine, cheese, and cake, as he should, and he looks down on smaller creatures like Flink, as he shouldn't. His desire to get back to the old status quo makes him initially more than willing to help pursue Elian when she rushes off to rescue her parents from capture by the general. But when his mind is swapped with that of Flink, he's given a serving of humble pie, or humble, disgusting grub, more accurately. He's hesitant to help Elian, still playing devil's advocate and discouraging her plans, but after he's forced to endear himself to a flock of Flinks to get directions, he becomes more willing to accept changes, and from then on, he gladly helps Elian on her adventure. By the end of the movie, he's a much more pleasant guy and even a friend to Flink, liking him enough to make him a tiny suit of armor. For his character growth, we feel like he deserves a pretty high spot on our list. Nearing the end of this section, we have the Flinks. We're going to include both the wild blue Flinks and Elian's purple pet Flink in this category, because they all have similar traits. They're all benevolent and helpful, more than willing to share their food with others, however disgusting it may be. When Bolinar shares a meal with them, he gains their trust and they see him as a friend, more than happy to welcome him into the community. The only reason we aren't ranking them any higher is because of their tendency to eat things that they shouldn't. And I'm not talking talking about their own cultural dishes. That would be insensitive. I'm talking about the fact that they tend to eat messages, magic devices, and other stuff, then hide it away as a secret snack for later. This definitely earns them the gluttony sinner medal, but we won't fault wild animals for eating too much. They're just doing their thing. And closing out the good section, we have the king and the queen. Cursed long ago by the dark forest of eternal darkness, these two have been monsters for a whole year, and that goes for their mental states too. It takes them the course of almost the entire movie to remember who they are and how Elliot is related to them. At that point, they sadly almost screw everything up by announcing their divorce. The fighting behind what caused them to be cursed in the first place. This reveals that there was a lot of strife between them, and it ended up placing way too much pressure on their poor daughter. But thankfully, they were able to learn their lesson, apologize, and accept their change and move forward. Add on to the fact that they're beloved by their kingdom as benevolent rulers, and you've got a pair who definitely deserve to be ranked in the good section. But with that said, let's move into the more morally questionable characters. This is the gray area. First up is one of the less fleshed out animals in the film, Lawrence. Judging by how he transports the oracles in style, and even rescues them during their escape from the monster-fied king and queen, it's safe to say that Lawrence is some kind of froggy rideshare service, and one who really appreciates those 5-star reviews. He's not exactly the most deep, fleshed out character in the film, but he matters to us, darn it. Next up is the other main minister of the movie, Minister Nazara. She doesn't get as much screen time as Balinar, but Nazara still seems to genuinely care about Elian and the rest of the kingdom. Understandably, she's impatient to have things return to the way they were, kinda like pretty much everyone else in the movie, actually. This leads to her cooking up a scheme to get Elian on the throne, and to send her parents away while pronouncing them dead, which is pretty messed up. I mean, the situation in general is messed up, but this just adds a whole new layer of messed up into the mix. While she's not a bad person for it, Nazara doesn't have the character arc her colleague was blessed with, so we have to keep her in the gray area. A quick mention of the royal postmaster is in order. This guy delivers the long-awaited response from the sun and moon oracles to Elian, albeit not before informing this teenager of how many of his bird children perished on the journey. Nothing wrong with that though. It shows how much he cared about them and appreciated their sacrifice. That said, if he viewed his birds as his children, it kinda raises the moral dilemma of why he'd find it okay to use them as servants. Like, that's technically child labor, dude. Not cool. Oh, and neither was hitting an old woman with a door and doing nothing to check if she was okay. Still, he did give Elian a birthday gift the next year, proving himself to at least be a nice, albeit morally questionable guy. And closing out this category, we have the sorta, kinda main antagonist, General Cardona. Here we have a case of a woman who really isn't doing anything particularly wrong, but who's going about doing her job in a pretty ruthless way. She leads the charge to imprison the king and queen in cages to have them transported to the furthest reaches of the earth, unwilling to let Elian even try to save them. She sends a whole army after them, and while this shows her dedication to protecting Princess Elian, it also shows her unwillingness to take risks to help rescue the king and queen from their curse. Nonetheless, when their minds are somewhat restored, she immediately bows and offers her service to help rescue the princess, showing that she's loyal to the crown and her job, if nothing else, even if she is a bit ruthless. But with that said, it's finally time to mention our one and only character who belongs in the bad and evil category. But first, this video is brought to you by WickedBinge channel memberships. You can gain access to our videos early before anyone else, plus get members-only emojis and loyalty badges by supporting the channel through a membership. And I'm not actually sure if this counts as a character, but the dark forest of eternal darkness is both harmful and mysterious enough to warrant our gold medal of evil. And our only medal of evil for today, actually. Managing to corrupt any and all negative energy, from turning negative words into sharp laser beams to turning thoughts into curses, this dark forest takes advantage of every flaw humanity has to spare. The thing is, usually in movies like this, curses are meant to teach the victims a lesson. Either that, or they're imparted as acts of vengeance or sheer malice. The dark forest of eternal darkness, on the other hand, isn't really doing either of these. Like, sure, it technically points out how much the king and queen have been fighting, but how did turning them into mindless monsters help? And then there was poor Elian, who was like, I don't even know what it was trying to do to her. This 15-year-old kid was upset that her parents cared more about their divorce proceedings than their own daughter. So the forest decided to make her turn into the awakened Gon from Hunter x Hunter. This forest is just a force of sheer darkness and chaos, but at least it has a name considered enough to warn you about it, I guess.